Darth Aizen by Illuviar. First Chapter 1. Disclaimer: I don't own Bleach or Star Wars. They belong to their respective creators and/or copyright owners. I make no money from this story. It is not for sale or rent. Prologue: Betrayal. 5th Division Barracks, Soul Society. Ichimaru Gin was a patient man, even though there was perhaps one single person in all of Soul Society who might ever believe in such a preposterous idea. He made sure of that after all. He spent more than a century ensuring that everyone would see him as precisely wanted them to see. In that, Gin succeeded beyond his wildest dreams, otherwise he wouldn't be here now. For nearly a decade, his master had been suffering from nightmares, something that couldn't happen to a more deserving man. If Gin believed in fate, he would have called it karma, especially as of late, when they came closer and closer to showing their true colors. And Aizen's condition worsened. There were times he daydreamed, or at least it appeared so. For months now, Gin bit his time, observed Aizen, and wondered if this was some elaborate trick, or if he would actually get an opening long before he dared believe it possible. Then it happened in front of his eyes. Their plan was in motion. Rukia Kuchiki was in custody awaiting her execution. Courtesy to some faked orders, a group of Ryoka were busy invading Soul Society, led by Aizen's pet project. And most importantly, Sosuke himself just faked his death, leaving his body on display for all to see. Now it was only a matter of time before someone stumbled upon the fake corpse, and the next stage of the performance could begin. There was just a little snag in that plan. While Gin himself was nearby, concealing his presence in order to play his part, he felt Aizen's Reiatsu spike and fluctuate from the direction of the man's office in the 5th Division Barracks. That certainly wasn't part of the plan. Gin looked at the fake corpse, then his gaze snapped towards the nearby building where Aizen was busy leaking Reiatsu. Was this a test? Perhaps a trap to see if Gin and Tosen were really loyal? It made sense, yet at the same time, no it didn't. They were almost ready to leave Soul Society behind for good, because with every passing day, the odds of something going wrong increased exponentially. For all his power, Aizen couldn't keep everyone under his illusions indefinitely, and sooner or later that would be required if they were to remain. Then again, this was Aizen, and the damned man loved his mind games. The only thing Gin was sure of is that he was running out of time. He could already sense people stirring, Reiatsu spiking and heading this way. Very soon someone would stumble upon the corpse, and unless Aizen cut this nonsense off, they would be keenly aware that something was wrong beyond the obvious. Gin cursed and flash-stepped in front of the door leading into Aizen's office. Said door was ajar, and he could see the man himself leaning against his desk, looking like a right mess. Aizen was feverish, used one trembling hand to keep himself upright while the other one gripped the side of his face. His glasses lay discarded on the otherwise pristine desk, but that was a mere afterthought. Aizen was shaking, sweat covered his hands and fake, as if he was burning from inside. Gin couldn't help it in that moment, even if a part of him screamed that this had to be a trap. Because really, what else made sense? He grinned like the snake he was and took a careful step inside. "Captain Aizen?" Gin asked, as if he had no care in the world. Sosuke didn't answer. He simply continued to shake, lost in his own world. If this was Aizen himself instead of another illusion. This right here. It was too convenient, too easy to be anything but a trap. With that realization, Gin relaxed. Besides, it wasn't like he was crazy to try and attack Aizen of all people, even if he really was dead to the outside world right now. He knew that he would have one single chance to do it right. And in order to be sure of success, 2 conditions needed to be fulfilled. First, Gin needed to have an excellent reason to be in Bankai while in Aizen's presence, and second, he needed an opening, a distraction, because anything less would mean certain death, if he was lucky. Nevertheless, this simply wasn't right. Aizen continued to release Reiatsu like a particularly inept or disturbed academy student, while more and more signatures flared up around them until suddenly a scream echoed outside and Gin Flash stepped away, bidding his time. Day. Hinamori tore her way out of her bed the moment she sensed her captain's pulsating Reiatsu. She could practically feel his distress growing with every pulse of energy passing through the building, and ran out, only pausing for an instant to pick up her zanpakuto. Within moments, she was in the courtyard, holding Tobium's hilt in a death grip. She looked wildly enough, trying to pinpoint the origin of Aizen's reiatsu, when her eyes caught something that her mind initially refused to comprehend. She blinked in confusion at what she saw, while her sight and the reassuring, if distressed, reiatsu of her captain sent clashing messages to her mind. There he was, in front of her, broken, bleeding, hanging from a pillar with a sword stabbed in his chest. Yet, at the same time, his reiatsu practically drowned the courtyard. So he couldn't be really dead, could he? Hinamori screamed, awakening everyone who hadn't been awoken by Aizen's reiatsu. Soon, over 100 Shinigami gathered in the courtyard and stared at the gruesome sight in confusion. Yet the reiatsu pulses didn't cease, giving Hinamori hope that this had to be some cruel joke. Aizen couldn't be dead, right? Day. Aizen's inner world. He fell on his hands and knees upon scorching coarse sand. This was wrong. This was nothing like his inner world was supposed to be. Yet this place was familiar. Very much so, in fact. He knew this desert and the half-buried ruins surrounding him. He had dreamed of them, after all. This place often was part of the nightmares that plagued him ever since he began regularly experimenting with his incomplete Hogyoku a decade ago. That, however, didn't matter much. What the hell happened to his inner world and why he felt like burning from inside out while at the same time freezing, that was of much greater concern. Aizen sensed a familiar presence materialize beside him, and to his consternation, he barely had the strength left to raise up his head and look at his Zanpakuto spirit. "Kuoka," he rasped. She looked different. The kimono she usually wore was gone, replaced by metal armor that shifted color to mimic her the desert around them. Despite that, there was no mistaking her with her dark blue skin and solid red eyes. "You were going to discard me, weren't you, Aizen Sosuke?" Kuoka Suigetsu glared at him with contempt. "I could see you at the end, when you would become one with the Hogyoku. You would declare that you would have outgrown me, that you no longer need me," she snarled, making him wince. This certainly wasn't how things were supposed to happen. "What did you do to me?" Aizen wheezed through gritted teeth. He wanted to strike back, or at least take control of the situation, yet his body refused to obey, and he couldn't even control his own reiatsu, much less do anything about his current situation. Under different circumstances, Aizen Sosuke might have been impressed by his rebellious Zanpakuto. Right then and there. He figured out he loathed her like nothing else. His hour of triumph was close. Once he got Urahara's original Hogyoku and merged it with his own, he would be mere steps away from achieving ascension and thus divinity. Kuoka chose that moment to sneer as if she could read his mind. "You would discard me for something like that? So you could become a mere godling?" She shook her head, and her shoulder-length black hair fanned out like a halo. Pathetic. She grabbed him by the shoulder in an iron grip and dragged him to his feet. "Do you know that there was time all I wanted was to protect you, to aid you in achieving your dreams? Do you know that, Aizen? Do you even care?" He opened his mouth to speak, seeing an opening to exploit. However, before a single syllable could leave his lips, Kuoka let go of his shoulder and grabbed his neck, crushing his throat. "No, you don't get to speak now." She hissed and raised her right hand. Darkness exploded from her open palm, expanded, then shrunk, condensing into Kuoka Suigetsu's shikai. However, this one was different. The blade was midnight black. "You're going to die here and now, so you could be reborn. Goodbye, Aizen." With those parting words, Kuoka slammed the blade into his heart, and he couldn't do anything. Aizen felt impossibly cold steel part his flesh. He felt cold fire explode within his chest and start burning him from within. Even his mind, his only remaining sanctuary, wasn't spared. Something tore within it. An abyss opened that swallowed him whole, and he screamed. Day. I remember dying. I remember my flesh igniting, skin and muscles cooking, bones cracking, only for pulses of immense energy to imperfectly heal me up, only for the process to repeat itself. I remember the dying screams of a whole world as I consumed both away. I remember sacrificing a woman who not so long ago was my friend and lover, in a desperate attempt to survive my desperate actions. I could remember dying at Bothaway, yet I could remember awakening sometime later in a medbay. I could remember an alien Jedi Master whose face was familiar burst through shattering doors, cut down my guards and jump at me with a burning lightsaber in his hands, determined to drag me with him to hell. I could remember trying to fend him off with what little strength I had remaining. I could remember my apprentice's Force ghost manifesting within my mind and trying to protect me. I remembered barely fending certain death again, yet at the same time I could remember my grasp on the Force faltering as my brutalized body could no longer sustain channeling any meaningful amount of power. I remembered the lightsaber plunging in my chest, burning through flesh and bone, vaporizing my heart even as more and more clones ran into the medbay and shot the Jedi to pieces. I remember dying with a blade in my heart. Yet that's how I awoke lying on burning sand, with my apprentice's armored form standing above me and peering at me with hope in her gaze. Her grim expression softened as she stared at me and slowly she beamed at me. A moment later, she was on her knees beside me, hugging me. That was certainly new. "Arya, that's no longer my name," she muttered. She wasn't speaking basic. In fact, I wasn't sure what language she spoke, yet I understood her without any trouble. "You're back," my apprentice sobbed with face pressed into my shoulder. "There's only us now, only us. What the hell just happened?" Chapter 1. DA. Part 1. Day. 5th Division Barracks, Soul Society. After Ichimaru went back into hiding, events proceeded more or less according to plan. A crowd made of 5th Division Shinigami gathered in the courtyard and stared dumbly at Aizen's fake corpse. That much was not only accounted for, but expected. The pulses of Aizen's Reiatsu flooding the area until every member of his division within the area came to see what the hell was happening. Well, those had nothing to do with any plan Gin was aware of. As if that wasn't bad enough, while seated and unseated officers gawked at the corpse, the pulses finally stopped, which offered Ichimaru a short-lived hope that things might still go according to plan. It was then that Aizen stumbled out of the barracks to the shock and relief of his division. Sosuke held his Zanpakuto in a shaking hand and used it as a cane to keep himself upright, offering the perfect image of an invalid. The first to react was his lieutenant, Hinamori, who rocketed at Aizen and managed to actually plow him over, so they both fell in a tangle of flailing limbs. Jin stared at the unfolding scene with wide-open eyes, wondering what the Soul King's name was happening. This most certainly had nothing to do with the plan. He decided that the plan was already scrapped for some reason, and Flash stepped in front of the still-stunned Shinigami, appearing between them and Aizen. He got there just in time to see and hear Sosuke gently hugging his lieutenant and whispering empty words in her ear. A moment later, Aizen noticed his presence, or so it seemed, and roughly Flash stepped away, depositing Hinamori just behind the open door of the barracks and standing protectively in front of her. He had his left hand on her shoulder and his right clutched the hilt of his Zanpakuto so hard that his knuckles went white. His posture was tense, as if he was ready for combat, yet at the same time he looked utterly exhausted. "Captain Aizen?" Gin inquired with his trademark smile plastered all over his place. "Gin." Sosuke narrowed his eyes at him, as if seeing him for the first time. Now, that was even more concerning than everything else that already happened that night. What game was Aizen playing? Sosuke glanced to the left, and he relaxed a bit. A heartbeat later, Ichimaru sensed two familiar signatures fast approaching, and within moments, Toshiro Hitsugaya and Retsu Unohana appeared, floating in the air above the courtyard. The youngest captain took one look at the area, glared at Gin and Flash, stepped beside Hinamori. His gaze went from his little friend's form to Aizen, then to Ichimaru and back. Interestingly enough, Sosuke's reaction was to simply offer a thankful nod to Hitsugaya. "Captain Aizen, can you explain this, please?" Unohana asked in a kind voice, however her small smile was anything but. "Infiltrator." Aizen croaked and nodded stiffly at the fake corpse. "Tried to steal my memories and Reiatsu. Almost succeeded too." For all his experience and cold blood in his veins, Gin couldn't help it. His eyes went wide as saucers when he heard Aizen's words. What was that madman playing at? He glanced at the fake corpse and back at Aizen. a terrible suspicion worming its way within his heart. In that precise moment, the fake corpse burst into flames, and before anyone could react, it flaked out in ash until there was nothing left from it. Now it was Gin's turn to feel unwell. His eyes bored into Aizen, who slowly turned his gaze his way and stared at him. It was at that moment that Ichimaru knew he hasn't been the one to deceive and play Aizen, so he could betray and end him when the opportunity presented itself. Instead, it has been the other way around. Hitsugaya was already glaring at Gin. Unohana didn't miss the wary look Sosuke was giving him as, neither how he stood protectively between Hinamori and Ichimaru. He wondered how much of the plan he knew of had been a lie crafted to deceive him. Was anything true? When did Aizen figure it out? How long did he play him? How much of what he knew was true, and how much an illusion? These questions ran throughout his mind, shattering his composure, even if he somehow managed to keep himself from visibly wavering. Gin was sure now that he had been played. He could swear that he knew what was about to happen. He was about to be turned into a patsy, and Aizen was going to throw the blame for Central 46 and everything else that he could make stick at him. Was Tosen on it too, or was the blind man just another pawn ready to be discarded when it was convenient? Did it matter at this point? He had seen this particular performance happen once before, about a century back. That should have been a lesson enough. He should have seen this coming. Laughter bubbled deep within his chest, and Gin choked it down with supreme effort of will. The last time, Aizen managed to get multiple captains and lieutenants disgraced and exiled, and every single one of them was a veteran in a good standing. Most of them were respected, trustworthy. Ichimaru Gin was none of these things. He was Soul Society's cold-blooded snake, an image he gleefully crafted for himself in order to integrate himself with Aizen. It was hilarious, really. He gave Aizen all the rope the man needed to hang him with. Yes, he should have seen this one coming, yet he didn't. He knew that getting rid of Aizen once and for all would be hard, perhaps close to impossible. He would likely get one single chance to kill the monster for good. But now, how was he supposed to do it now? They have been crafting this betrayal for a century. He had been played for at least that long. It was clear as a day now, Aizen had never trusted him. Perhaps he somehow knew Gin was out to get him from the start. Either that, or he had always planned for things to turn out this way and to use him as a fall guy. Aizen had been gathering irrefutable evidence about Ichimaru's crimes since day one. That was another thing he was now convinced of. It all had been a setup. How was he supposed to deal with something like this? Just like that, Gin found himself in a desperate position, left at Aizen's non-existent mercy. That monster could doom him with a single word now, and both knew it. Ichimaru Gin began to shake. He had done monstrous things in Aizen's name, all for the singular hope that he would get one good chance to bring down that monster with him. That in the end, he was the only one in Soul Society who knew the truth and given an opening could stop the monster. Now he knew that said fragile hope had been a lie. It had always been a lie. Day. Part 2. Day, 4th Division Barracks, Soul Society. The things that could pique Retsu's interest were few and far between, becoming fewer and fewer with each passing year. She had learned to cherish every single such event. To do anything less would be foolish, as rare as they were as of late. If she was to be honest with herself, finding Aizen in any way interesting, that came as a surprise. Oh, she could sense that there was more to him than the face he showed to the world at large, which was par to the course for most captains in Gote 13. That didn't make most of them interesting to someone like her. When you stripped all the masks, hers included, no matter their depth, they simply couldn't move her heart, and she knew the truth about most of them. The Aizen Sosuke she found leaning on his Zanpakuto in the courtyard of his own division, he was different now. His bearing, the taste of his reiatsu, now that it was calmer and recovering. More importantly, it was how he was acting and talking. There was more than a hint from the kind man he showed to the world, yet the mask was gone now, broken or discarded. That, combined with his claims about the body she saw skewered in the middle of the Fifth's courtyard, was more than enough to have him confined, which he accepted with wry amusement. That didn't change when a grumpy Yamamoto arrived demanding answers which Aizen was actually eager to provide. And those answers, they made him interesting. More importantly, Aizen Sosuke was the only one who remained undisturbed, when she briefly brought down her own mask and offered him a rare, genuine smile. Instead of blanching and seeking a way to run away, he merely wigged his eyebrows in speculation. "Please, Captain Aizen, do answer the questions again." Retsu offered him a second genuine smile, her reiatsu spiking and filling up the room as she quietly and clearly chanted Aikido. A soul brought open on display couldn't lie even to itself. That was why Aizen sat on his hospital bed, holding his naked Zanpakuto pressed to the floor, right in the middle of a Kido circle, one that Retsu was busy supplying with power as she finished the incantation. "Do ask, my dear." "Are you Aizen Sosuke, child?" Yamamoto began the interrogation again. The captain of the Fifth rolled his eyes at that, completely disregarding the irritated pressure that Yamamoto excreted as he added his own reiatsu to the Kido, ensuring that Sosuke would speak only the truth. "I was known Aizen Sosuke, yes. As of a few hours ago, I'm once more Delkatar Vale as well." He rolled his eyes. "I know you're ancient, that dirt, old man, that said I haven't been a child in a very long time." Yamamoto's eyes actually widened briefly at the unexpected disrespect, especially when now everyone present knew that it was as close to genuine as it could get. At the same time, Retsu's smile became a permanent fixture on her face as she continued to examine the enigma that was Aizen Sosuke. "Do you really expect us to believe that you're not only reincarnated soul, but just remembered everything about your past life? That something like that actually happened?" That question came accompanied by sneer by the captain of the 12th. "I don't expect a hack like you to believe anything." Aizen answered without a care in the world. When Yamamoto actually glared at him, he rolled his eyes and continued speaking. "That said, I'll answer the question. I've been having dreams and nightmares about my past life for some time now. A few of you could attest to that. Those memories have been a heavy burden and influence as of late. This night, when an entity messed with my reiatsu and memories, something happened. I felt burning and freezing. Something tore within my inner world, rend it asunder even as I remembered everything. There was no hint of a lie or deception, not even a half-truth that Retsu could detect. Perhaps Aizen was really telling them the truth as he knew it. Either that or he was among the most accomplished liars in the world, someone able to deceive everyone with nothing more than simple truths. Either way, he was becoming more and more interesting every time he opened his mouth to speak. "Aizen Sosuke, or Delkatar Vale." Yamamoto's voice rumbled in irritation. "No matter what you call yourself now, have you ever committed any crimes against Soul Society? Are you loyal? Do you intend to betray us?" With every question, the pressure in the room climbed up, and with the last one, the relatively tiny amount that leaked away as Yamamoto poured his reiatsu into the Kido was more than enough to crack the floorboards. It was a good thing that the only people present within the immediate area were either captains or lieutenants. Even most of them swayed on their feet. Only Yamamoto's two students, who were content to remain silent and simply observe so far, along with Retsu herself, could boast that they remained unaffected. Unohana suspected that Aizen would have been the fourth if his reiatsu hadn't been depleted and brutalized earlier this night. "No pressure, eh, Captain General?" After a brief moment of levity, Aizen became deadly serious. "I'll answer, of course. To the best of my knowledge, I have not broken a single one of Soul Society's laws, unless Central 46 have changed them since the last time I checked. I have committed no crimes. I am loyal. I would never betray Soul Society as long as I have an acceptable alternative." Aizen met Yamamoto's gaze with a cool and collected eyes. Behind them, standing in a corner and observing with ill-disguised curiosity, was one Gin Ichimaru. The man had become rigid as a board the moment the Kido took effect, and stiffened more and more with every single question that Aizen answered truthfully. It was a most curious and entertaining sight. When Sosuke answered the latest questions, Ichimaru's reiatsu was as sharp as any sword, and the man literally stank of fear. For some reason, Aizen's answers terrified him. "Captain Aizen, what do you know about the Ryoka invasion?" Sunishi deigned to speak at last. Aizen smiled kindly and broke the staring contest he had with Yamamoto. "I believe the Ryoka see themselves as justified. I believe that they're here to save their friend, Rukia Kuchiki. At that, Aizen looked Byakuya in the eyes. I find myself agreeing with the sentiment. It is utter foolishness, not to mention a terrible waste, to execute one of our own over a human of all things. What crime did Rukia Kuchiki commit? As far as I know, all she did was what she had to in order to survive. Her trial, Aizen spat the word as if it was poison, not to mention the verdict, are nothing less than a complete and utter disgrace. Kuchiki actually flinched as if slapped. Even more amusing was what Aizen left unsaid as he stared down the girl's older brother with contempt written all over his face. And Ichimaru? He actually choked when he heard Aizen's words. How curious. Day. Part 3. Day A. 4th Division Barracks, Soul Society. Ichimaru beheld utter madness. That monster was doing it again. He was going to get away with everything he had wrought, again, and almost worst of all, Aizen was going to cast much, if not all of the blame on him. Gin was sure of it beyond any shadow of a doubt. Perhaps if he had acted first, if he had gone to the Captain General and came clean, throwing himself at the man's mercy, then he might have stood a chance of avoiding this sheer insanity. The fun thing was that when this particular meeting began, Ichimaru actually held a small grain of hope that the monster might have misstepped. Right here and now, Aizen's Zanapakutos was supposedly bound. His Reiatsu was kept in check by two of the strongest Shinigami in existence, and the Kido fueled by those two was meant to ensure that Sosuke could tell only the truth. The spell was supposed to bare his soul for all to see, so to speak. Well, about that forlorn hope, it died stillborn when Aizen began to successfully lie in the faces of the Captain General and Unohana of all people. Or perhaps he wasn't lying, not really. Perhaps all the crimes Gin saw Aizen commit were mere illusions. Perhaps the mad genius had accounted for all possibilities, planned for them, and saw something like this happening. That very much might be the case. Perhaps this was the real plan. After all, Aizen had been deceiving Gin for at least a century now. He could see it now, he thought. All the crimes Aizen was supposed to have done in front of his eyes. It has been someone else doing it, bound in tight illusion just like Ichimaru was. Perhaps it was Tosen, perhaps someone else. It no longer mattered. Unless all of this was an illusion, then the case might be that Aizen hadn't technically committed a single crime with his own hands. Either that or he had somehow modified his very soul so it could deceive them all. Captain Aizen, Gin spoke for the first time since the joke of interrogation began. How many crimes against Soul Society did you order, even if you haven't done them with your own two hands? Ichimaru cursed himself when his voice trembled with emotion, thus shattering his carefully crafted image at the worst possible time. Gin found that he wasn't capable of caring anymore. Soon enough, he would be labeled as traitor for crimes he did commit. The least he could do was try and take down Aizen with him, or at least make the monster's life as difficult as he possibly could in what little time he had left. All I've ever done was for the sake of Soul Society, for the balance between the worlds. I've done my duty in life, I've done it in death as Aizen Sosuke, and I'll continue to do it as a Shinigami if I'm allowed to continue doing it. Aizen spoke firmly, conviction ringing in every word. Then he had the gall to smile. Gin grit his teeth at the obvious lies, even as doubt wormed its way within his heart. Could Aizen be telling the truth? Could it be that everything was going as planned? And if that was the case, then how? There was no way in hell that Aizen was innocent. At that thought, Ichimaru's breath caught in his throat when a terrible idea occurred to him. Central 46, who were supposed to be dead, Gin helped slaughter them. He knew they were dead. And they were the people who could make all that Aizen wrought legal, and thus not a crime. What did it take? A mere hypnosis, blackmail, or perhaps more traditional mindfuckery? The government was dead. Gin was suddenly convinced of it. If he was a betting man, when Gotei 13 discovered that fact, there would be just enough evidence left to doom him. Perhaps Tosen as well. Just nothing to hint that Aizen was responsible at all. Central 46 was now dead because they were a loose end after granting permission to Aizen to do all his crimes legally. Just like Gin and perhaps Tosen as well were loose ends that needed trimming. It was at that moment, when he met Aizen's calm eyes, that Gin truly comprehended how completely and utterly he had been played. It was then and there that his reality shattered, and he fell in bottomless pit of utter despair. Day. I can't believe this is working, Arya, no Kuoka now, exclaimed in my head. We've had this lesson before, my dear apprentice. The greatest gift and betrayal the dark side offers us is the masks we wear, the masks that allow to deceive even ourselves. It still shouldn't have worked, not here and now, not like this. It works, and that is all that matters. Besides, I haven't committed a single crime yet. Hell, all I've done was try and protect my lieutenant and comply with coming to the medical division for a checkup, I offered. I haven't uttered a single lie. Everything I said is true from certain point of view, often mine, and that is my firm belief. You didn't know that this will work, Kuoka accused. It was worth a shot. It bought us more time to recover. Besides, I've been telling the truth as I know it. In a previous life, I might have been Aizen Sosuke, however, I'm not that cunt. I may answer to that name now, I might make it mine and redeem it. However, his actions are not my own. He is a monument to most things I loathe in power-mad Sith. Yet this time around, your soul managed to criff up royally without any input from the dark side. Our Bankai surely helped? Aizen went odd and became a self-centered cunt long before he could fully unlock our Bankai, and it could begin to influence him. It's all on him. Kuoka huffed. I'll keep stating until the day I die for good that I am not responsible for Aizen's crazy schemes. You've done worse. For good reasons. Tell it to the Bothans. I had excellent reasons, I declared firmly. You got yourself killed, and somehow you drew me in this mess as well. And for that you have my humblest apologies, my dear Kuoka. I know it would be hard, however I promise you I'll make it up to you. Promises, promises, Kuoka sighed. I still can't believe this worked. Just be glad that no one is asking the right questions, or we'll be hard-pressed to flee more or less intact. Emphasis on less. Day. Part 4. Day. 4th Division Barracks, Soul Society. Say, Kuoka, are you willing to do me a favor once the current unpleasantries are over? I asked while smiling pleasantly at Aizen's accomplice. If my current improvisation was to have any chance of working, certain issues needed to be resolved. Issues like Aizen becoming a bit sloppy as of late, because he had intended to leave Soul Society for good. The most glaring issue was the murder of the government. Sooner or later it would be found out, and I was betting on sooner. I needed a few things to happen before that. Do you really expect to be left unchecked in Soul Society after all you wrought as Aizen? Kuoka incredulously asked. There's a chance, if you're willing to help anyway. On the bright side, if it works, we'll be pranking everyone, Shinigami and your fellow Zanpakuto spirits as well, I pointed out. I could feel my former apprentice lit up with glee in my inner world. I'm in. Did she just squeal in my head? I filled up that thought for later. Here is what we need to do, I began. Central 46, we need evidence pointing at our buddy Jin. Perhaps a trace or two that Tosen has been involved as well. More importantly, I need a foolproof authorization making Aizen's various experiments legal. Can you manage this, my dear Kuoka? Challenge accepted. You'll need to use your Bankai, however. I know. You'll need to master my Bankai as well, master. At that, she sounded positively gleeful. I will. I do remember the most important lesson, you know. I did teach it to you after all. Kuoka laughed merrily. Gin, pray tell, is Lieutenant Matsumoto all right? Did the Ryoka hurt her? I don't believe that there is anything or anyone else in existence that you could be concerned, even afraid for, I asked, putting as much concern in my voice as possible. My body acted on instinct, leaning forward, and at the same time, my face twisted in a perfect mask of worry. Having access to future knowledge, even if it was mostly forgotten, was a beautiful and terrible thing, especially on the rare occasions you could use it to a great effect. Day. That's a good question, Gin. Sunichi peered at him with a frown, while Hitsugaya outright glared balefully. Ichimaru? He froze, standing utterly still in shock. Of course the monster knew. He had known from the very start, hadn't he? The moment Gin began to craft his current persona, it had already been for naught. Aizen remembered violating Rangiku's soul. He knew that Gin was her friend, if not more at the time. and Sosuke remembered it very well when he approached Ichimaru all those years ago. Yes, he had been played from the very beginning. That fake kindness on display didn't fool him for even a moment. Gin always knew that Aizen was a monster. It was just that until tonight, even he failed to comprehend how dangerous Sosuke was. He knew what the fake concern meant. He was to play his role to the bitter end, or Aizen would do unspeakable things to Rangiku. Damn that man to the deepest pit of hell. I'm merely concerned for my childhood friend. Gin bit off as if every word was dragged past his lips by barbed chains. Commendable. Aizen solemnly nodded. I only wish that more of us cared about our friends and family. For a moment, Gin wondered how even an accomplished liar like Aizen could say that with a straight face. Then he figured it out. It was all a dig aimed at their resident mad scientist, perhaps the only one beside Tosen and Zaraki who the monster couldn't manipulate through their bonds with friends, family, and subordinates. Gin screamed inside, desiring nothing more than to go Bankai and erase Aizen's taint from existence. Something he now knew deep in his bones could never happen without a direct divine intervention. Do you have any more questions that need immediate answers, Captain General? I must admit, after tonight's events, I'm feeling weary. Aizen stated shamelessly. Briefly, everyone's attention shifted from Ichimaru to Yamamoto. Children? The Captain General grumbled quietly. That's the Ryoka. I've seldom seen so much potential, especially in humans. Aizen spoke with a faraway look in his eyes. At that point, Gin honestly pitied those poor bastards, especially Aizen's pet project. One way or another, they were all doomed. We'll discuss them on the next captain's meeting. I'll expect to see you there, Captain Aizen, Yamamoto ordered, confirming what Gin already knew. Aizen did it. He deceived Gote 13 once again and would get away with it again. Damn that man. I would be honored to attend, sir. Aizen nodded respectfully, earning himself points with a lot of the present captains. Speaking about the Ryoka, if it was up to you, how would you handle them? Theoretically speaking, Ukitake asked, curiosity coloring his tone. I would go to speak with them. Gote 13 got damaged more than enough already for no good reason. That admission earned chuckles from Yamamoto's students, as well as more than one scowl from the others. See that you will, Captain Aizen. This nonsense has gone for more than long enough, Yamamoto declared, and Flash stepped away. With the Captain General's departure, the pressure within the area immediately lessened significantly. Even Aizen himself slumped, leaning on his Zanpakuto. I feel like I need a week of sleep or something. The monster grunted, earning himself both scoffs of derision and a few chuckles. No offense meant, Captain Unohana, however, when do you believe I should be able to leave your tender care? I just got my marching orders, and given the circumstances, I don't believe it would be a good idea to disregard the Captain General's instructions. Once I'm done examining you and your Reiatsu is recovered, Unohana answered, while observing Aizen with a hungry smile. As you wish. Under different circumstances, Gin would have almost pitied Aizen. As things stood, he didn't know what was worse, the monster getting chummy with Unohana of all people, what just happened tonight, or, well, all the lies and deceptions he had been subjected for the longest time. There was only one thing Ichimaru knew. He had to find a way to protect Rangiku while he was still around. I have a patient to attend. Leave us, Unohana ordered. It was telling that no one dared object. Second Chapter 2, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 2, Day. Part 1, Shaka Day, 4th Division Barracks, Soul Society. Retsu Unohana spent about an hour or so prodding, pocking, and casting various Kaido spells on me with unholy glee. I spent that time giving non-answers to her probing questions about my reincarnation and getting up to speed with Kuoka. Needless to say, currently my memories were quite jumbled after something or someone smashed them repeatedly together, which wasn't really a bad thing. My current condition certainly helped me convince myself that everything I said during the short inquisition was more or less the truth as I knew it. The good thing about the Kido Yamamoto and company used on me, no matter how useful, was that it couldn't discover the objective truth. What it could to and did in my case was to ensure that the soul couldn't lie. Everything I said had to be the truth as I knew it, or as I believed it to be, beyond a shadow of a doubt. I nearly smiled at that thought. A long time ago, I found out that the truth, it was not an objective fact. It was a malleable thing, one crafted by preconceptions, morality, by what you believed in. It was easy to tell the truth when I knew I wasn't Aizen, when I believed that his crimes, looked from where I stood, were at worst to the general benefit of Soul Society, and it was only my previous self's megalomania and the government's idiocy that cost this place multiple captains and lieutenants who had the potential to become stronger than almost any other Shinigami thanks to Aizen's efforts. And if Kuoka succeeded with my newest scheme, all of that would be covered with a veneer of legality, or so people should believe. Failing that, I would be forced to follow Aizen's original plan to some extent, a plan I still couldn't wrap my head around. Why the hell did he intend to openly show his colors and give Gote 13 months, if not a year or more, to prepare for confrontation with his forces? I knew that my past self, let's go with that, had been a megalomaniac who could give many a Sith I knew run for their money in that department. But this? It was sheer idiocy in military terms. Was he so sure of victory? Did he need the acknowledgement of breaking Gote 13 in the field after giving them time to prepare so he could prove his superiority? It was sheer idiocy. "Are you all right, Captain Aizen?" Unohana asked when she felt my reiatsu fluctuating. "Just bad memories. I'm still getting to grips with remembering my past life." I spoke quietly. It even wasn't complete-like. There were flashes of memories going in front of my eyes almost constantly, though they were relatively simple to ignore. "What can disturb someone like you this much?" she asked lightly. "Someone like me?" I raised an eyebrow at her. "You know what I mean," Unohana declared and raised a hand glowing with Kaido to my forehead. The sensation of her spiritual power washing over me was actually quite pleasant, something I was struggling to disregard for the time being. That might have been the case earlier today. It might be again once I straighten up the memories jumbled up in my head. However, right now, I'm certain I don't know what you're talking about. As far as I know, there are very few things that can make you show any trace of distress, Unohana said in an odd tone. "I keenly remember my death," I admitted with a sigh. "When I died, someone dear to me died as well. Why lie when the truth could be more effective than most lies? Someone close, a wife, or a lover perhaps? While injured, my wife was safe and sound as far as I knew. My apprentice died right beside me, long before I could see her realize her great potential. And you still owe me for that, Master. And this time around, I'll be making it up to you, and perhaps find another worthy apprentice as well, one that hopefully I won't fail this time around." And now she is gone, perhaps reincarnated in the mortal world, or in the outer areas of Soul Society, waiting for her turn, Unohana muttered. Did she sound fascinated? From I could clearly recall, that wasn't necessarily a good thing. Then again, it has been very long time since I've been interested in any woman who could be considered normal. I remember her keenly. Unless she's a regular Shinigami I haven't properly met, she isn't in Soul Society. She had no place here. Hell, I didn't belong here, neither did Arya, Kuoka, or whatever she wanted to call herself these days. The captain of the fourth simply hummed in answer and ended the Kaido. Under normal circumstances, I would recommend at least a few days of rest, plus a lot of food. You need to recover and stabilize your reiatsu and your control over it. Given the circumstances and the Captain General's orders, she pressed the palm of her right hand above my heart and cast the Kaido to transfer and restore spiritual power. "You have my thanks, Captain Unohana. In private it's Retsu, Captain Aizen. Then it's Sosuke to you." "Master, you just can't help yourself and have to play with fire, don't you?" Kuoka exclaimed. "What gave you such a ridiculous idea, Apprentice?" I felt her waving in Unohana's general direction. "Did you replace megalomania with a death wish or something? Where did I go wrong? You know, going by Aizen, I haven't gotten laid in over 100 years. Going by myself, for longer than my past self existed in this reality. What's your point?" "What's not to like?" I asked, pointedly looking at Retsu. "You're going to get us both killed again, won't you?" Kuoka grumbled. Don't be like that. Unless we manage to pull off my very rough plan, we'll be fleeing Soul Society long before anything could happen between me and Retsu here. Then you'll get her after your head for a better reason than just treason. Didn't you learn anything from that debacle with Shark Tea? You actually have a point, Apprentice. Options on avoiding Soul Society going after us in the foreseeable future, and if that's inevitable, minimizing the fallout. Divide and conquer. Good start. Local assets? Tosen and Ichimaru, though the latter is no longer your asset, I recon. One of them does have a weak spot. Once you're free to act, ensure we have legal backing as well as a trail implicating Tosen. I don't believe he has anyone in Soul Society who could be properly used to keep him in check. Aizen's other accomplice, on the other hand, he has Matsumoto, who he wants to protect, and I do have something precious of hers in my little jewel. Frame Tosen, put a few traces of gin at Central 46, enough to make him nervous and put him into suspicion, nothing enough to actually damn him. Is that all? As far as you're concerned for the time being, that's all indeed. Once I'm out of here, I'll be doing my best to subvert a few interesting mortals and plant dissent among my new comrades. We can't have them all coming after us with unshaken conviction, can we? You've already chosen your new apprentice, haven't you? I wouldn't say chosen per se, however. Aizen's pet project sounds fascinating. If my past self was right about him, that boy has boundless potential, and I want him either on my side or neutral to point against future mutual enemies. Uh-huh. And what would he say when you go after his home? Now, Kuoka, you know me. Why would I want to depose the Soul King? Who do you take me for? Do you think I care about the well-being of the majority of people in this reality to bother? He can keep his job and all the work that comes with it for as long as he and his don't interfere in our business. Then what are we going to do? Survive, enjoy our new lease of life, and ensure we're more than powerful enough that no one and nothing would dare oppose us. And if they did, we could and would crush them. I can actually get behind these goals. Kuoka sounded happy as a peach. DA. Part 2. Ors DA, 5th Division Barracks, Soul Society. While not the Force, Reiatsu could act as a pretty good substitute if you were skilled enough. And while currently my control was shot all to hell and slowly recovering, I was fortunate enough to inherit all of my past self's skills. That came in useful from the very beginning. For example, as good as the members of the stealth force were, I could still sense them shadowing me, Captain Soifon included. While not really surprising, that made things both harder and more interesting. I flash-stepped relatively slowly into the courtyard of my division and smiled kindly at the seated officers and regular members. They were all for now loyal to me, had an extremely high opinion of me as well. In a nutshell, they were a valuable asset, one Aizen discarded without a second thought, simply because as far as he had been concerned, they were of no real combat value with the obvious exception of Hinamori, and even she was more useful as a tool to break Hitsugaya than anything else. It was such a damned waste that for a moment I was left speechless, wondering the fuck did my previous self think. Then it dawned on me, it wasn't simple megalomania. The conflict Aizen had envisioned against Soul Society was never meant to be a real war. It was supposed to be both a pissing contest and a distraction, until my past self could evolve through the Hogyoku, enough that no one and nothing could face him. The sheer, bloody, stupid arrogance and superiority complex. No wonder Kuoka had been ready to fuck him over at the first convenient opportunity. You know, you're part of my soul now, my very being. I'm not going to discard you, Apprentice. I certainly hope so, Master, Kuoka said with a pulse of hope that filled me with warmth. It was nice, and not only because it was something I've seldom felt in the past. My precious subordinates, as you can see, I'm reasonably well and, most importantly, very much alive. I addressed my soldiers who wasted no time gathering around me once they sensed my arrival. Considering the security mishap we suffered tonight, not to mention the invasion happening as we speak, I want security of our barracks increased. Seated officers, that's your primary concern right now. Further, as ordered by the Captain General, I'll be handling the invaders personally. If and of you run into our uninvited guests before I can have words with them, Please offer them an invitation to meet me and avoid conflict unless they're in the process of attacking one of our people." I paused for a moment to give my words time to sink in. "Lieutenant Hinamori, please come with me. We have things to discuss. The rest of you, you have your orders. Those who aren't on duty tonight, do get some rest." I calmly walked through the crowd, receiving well-wished and giving reassurances. If at all practical, 5th Division wasn't an asset I was going to casually abandon, much less discard. Momo preened at my attention and fell back a step behind me with a beaming smile. I've rarely witnessed such devotion, yet my previous self had the gall to waste her potential. Why? Because she was generally a nice and gentle girl. It was the same foolishness a stereotypical Sith would do, something that I loathed back in the day. To think that I've been acting as one without the dark side fucking with my mind. That was something that I wasn't sure I would live down anytime soon, if ever. Kuoka giggling at me didn't help. She wasn't going to let me forget the stunts, not to mention the sheer arrogant stupidity I've been up to as Aizen. Soon we got to the barracks entrance, and my division dispersed with seated officers shouting orders. Ah, the joy of having competent subordinates, loyal too. Fuck Aizen for throwing them away without second thought. Well, fuck me as well for being a bloody imbecile. "Sush you," I snapped at Kuoka without real heat as she began laughing her ass off at my predicament. We got back to my office and I took a moment to reacquaint myself with it. The damn place was rather small, and with all the books cramped on shelves and in various cabinets, it was quite cramped. And that was without any trace of the usual paperwork that came in with being a captain. This was just my personal library. Well, my past self had a few redeeming features after all. I had to give the bastard that much. No, Kuoka, I'm not admitting that I was Sosuke Aizen, megalomaniacal cunt extraordinaire. That's a good start. He almost never cursed, even in his mind. I got the impression of Kuoka nodding sagely. You, on the other hand. I've spent a lot of time with the grunts, both in the trenches and during training, as you very well know. It was one of the things that kept me going all stereotypical Sith, or turning like my past self did. Well, Aizen did train his subordinates a lot as well. We both know he never saw himself as one of them, no matter the role he played in front of them. Me, on the other hand? Before I had any powers, I began my journey as a soldier and a pilot, as one of the grunts. That never really got away and kept me relatively sane-ish as long as I had at least a few close people to help me hold to myself. People you currently lack, Master. Once we get you into properly mastering our Bankai, I won't be of too much help in that regard. And even at the best of times, Retsu Unohana won't be suitable either. We both know what she is. The odds are you'll both draw the worst in each other. Kuoka sighed. Worthy opponents, my master. I winced at that. I knew very well what she was talking about. Captain Aizen, are you all right? Hinamori's worried voice brought my attention to what I was supposed to be doing. There's nothing to worry about. I just had an enlightening conversation with my Zanpakuto. I offered with a smile. Do take a seat. Do you want something to eat? I'm up to midnight snack, Captain Unohana's orders. With those words, I went to one of the cupboards containing food preserved with bakudo. Shinigami did need food too, in order to help restore their reiatsu. The more powerful they were, the more sustenance they required, especially when active. In contrast, the ordinary souls stuck in Soul Society awaiting reincarnation would rarely need anything to eat, with the weakest of them unlikely to ever get hungry. I offered Momo a slice of watermelon while picking up a plate of rice with chicken for myself. A creative application of a Hado spell got my food warm, and everything went according to plan, until I sat behind my desk and got to the utensils, which were chopsticks of all things. It was a very good thing that my fingers remembered how to use them, because before my sting as Aizen, I had never ever touched something like that. Not to mention that forgetting how to use chopsticks would have been not only embarrassing, but might give my minders another reason to suspect that something was wrong. Precisely what I didn't need at this point. And I was rambling in my head. Joy. First things first, are you all right, Momo? It must have been a grave shock to see the body of that infiltrator with my face. I spoke as kindly as I could and put a liberal dose of genuine concern in my voice. Hinamori fidgeted in her seat. It was, it was terrible, Captain Aizen, she exclaimed with tear in her eyes. Shh, I'm all right, and if I can help it, I won't be going anywhere. I offered her a kind enough smile it could be weaponized and rot someone's teeth. I know you need some time to get over the shock. Everyone in our division needs it, in fact. Unfortunately, right now, time is a luxury we don't have. What do you know about the invasion, Momo? And I don't meant rumors. What do you know as facts? I inquired and attacked my meal with a gusto. Unohana was right, or perhaps it was a placebo effect. But as soon as I began eating, my reiatsu became a bit more stable. I've heard all kinds of rumors, Captain Aizen, but, she hedged, they're here about Rukia Kuchiki, aren't they? That's my understanding as well. I nodded after swallowing a bite. Aizen was known for his impeccable manners, and even if I could get away with being a bit scruffy and uncivilized, thanks to my recovering memories, I couldn't allow to push it too much. No matter if it was conscious or unconscious decision. If I wanted to sell a deception that might allow me to remain in Soul Society's good graces, I had to be damn careful, lucky too. So no speaking with my mouth full among other things. Where was I? Fuck my mind, I needed it clear and focused right now, not running off to minor details at the first prompt. I took another bite to buy myself a few moments to gather my thoughts. That's kind of nice, even if it's against the law, Momo muttered and finally took a bite of her watermelon. It's commendable, really, especially in contrast with what we're currently doing to one of our own for no good reason. As far as I'm concerned, executing Rukia Kuchiki because she did what she had to in order to survive, especially when she didn't get a proper trial, is foolish in the extreme. What was she supposed to do? Let a hollow eat her? That boy who leads her rescue attempt, and perhaps even his family in order to uphold the short-side law? I shook my head in frustration, which wasn't feigned at all. Of course, I conveniently failed to mention that it was yours truly, or at least my past version, who engineered this debacle. Then again, knowing Central 46 and their infinite wisdom, they might have done something equally idiotic without any help at all. Really, what my past self did was as much to ensure the verdict and orders he needed happened when he needed them to, as to keep the government from doing something idiotic and disruptive when he was about to leave Soul Society. It's tragic and frustrating when you put it in such a way, Captain, Momo grumbled. It is, isn't it? I let more of my frustration show. Well, we're about to see if I'm right in my suppositions about our intruders. Once we're done eating, we're going to search for them. But first, we'll meet those already in custody, including Rukia Kuchiki. There have been more than enough hasty actions as of late. We, Captain? We, Momo. You're a nice person and someone our guests would find it easier to connect to. You can put them at ease as well, and thus we'll have a better chance of a civil conversation once we meet them. Because who knew? You caught more flies, bees, and potential future minions with honey instead of acting like a condescending asshole. News at 11. Seriously, what is with people letting power go directly to their head and acting like imbeciles, both here and back in the Kuoka galaxy? At least back home, some of us had the excuse of the dark side, whispering sweet nothings in our heads. And to think that my past self had started so well with his kind persona, only to discard it for no good reason. I wanted to scream at the mere thought. You're a tiny bit bitter, aren't you, Master? Who? Me? What gave you such a preposterous idea? I spoke in my head with as much biting sarcasm as I could manage, to Kuoka's great amusement. 3rd Chapter 2, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 2. DA, Part 3. DA, Detention Center, 6th Division Barracks, Soul Society. While our first stop was to visit a prisoner, we didn't go to see Rukia right away. Instead, we made a detour to the 6th Division, officially to gather information, unofficially to stir up trouble and play up the image I wanted to project for the whole Soul Society to see. Unsurprisingly, Byakuya met us at the entrance, likely warned by our shadows once I mentioned to my lieutenant where we would be stopping first. Captain Aizen. Kuchiki stared us down impassively, ignored Hinamori as well. The way he acted was a perfect example for old core nobility, complete with being born with a stick up his ass. Really, he would fit right in the high society circles on Coruscant and thousands of other worlds back home. Captain Kuchiki, I greeted with a smile. Lieutenant Hinamori and I nodded at Momo, making not so subtle dig at his disregard for her, are here to speak with Lieutenant Abarai about his encounters with our invaders. You have no need to talk with that fool, Byakuya stated flatly. On the contrary, he had met the invaders multiple times. I would have his opinion and observations from the source before I confront them as the Captain General ordered. There was more than enough disruption and destruction already, not to mention the increasing number of Shinigami in need of 4th Division's particular talents. I spoke softly, smiling as the kind scholar my alter ego used to present himself as. Kuchiki had the gall to briefly glare at me, even though my request was perfectly legal and in line with the personality everyone was familiar with. Still, he stared at us for a long while before eventually giving us a small, curt nod. Splendid! I beamed at Byakuya and had to restrain myself from clapping in order to irritate the bastard. Pray tell, Captain Kuchiki, while I do not have a sister myself, either of my own flesh and blood or adopted, I can't really see myself doing anything less but my utmost to protect someone so close to my heart if they were to be put on a trial, or even worse, sentenced to death. Why, in fact, I would protect my precious subordinates and friends with everything I have. At that, I glanced fondly at Momo, making sure she saw it, before I returning my gaze to Byakuya, looking at him with a frown. Naturally, I would do nothing less for any sister of mine, for a beloved sibling of my deceased wife. I smiled, showing a bit of my true self. I would set the world to fire in order to protect them. With those parting words, I walked past Byakuya, an exalted Hinamori skipping behind me. Kuchiki? He stood still like a statue and stared at the courtyard with unseeing eyes. Day. The detention center was no different from those available in practically all barracks. It was a large room separated by metal bars. That usually would be no obstacle whatsoever for any Shinigami worth their salt, if it wasn't for the seals and cuffs blocking Abarai's Reiatsu and thus making him no stronger, or faster for that matter, than an ordinary baseline human. As he was, sitting on the floor with his arms bound behind his back, there was no way he would be getting out of there without outside assistance. Lieutenant Abarai. I nodded politely. Captain Aizen. Sir? The red-haired Shinigami looked at me with such confusion that he stumbled over his greeting. What's with you 6th Division people and ignoring the presence of Hinamori over here? She is a lieutenant as well and more than earned her rank. I snapped, earning myself even more points with Momo, not to mention played it up for the audience. My apologies, Captain Aizen. I'm sorry, Lieutenant Hinamori. Abarai bowed his head, demonstrating that Byakuya had actually taught him some sense, and he could act as a civilized being when he used his head. Accepted. Now, Lieutenant, what can you tell me about our plucky invaders? You met them on multiple occasions and engaged them in combat twice, I stated. You also lost twice, which given your record is extraordinary. Do tell us about them. I spread out my arms in expectation. I've really seen 2 of them, a loud, obnoxious teenager with orange hair and another one, slim, long black hair, glasses. I'm pretty sure the latter is a Quincy, Renji began. A Quincy? Momo exclaimed. Aren't they supposed to be extinct? Apparently not. Let's hope we'll be able to keep that boy out of the sights of our resident mad scientist. What he'll do to such a test subject, I spat, doesn't bear thinking about. Did both of them defeat you, Lieutenant Abarai? It was the same one, Kurosaki. Ichigo Kurosaki, I think, Renji supplied. The first time is understandable. We do get sealed when going to the living world for a reason, I offered kindly. Now, losing here in Soul Society when you could use your abilities to the full, I trailed off. Please tell me, what did that boy desire? Why did he risk the wrath of Gote 13? Rukia, the fool's here to save her. Ah, I see. I gave him a sad smile. I see indeed. The way you say her name, I chuckled fondly. You're in love with the girl, aren't you, Lieutenant Abarai? It's understandable then, you want to be the one to save her, to protect her. Your blade was dull when you faced this Ichigo Kurosaki. Your intent wavered because deep down, all you wanted was for someone to rescue the woman you love. I understand. You stood no chance, and it wasn't your fault. I nodded solemnly. Both lieutenants in the room stared at me with gaping mouths, and I'm sure even our shadows, perhaps even Captain Suifon, looked at me incredulous. I've learned what I need from you, Lieutenant Abarai. Do get better. And if you have any message for Rukia Kuchiki, I'm offering to bring it to her. In fact, meeting her is my next objective, so she could shed some light on this whole unpleasant affair. Renji gaped like a fish for long moments before shaking his head and looking at me as if he saw me for the first time. For what's worth it? Thank you, Captain Aizen. Tell her that I'm sorry. Renji grimaced and stared numbly at the floor. I understand. I'll relay the message. Goodbye, Lieutenant Abarai. I wish you fast recovery. With those parting words, I placed a hand on Momo's shoulder and gently flash-stepped us towards Rukia's prison. I must admit, it has been a long time since I had so much fun. Palace of Pentience. Soul Society. Rukia's cell at the top of the Palace of Pentience was overkill by any and all reasonable standards. She was here because of my past self's orders, which demonstrated that he was apparently a terrible cunt for the sake of being terrible cunt. It was what a Sith who lost himself in the suffering of others would do. Well, to be fair, for said terrible cunt, the primary reason was to screw with Byakuya's head, because for some reason he wasn't able to properly describe, Aizen loved to indirectly fuck with the man's head. Granted, Byakuya could be a stuck-up prick with the best of them, but that wasn't really an excuse for this amount of shit. I shook my head as we landed on the bridge leading to the topmost cell. I grit my teeth, doing a passable impression at words failing me. Momo, if you don't wish to come inside this damn place, I won't blame you. Hinamori shook at my suggestion, then straightened up her spine and a look of determination appeared on her face. Where you go, Captain, I'll follow. Besides, Rukia can use a friendly face, or 10. Momo declared with conviction. Damn straight. I nodded in pride and led the way. Good girl. I added quietly enough that only she should be able to hear me, thus earning myself a blinding smile. All it took for us to be permitted to enter was my glare at the guards. Either that, or our shadows had arranged that we would face no issues. It could be either way. When you fucked up enough that kindly Captain Aizen glares at you with contempt, you know you're in deep shit and you've either done or doing something that you really shouldn't. Once they opened the door and we went inside, it immediately became obviously why the guards might have reasons to feel bad. Rukia Kuchiki was one of our own, yet she had been stuck in this place for too long already. A large empty cage, left with only a simple white kimono for dress, and worst of all the damn collar around her neck, which wouldn't let her forget her situation even for a single moment. She looked like hell too. Wild hair, 1,000-yard stare in her empty eyes. Hell, she didn't even acknowledge our presence once we entered. Rukia, Momo exclaimed and ran to her acquaintance's side. Hinamori, Rukia croaked with a voice that broke with long disuse. Hey there. Momo wasted no time and pulled the other girl in a bone-breaking hug, which she soon returned and sobbed in Hinamori's shoulder. I kept quiet for a bit, paying little attention to their quiet whispers. Eventually I cleared my throat, which made them both stiffen and suddenly jump away from each other with mortification. Ms. Kuchiki, I apologize for the way Gote 13's treating one of our own. If it was up to me, you would have been set free a long time ago. This travesty of justice is beyond the pale. I waved a hand around. The less said for the foolish orders to execute you, the better. I grumbled. Thank you, Captain Aizen. Rukia sniffed before gathering herself and standing up proudly to fake us. I wish I was here with better news, but sadly, I shrugged. In its infinite wisdom, our government isn't listening at this time. I understand, sir. To her credit, her raspy voice was more or less steady now. That said, once I'm done executing my current orders, I'll be personally petitioning Central 46 to see reason. Thank you, sir. Rukia bowed in gratitude. Are you here because of said orders, sir? They're part of the reason, yes. If it wasn't for certain unpleasant developments, I would be in fact in my office, trying to figure the best way to convince Central 46 to do the right thing, and thus have better chance of convincing them when I go to see them. But I digress. The primary reason I'm here tonight is my orders by the Captain General to resolve the invasion. You know the people who came to rescue you, Ms. Kuchiki. Tell me about them. Tell me how to convince them to stand down so I wouldn't have to hurt them. I implored her as earnestly as I could. You wouldn't hurt them, Captain Aizen? Not unless I absolutely have to. Please tell me about them. Rukia grimaced, and for a few endless moments she looked like a caged animal, something that brought tears of both sorrow and anger to Momo's face. Captain, this isn't right, Hinamori snapped. You're right, Momo. There's nothing right about this mess, yet we have our orders. I grimaced. Hinamori looked at me with huge, imploring eyes, as if I had all the answers in the world, as if I could simply wave my hand and fix everything. Thanks to my past self's shenanigans, that was much easier said than done. It's all right, sir, Rukia whispered. I can't expect you, much less demand anything more from you, not when… She bit her lips, though her meaning was obvious. How could Rukia ask another captain to stake everything to help her when her own older brother refused to? Now that I didn't have the dark side whispering sweet nothings in the back of my head and ensuring that I would enjoy people's misery, as a matter of course, I could actually sympathize easily. It didn't help that if we had to get technical, this whole clusterfuck was my fault in one shape or another. Tell me about your friends, Rukia. Please tell me how to save them from themselves so I could concentrate on saving you as well. I implored her, and this time she told me everything she knew. About Ichigo, about Ishida, about Chad, and most importantly, about perhaps the most valuable jewel in the group, Orihime. Thank you, Rukia. Whatever happens, I'll do my best to get them out of this alive and hopefully intact. I smiled kindly. It was something that came to me surprisingly easy. 2 things before we go. I nodded at Momo, who smiled and got out the care package we prepared for Rukia before leaving our barracks. I believe you could use a decent meal. Second, I do happen to have a message from Lieutenant Abarai. Rukia's eyes lit up at that statement. He's sorry he couldn't help you at this time. Captain Kuchiki has him imprisoned in the 6th barracks after he lost against Ichigo Kurosaki. If I read the situation right, your friend is in love with you, Rukia, and that was the reason why his heart wasn't in fighting Mr. Kurosaki. Lieutenant Abarai is torn between duty and his burning desire to help you. It blunted his blade, and if I'm not mistaken, he hoped that Mr. Kurosaki could do what he couldn't, rescue you. I bowed to Rukia and left, with Momo in tow. As we left and began our search for the mortals, I wondered what kind of harvest my efforts were going to produce. Day. Part 4. Day. Soul Society. We left a speechless Rukia behind and stepped on top of her prison. Say what you will about the place, it offered a magnificent place to observe the whole of Soul Society, or at least Shinigami Central. Currently, there were no signs of active combat, no unusual Reiatsu spikes. Momo, I wonder who aided this invasion. There aren't many people who could get living people in Soul Society, much less those with enough resources to allow them to breach the barrier. In fact, one particular name comes to mind immediately when I think about it. Who, Captain? Kisuke Urahara, the former captain of the 12th. There are days I wonder if he was the greater evil compared to our current mad scientist, I grumbled. I'm currently trying to recall what I know of that man's old haunts. I peered around Soul Society while trying to remember everything I could about this mess, both from Aizen's memories and my own. Yet it has been more than 60 years since I was present on any version of Earth. Unsurprisingly, it was Kuoka who got it first. She sent me an image of immense cave, and I got the sense that she was smugly pointing behind my back, straight at the Executioner Hill. Captain Soifon, can I trust that you and your people aren't going to overreact when we meet our first invader? I believe I know where they might be currently hiding and recovering after engaging our forces. I spoke aloud and turned my head to stare at the Bakudo concealed ninjas. Initially there was no reaction, so I raised an eyebrow in expectation. We're no longer children, Captain. No need to play hide and seek, I added. A veil made of spiritual power fell, revealing the small form of the Stealth Force's commander. She scowled at me too. What game are you playing, Captain Aizen? She demanded. Me? I'm merely doing what's right instead of what's easy. I have the suspicion that you might be faced with the same choice shortly. We both know who is Urahara's usual accomplice, and we might be meeting her shortly. Soifon was a bright woman. She must have known of the possibility the moment I mentioned Kisuke, yet my words made her shake in fury before she swiftly regained control. You know, if our dear Flash goddess really cared for you, it makes sense that she did her best not to drag you in the fallout of that mess. That's what decent people do in order to protect those they love. Once again, speaking kindly and seemingly from the heart came extremely easy. Soifon stared at me as if I just grew a second head. Now please follow me. I'm trying to remember where is the entrance. I would prefer that we don't carve ourselves a new way in, I said and slowly headed for the hill. Neither my memories nor Kuoka was in much help in remembering where the bloody door was. Day. It took us almost an hour to find the way in, and Soifon spent all that time glaring at the back of my head. Can't win them all, I guessed. When we did it, which wasn't exactly easy considering how well the entrance was protected, I merely looked at my fellow captain. Infiltration, skullduggery and such was her specialty after all. She sent me another venomous glare and busied herself with dismantling the protections and alarms without triggering them. 5 minutes it took her, which was a testament to how well Urahara had protected his not-so-secret training ground. In we went, carefully avoiding more alarms and traps. Halfway throughout the tunnel, we began hearing the clash of steel, which made my companions even warier, and we proceeded even more cautiously. Long story short, we made it undetected, in no small part due to all the racket, and because Yoruichi was too busy observing her student. She likely felt relatively safe in here, and who knows how often she had used this base with no one the wiser. Ah, complacency, it had bit better people than any of us in the arse. Soifon, go catch up with your friend and try not to rough her up too much. I'll have words with the human boy. I put on my best, kindest smile and walked forward as if I had no care in the world. This was perfect opportunity to release my bankai, to make a point and get Kuoka to go do some mischief. The captain of the second wasted no time. A conflicted look flashed over her face, and she vanished, moving faster than anyone but her target and yours truly could track. The spike of Reiatsu was enough for Yoruichi to react, and the two women clashed above our heads. I flash-stepped forward, appearing between Ichigo and a middle-aged man with sunglasses covering his eyes. They were fighting in the middle of a large tract of land covered with thousands of swords in all shapes and forms. Bankai training? Most impressive, especially for such a young human. I didn't even need to bullshit at that point. Who are you? Kurosaki pointed a broken sword at me. Captain Sosuke Aizen of the 5th Division. Rukia told me a lot about you, Ichigo Kurosaki. My Lieutenant Flash stepped beside me and peered curiously at the boy. And this is my lovely Lieutenant, Momo Hinamori. Nice to make you acquaintance. Nice to meet you. I'm not sure even he knew if he was making statement or asking a question. Certainly, Ichigo was mostly confused at this moment. Are you here to fight me? I'm here to talk. Perhaps test your resolve. What did you tell Lieutenant Abarai? That you would cut down everyone standing in your way? Ichigo, be careful, the Zanpakuto warned. Care to introduce us, Mr. Kurosaki? That's old man Zangetsu. The pride with which Ichigo spoke was unmistakable. Nice to meet you as well. I offered a respectful nod to the spirit, and I find myself remiss. I slowly drew my sword, trying to be as not threatening as possible. At that point, Yoruichi tried to prevent me from releasing my shikai, only for Soifon to slam into her from the side, and both vanished a moment later. Shatter Kuoka Suigetsu. So much for Gote 13's future trump card. Kuoka giggled in my mind as I spiked my Reiatsu, and it exploded around me in a storm of energy. Bankai, shatter thy chains, Arya. I spoke fondly. The storm broke immediately, collapsing upon itself and condensing in the form of a tall, armored woman. This time around she was a bit taller than me and wore the medium armor she used when fighting on Mandalore. Her deep blue skin shined in the artificial light, and her solid crimson eyes locked into Zangetsu, giving him a challenging look. This is Arya, my Zanpakuto. I spoke in the voice of a parent proud beyond belief. Hi there. Arya waved a hand. My second release was enough to momentarily stop the clash between Soifon and Yoruichi, with the former flashing behind me and the latter doing the same to stand beside Ichigo. There was shock and anger written all over the face of the mocha-colored woman. She knew what it meant for Ichigo to see my Shikai's release, and this was the first time anyone living saw my Bankai. "Hi," Ichigo awkwardly waved back. "Now can we speak like civilized being, or should we first put your resolve to the test, Ichigo Kurosaki? You know, the disruption you and your friends have been causing as of late are making it incredibly difficult for the few of us who are doing their best to make Central 46 reconsider their insane verdict." As I spoke, it was very hard to conceal my glee. The Arya beside me was an illusion under the control of my Zanpakuto. A very much real, solid, and dangerous illusion, but still an illusion. Her true form was invisible and concealed as much as possible, racing towards the government's compound to fabricate some evidence and backdated orders. 4th Chapter 2, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 2. Day, Part 5. Day, Urahara's not-so-secret training ground, Executioner's Hill, Soul Society. My words earned me a shunko strike aimed at the center of my forehead. Fortunately, both Arya and Soifon intervened and clashed with Yoruichi in front of me, creating a blinding explosion that threw dust and debris in all directions. Sharp stones tore into my clothes, yet they simply smashed apart against the reiatsu covering my skin, something that I only now remembered I've been constantly doing as a matter of course. A moment later, the three women took their battle up towards the ceiling. As fast and good as Yoruichi was, Soifon and Arya were more than enough to push her back. "Testing it is." I grinned and flash-stepped in front of Ichigo, slowly, oh so slowly swinging at the lad. We couldn't risk cutting him in two accidentally now, could we? What did Byakuya tell him when they faced off back in the world of the living? Renji did spread the tale once they got back. "You're slow even when you fall, wasn't it?" Well, I could honestly say that the boy had improved significantly. Nevertheless, he was slow to move, as if he was at the bottom of the ocean with countless megatons of water pressing upon him. Zangetsu acted faster, flash-stepping and rising his blade to meet my own. There was no killing intent in my swing, no real power, merely curiosity. Zangetsu, on the other hand? He was simply furious. "Tell me, Kurosaki, why do you fight?" As soon as I spoke, I began sub-vocalizing, a very useful skill I learned during a prolonged training exercise with some Imperial Special Forces types soon after I managed to claw my way out of the academy on Korriban. "Disintegrate, you black dog of Rondonini. Look upon yourself with horror and then claw out your own throat." I pressed harder against Zangetsu and stepped within his guard, pointing index and middle finger at his chest, at point-blank range. "Geki," I said aloud, unleashing the Bakudo. To his credit, the Zanpakuto almost managed to flash step away when bright red light exploded from the tips of my fingers and engulfed him. He fell to the ground with a grunt, paralyzed by the binding spell. "Now where were we, Ichigo?" "I can call you Ichigo, right, lad?" I chuckled and went after the boy. He threw the broken sword at my fake and picked up the closest one sticking from the ground. I merely tilted my head to the side to avoid the improvised projectile and went after the kid. A moment later, our blades clashed and his sword shattered. It was merely an empty shell, no personality, no power, no soul. A Zanpakuto it was not. "What do you want?" Kurosaki glowered at me. He picked up another sword, then a second in his left hand and came at me. I shattered both blades with a strike that was little more than a love tap. "To know you. Both Rukia Kuchiki and Renji Abarai spoke highly of you. She is ready to go to her death gladly if it would mean that every single one of you humans survives this rescue attempt. And Abarai, the young man in love with her. He hopes beyond hope that you might actually be able to save the woman who stole his heart." As I spoke, Ichigo picked up the next blade and attacked only to stumble in shock as my words registered. "So tell me, why are you fighting?" "I'll rescue her." Kurosaki glared at me and attacked again. Good speed, his form wasn't too bad for someone without proper formal training. There was a strength in the swing. It was just too bad that the blade itself was empty. I didn't even bother swinging this time. I simply parried and the sword blew apart on impact, showering us both with shards of dull steel. "Disintegrate, you black dog of Rondonini. Look upon yourself with horror and tear out your own throat." The next Bakudo on the list had an almost identical incantation, even if their effects were quite different. Horin. I pointed an index finger at Zangetsu, who managed to break through my previous Bakudo through sheer strength and copious amount of Reiatsu. A tendril of orange energy shot out of my finger and went for the Zanpakuto spirit as soon as he got free. It was good thing that this particular technique could be guided mid-flight, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to catch him with it just as he attempted to flash step away. The glowing chain sneaked around the man, bound his hand so he couldn't use his blade to cut it, and proceeded to tie him up like a turkey ready for the oven. "Old man," Ichigo exclaimed, "right now I'm interested in you, Kurosaki, not your Zanpakuto. Show me your resolve. Tell me why you deserve to try and rescue Rukia," I taunted. Ichigo flashed blue as his control over his Reiatsu went to hell as he lost his temper and came at me with everything he currently had. It was too bad for him that despite becoming faster and stronger, the blades he picked up and broke against Kuoka continued to be empty mockeries of Zanpakutos. I shook my head in disappointment, smashed away the next sword he picked up and touched his forehead, slamming home a Geki without bothering with an incantation. Kurosaki froze where he stood and fell on his back like a cut-down wooden log. "Are you finally ready to speak and listen, boy?" Honestly, he wasn't doing a particularly good impression this evening. When the only answer I got was baleful glare, I recalled that the paralysis of the Geki was rather good. He couldn't properly talk even if he wanted to. I released the Bakudo with a sigh and looked pointedly at the teenager. He gingerly got up to his feet and gave me a dirty look. "You stand down or I'll shove you back in Kurosaki's inner world the hard way," I promised, pointing Kuoka at Zangetsu. The Zanpakuto scrunched his face in a grimace, yet didn't attack after freeing himself from my Bakudo. He merely flash-stepped to stand at Ichigo's side. Meanwhile, Momo and the members of the stealth force stood back, weapons at the ready. However, fortunately they had the good sense not to interfere. "Rukia's my friend. Of course I came to save her," Ichigo spat. "Why do you people want to kill her anyway?" he demanded. "Don't look at me. I believe that this whole thing is particularly idiotic. I've been telling so to anyone willing to listen. Unfortunately, Central 46 isn't feeling particularly reasonable as of late, and ever since your invasion began, they're under security lockdown." "Then why aren't you rescuing her?" Kurosaki demanded. "Didn't you listen, boy? I've been doing everything I could to legally exonerate her. Your invasion isn't helping. In fact, it's reflecting very badly on Rukia and everyone who stands in her corner. All true and very much bullshit, Bantha Poodoo and worse. Even at the best of times, Central 46 was anything but sane and reasonable. Killing them all had to improve the general IQ of Soul Society in a noticeable margin. It was really for the best. Instead of continuing to do so, tonight I had to deal with an assassination attempt by an infiltrator who came uncomfortably close to stealing my memories, Reiatsu, and impersonating me. Had to spend some uncomfortable time under Captain Unohana's tender care. And finally, I was ordered to deal with your temper tantrum instead of being busy with finding a way to get Rukia out of this mess intact. At that, Ichigo stared at me open-mouthed. This was becoming a pattern tonight. It was fun at least. Day. Part 6. Chakra Central 46 Compound, Soul Society. Arya was pretty sure that almost every captain-rank Shinigami in Soul Society were busy either observing Aizen, sulking in the case of Kuchiki, or being ready to immediately deploy in case of either Sosuke going on in the deep end, or another infiltrator appearing and trying to replace one of them. It was really pathetically easy to slip within the locked-down and supposedly well-guarded government compound where Central 46 was supposed to be well protected during any and all unpleasantries like this so-called invasion. Really, what was wrong with Gote 13 that a bunch of barely trained kids could turn the place on its head? Arya had participated in real invasions. She had faced one as well. This circus had nothing to a proper planetary invasion. Either way, it was a bloody disgrace, and not just because Aizen pulled some strings to ensure it would create as much chaos as possible. Once she went inside the compound using a back door created by Aizen decades ago and not found through all the security checks afterwards, Arya could do whatever she wanted to. Her first task was simple in theory, though not so much in practice. She had to alter the dead bodies so their wounds would correspond to Tosen's and Gin's blades, which was easier said than done. Primary Tosen's as well, making it even harder. Gin himself murdered nearly half the bastards. Aizen gleefully helped as well. In fact, Tosen really accounted for less than a fifth of the slaughtered bodies littering the compound. Arya sighed. It was going to be tough, especially if her master was forced to get all out in the foreseeable future. That's why she reconsidered her first task and went to craft some fake orders. At worst, she hoped her master would be blamed for murdering the government for being criffing useless parasites, and in order to preserve the life of one of Gotei 13's more promising Shinigami. That, and perhaps because he had it with following monstrous orders. She got parchment and ink, consulted some of old records, and began crafting her magic. Orders to conduct experiments on hollowification and souls, orders to create a very special device, the one just like the one Urahara built, orders to experiment on captains and lieutenants in order to strengthen Soul Society, orders to neutralize them as too dangerous and unstable after the experiment more or less succeeded, and many more. Only when she was done with said directives and had them creatively misplaced so they could be found anyway during the investigation of Central 46's slaughter, but not if anyone merely tries to figure out if Aizen had been ordered to do his crimes, Arya busied herself with doctoring the crime scene. Of course, going to Central 46 wasn't the first thing Arya did. Her number one task was the most vital. She went to retrieve the device that could be used to extract Urahara's little creation from Rukia's soul. When she got it, Arya flash-stepped to the prison, engulfed the whole area in one of her most potent illusions, and strolled right into the cell as if she owned the place. "Rukia, Captain Aizen sent me." She smiled at the girl who still looked dazed at what Vale told her just an hour ago. It took Kuchiki extraordinary time to react to Arya's presence, even longer to gather herself and respond. She was blushing too. "Captain Aizen sent you?" she asked in a croak. "That he did. I'm here to tell you some hard truths. We had an audience before, Captain Soifon, and through her and the Stealth Force, the rest of the captains of Gotei 13. The reason you haven't recovered your powers isn't Ichigo Kurosaki. It's what Kisuke Urahara did to you when he offered you a Ngigai back in the mortal world." Arya began explaining, a bit of creative twisting of the truth, and Rukia would be hard-pressed to trust Urahara and his friends, even if they told her that water was wet. The look of hurt and betrayal that appeared on Rukia's face made Arya feel something odd. She found herself pulling the girl into an embrace, even as the influence of her Bankai made her relish in the chaos and suffering she just caused. "Shh, it's all right. I'm here to help you. Sosuke is a good man. He sent me here to retrieve that thing from your soul before it could irrevocably damage your soul. We're doing everything we can to legally get you out of this mess, and if that fails, we won't let you die just because a bunch of foolish old men and women decreed it. You're not alone, Rukia. There are people who care about you and will stand beside you, not matter what." Day. Urahara's not-so-secret training ground. Executioner's Hill, Soul Society. Damn, my temper was getting the better of me. I took in a sharp breath and did my best to rein in my emotions. "You're doing all that?" Ichigo asked, looking at me with a mix of distrust and awe. "Rukia is one of our own. Unlike some people, I won't leave one of my precious comrades be executed just because she did what she had to survive." I scoffed. "That's an utterly infuriating and foolish notion." Kurosaki nodded in agreement. "My thoughts exactly," he exclaimed. "Rukia did nothing wrong." "Well, technically she should have called and explained the mess she got both of you at the beginning. Captain Ukitake is one of the best and most understanding people in Soul Society. Even as we speak, he is Rukia's strongest supporter. And her own older brother isn't," Ichigo grumbled. "I gave him a piece of my mind earlier tonight." I smirked, twice at that. Kurosaki offered an almost matching smirk of his own. Serves him right, the bastard. I can't even conceive of standing by if someone wants to hurt my sisters, much less support something like their execution. Laws be damned. We're in agreement then. You know, you look familiar. If it wasn't for your hair color, you would be almost a mirror image of a now-deceased friend of mine, Kai and Shiba. I looked closely at Ichigo. "I'm a Kurosaki, So unless he had a family in the real world, it's possible, I guess. Or it would be if the Shibas weren't a former noble clan who are now exiled out of Gotei 13's directly administered territory. I sheathed my sword, even though I obviously kept my bankai ongoing. Needless to say, the huge cave continued to echo with explosions, not to mention the flashes of light that almost constantly lit it up, while the three women continued to clash above us. I wouldn't know. My mother died years ago, and my father... He scowled. There's no way that idiot is a Shinigami. Ichigo's eyes scrunched in thought. Did you just say Shibas? Oh, you know of them. The teen grimaced and looked guiltily. It was Kukaku who helped you, didn't she? She used that Kido cannon of hers to breach the barrier. It makes sense. Did she recognize you, I wonder? The more I look at you, the more you remind me of Kaien. Of Isshin too, for that matter. I'm sure that was why Rukia didn't think twice of offering you her power and wanted to be close to you in the living world. She told me everything. For the second time tonight, Ichigo made a great impression of a fish out of water. Isshin, he choked. That's Dad's name. There was an Isshin Shiba. He used to be the captain of the 10th before being promoted. Then about a century ago he vanished without a trace. He was a good man, however, as you say, a bit of an idiot. A loud one too, like most Shibas, with Kaien being a pleasant exception to the rule. As I said, the resemblance is uncanny. I made a show of peering closer at him. And you have sisters, you say? Good for you. I'm sure Kukaku Shiba would love to meet them once we've resolved the mess we find ourselves in. Yeah, that might be nice, Ichigo said weakly while sweating. The way things were going, soon I might be Gotei 13's least problem. Damn, I hadn't had this much fun in ages. I've learned what I need, Ichigo Kurosaki. Do go on and hurry up in achieving your bankai. If I fail to exonerate Rukia legally, she'll need your help soon. Don't worry about your other friends. I nodded at Momo. We'll make sure they're safe and sound. I turned around and headed for the exit, with a dazed Hinamori and our ninja minders falling in around me. Arya and Soifon. I'm not sure they even noticed our departure. They were too busy playing with Yoruichi. 5th Chapter 3, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 3, DA, Part 1, Wakadie, Meeting Hall, Division 1 Barracks, Soul Society. Nearly half of the captains were present, keenly observing Aizen's actions through a direct video feed provided by Captain Soifon of the Stealth Force squad she had with her while shadowing the captain of the 5th Division. What they saw was both reassuring and concerning. There were more than a few moments when the man they observed acted as the Aizen most of them knew. A nice, kind man who was concerned about everyone around him. Yet, and there most certainly was a yet, as the night progressed, he showed more and more traits no one had seen him display before. While not exactly unthinkable, the idea that he had somehow recalled the previous existence of his soul in full made sense. It was logical. Someone messing up with the man's memories, and Reiatsu could prompt such an awakening, especially combined with the gradually appearing signs he had been displaying for some time. That was just it. For Captain General Yamamoto, such a turn of events was very convenient and reassuring. Too convenient. For all they knew, Aizen was compromised at best, either by the infiltrator, whose body destroyed itself, leaving no trace, or by his regained memories. The short interrogation in 4th Division's barracks was somewhat reassuring. Yet the way Aizen acted now, if he was 1,000 years younger, Yamamoto would have huffed. It was logical that a man like Sosuke Aizen would be unsettled against verdict, leveled against Rukia Kuchiki. Along with Jushiro and Shunshui, he would be the most sympathetic. Next came the infant Toshiro Hitsugaya, followed by a number of captains who could decide to support or oppose the government's decision on what lesser men would call a whim. Naturally, there were those who would back Central 46's decisions no matter what, if for different reasons. Soifon, who was now busy engaging a former friend, Byakuya, who would do what he had to, even if it would tear him from within. Komamura and Kaname. Ichimaru might do it because it was in his nature, and the captain of the 12th, who was currently up to no good outside, well, he simply didn't care. Retsu Unohana, the former Kenpachi, the only one to live to retire into a more sedate division, Well, she had been officially neutral so far. In her case, it depended if her bloodthirsty nature would rear its ugly head, in which case she would support the execution for obvious and wrong reasons, or if she would let the part of her that made her a great healer sway her into mercy, against for the wrong reasons. In her case, it was more concerning the interest she showed Aizen. Something like that hadn't happened in centuries, perhaps even longer. On that account, compromised or not, Yamamoto honestly pitied the young man. On the other hand, unleashing Unohana on him and standing aside might be for the best. One way or another doing so was likely to solve the Sosuke Aizen problem. However, that was a medium to long-term solution, which was an issue. Unless they heard from Central 46, the execution was to happen today at noon, in about 10 hours or so, in other words. In theory, there was just enough time for a petition to make Central 46 reconsider their decision, which honestly might be for the best. All things considered, Yamamoto currently had bigger issues to deal with, and it was always a waste to lose a promising Shinigami over politics. It was just too bad that all the alternatives attempted in the past eventually became corrupted, worse than any iteration of Central 46 has ever been. Yamamoto narrowed his eyes at the projected skirmish happening not so far away. He was getting too old for this. He was missing things. Things like the large cavern below the Executioner's Hill, Yoruichi Shinoin's presence in Soul Society, which in turn meant that the exile Urahara had his fingers all over this mess. Was this merely to stir up trouble, or did he finally lose what little sense he had and decided to use infants as distraction so he could take vengeance against Gotei 13 and the government that exiled him? That answer made sense as well. Urahara was one of the few people capable of creating an infiltrator with the capabilities described by Captain Aizen. Either that, or the intruder had a Zanpakuto with abilities the 2nd Division in general, and the Stealth Force in particular, would commit mass murder for. Yet again, such a conclusion would be too neat, too convenient, and real life was rarely so obliging. Coincidences did happen after all. They could be very useful. Yamamoto learned nearly 2,000 years ago to never trust them. That's why he remained silent, kept an ear to the quiet conversation of the gathered captains, and simply continued to observe. He needed more information before he could allow himself to act. Doing something rashly would likely cause more harm than good at this point, when he didn't know in whose hands he would play by doing so. Then there was the matter of the young apparent leader of the human invaders, apparently the son of Isshin Shiba of all people, and wasn't that another massive headache waiting to happen? Soul Society. As a rule of thumb, when Kurotsuchi of all Shinigami was up to no good, you either had to run away screaming without looking back and hope for the best, or run in the direction of the trouble in case you had the power and skill to do something about it. Leaving the captain of the 12th Division without adult supervision for any meaningful amount of time was never a good idea. He was somehow worse than Zash on a bad day, and that was saying something. The moment we arrived above the ravaged stairway leading towards the buildings below the Executioner's Hill, it immediately became obvious that an intervention was a very good idea. I didn't particularly care about the Quincy boy trying to murder the clown for good. I actually wished the lad luck. However, those two fools putting a precious asset like Oriheim in danger, that was unacceptable. Momo, retrieve and protect the girl. I nodded at the red-haired teenager wearing standard Shinigami outfit, cowering on the edge of the battlefield. I'll deal with those two. I pointed an index finger at each bloody idiot and sent a Byakuya piece at them. 2 bolts of condensed lighting struck from my fingertips and slammed into the ground, making the Quincy and Kurotsuchi jump back and glare at me. A moment later, I landed in between them and offered them a smile that held no trace of Aizen's usual kindness. Kurotsuchi, Quincy boy, explain yourselves, I demanded harshly. My tone alone was enough to give a pause to our resident mad scientist. The teenager, on the other hand, glared balefully at me and had the sheet temerity to point his bow at me. I shook my head and Flash stepped at more or less normal combat speed, which when in Bankai was just below Yoruichi. Facing her or Soifon with their mastery of the art would force me to push my body to its current limits, even if it should be doable, even without mind-fuckery courtesy of Kuoka Suigetsu. The boy did shoot a stream of arrows my way, which conveniently forced Kurotsuchi back. The Quincy, Ishida, did jump back as fast as he could in order to keep the distance between us open, however he simply wasn't fast enough. A Geki saw him paralyzed, which allowed me to pluck away his bow and gauntlet with ease, leaving him more or less harmless. Carriage of thunder, bridge of spinning wheel. With light, divide this into 6. I sub-vocalized. In the next moment, I was in front of a glowering Kurotsuchi who was muttering something about finally getting to vivisect another Quincy, thus giving me another Zash vibe. Nope, not going there. I slammed the spell into him, freezing him in place for a few moments. I'll be dealing with the invaders personally, Captain Kurotsuchi. Don't you have some cute, fluffy animals to torture or something? Or perhaps you should find a way to improve the barrier protecting the heart of Soul Society against further intrusions. I sneered at the bastard and moved away, picking up the paralyzed Quincy before grabbing the girls and heading for my barracks. The intruders should be more or less safe in my detention cells for the time being. DA. Part 2. Day. Detention Center, 5th Division Barracks, Soul Society. Surprisingly enough, my brand new Quincy prisoner didn't know all the vital information about the equipment he was using. Like that nifty gauntlet of his, those artifacts were old, dating to the Shinigami Quincy War 1,000 years ago, which while before my time was extensively documented. After all, at my rank it was no secret that we didn't actually wipe out all the Quincy's worldwide, just the great majority of them. There were a few smaller groups scattered here and there left, who had 2 notable distinctions. They didn't go out of their way to destroy hollows, and more importantly, they were small, and thus didn't attract enough hollows to become a problem. Some of them scattered, other died for various reasons. Couple had to be exterminated when they either went all vengeance hungry, like Ishida over there, behind the bars, and a few simply lived their lives and died peacefully, eventually becoming nothing more than myth and legend. And my mind was again going off on tangents. I had to do something about that before it distracted me in the wrong moment and I got myself skewered or worse. Where was I? That gauntlet, yeah. I rolled it over in my hand and shook my head chidingly at the Quincy. You know, lad, your ancestors weren't fools. While this was their trump card, a way to even the odds even against Bankai, the damn thing could be removed without activating, obviously. Otherwise, if damaged or yanked off during combat, not of your own volition, it could have unpleasant repercussions. Ishida said nothing and just kept glowering murderously at me. Orihime, on the other hand, she wasn't in the cell with him. Instead, she was upstairs with Momo having a snack. Subverting and utterly confusing kids, it was too easy, really, not that I was going to complain. So what were you thinking, coming here? While rescuing your friend is a commendable, given your nature and the hatred that you reek of, I somehow doubt that was the real reason. You just wanted an excuse to kill some Shinigami, perhaps the opportunity to go out in a blaze of glory, I studied him carefully. Really, it could be either way with him. I didn't really know much about the boy. As far as Aizen was concerned, he was merely a regular Quincy, while very rare, perhaps the last of his kind. Really nothing of interest, or so my still chumming memories suggested. What and how Ishida was supposed to be, my old memories were decidedly unhelpful on that front, an all too common event. All the answer I got was more glowering. Fine, be like that, you can cool off over there. I shrugged and went to stash the Quincy weapons in a secure locker in my office before meeting with Orihime. I had plans for the girl, both in Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. One of the possible outcome of my current gambit was only partially deflecting the blame for Aizen's past actions, in which case there was still the option of presenting myself as a misguided fanatic who did everything for the sake of Soul Society. That might buy me some lenience and most importantly time, especially if turned up to help during certain potential fuck-ups. I could vaguely remember 2 events in the future that would put Soul Society over the barrel. A major fuck-up of Kurotsuchi that would bury a large chunk of the place with something resembling Reiatsu-infused clay. The other was a Zanpakuto rebellion. If nothing else, being helpful when those happened would help shake the confidence and resolve of a lot of people. I found that I've acted on autopilot as I sealed the container with Kido and shook my head. Those episodes weren't a good sign. It was too bad that I won't be getting any rest for the time being. I sighed and went to the mess hall, which was mostly empty. There were only 10 of my people drinking tea or having a late-night snack, Momo and Orihime included. I found my lieutenant in the far corner, talking animatedly with the young human, and both were giggling over something. I got myself a snack as well as a cup of boiling tea and went to join the girls. "You two are all right, I take it?" I asked as I made myself comfortable. "I'm fine, Captain," Hinamori chirped. "Orihime here is as well as one could expect." "Good. Now, Ms. Orihime, I understand that you have a very curious power that you can reject?" I cut straight to the chase. "I'm afraid that the way things are going, your friend Rukia might need your specific talents, as well as one dear friend of mine. If my suspicions are correct, you can help heal Captain Yukitake. He has been suffering of a rather unpleasant disease for the longest time." Orihime's eyes widened and she nodded eagerly. "I'll do my best," she declared. It was very rare to meet someone this innocent. "That's great. I'll appreciate it, and I'm sure that Gotei 13 will as well. I'm sure you'll do it with no strings attached." I paused as she nodded again. Not only that, but she seemed offended that we might require to reward or even pay her for her talents. However, doing so would help a lot when the time comes for you and your friends to answer for your Shadow's shenanigans. I won't lie to you. While your intentions are noble, you did attack Gotei 13 in what was practically an act of war. There are dozens of wounded Shinigami being treated at 4th Division, and the material damage— I offered a pained expression. "It's significant. As if that wasn't enough, someone is using, perhaps even engineered your invasion to use it as a distraction." Momo blanched at that, and I nodded at her, prompting her to explain. "It's true," Hinamori muttered in a small voice. "Someone used the chaos to sneak all the way here tonight and attack Captain Aizen," she said with tears forming at the corners of her eyes. "It was an infiltrator who looked just like him, and while Captain Aizen managed to dispatch him," Momo growled, "we all saw the body and thought the worst." "What we're telling you," I spoke gently, "is that there are going to be consequences for what your group did, especially if I manage to avoid taking responsibility for my past self's crimes. In that case, in predictable fashion, people will need someone else to blame. Tosen might fit the bill by himself, but that was the best-case scenario, something I didn't dare hope would actually happen." "It wasn't supposed to be like this," Orihime whispered. "Why did you have to sentence Rukia to death?" she asked accusingly. "An excellent question. I wish to know the answer as well, and if I manage to put an end of this invasion of yours fast enough, I might just have enough time to do something about this mess through the proper channels." I grimaced. Even if my past efforts were less than successful. Just think about it. I'll speak with Jushiro and Captain Unohana, our best medic, so we can schedule something as soon as practical. I finished and dug into my snack, merely observing the girls speaking. My primary objectives for tonight were complete. I met the most important humans who came to visit, planted seeds which, if nurtured properly, might turn them to my side, caused a lot of chaos and uncertainty, and most importantly, bought time for Arya to do her magic. Day. Meeting Hall, Division 1 Barracks, Soul Society. "I can't say that I expected this," Shunsui murmured with a smile, while his eyes glanced speculatively between the little human girl and Jushiro. "Speak with Captain Unohana." Yamamoto spoke for the first time since they began observing Aizen's shenanigans. "What about Aizen attacking Captain Kurotsuchi?" Komamura growled from below his helmet. "He did stop the fighting and prevented further collateral damage, took the invaders into custody," Shunsui pointed out. "I wonder if he's interested in the girl or if he's playing matchmaker between her and his lovely lieutenant," he stated in his inimitable fashion. "Most people aren't you, my friend," Ukitake pointed out. "Besides, as you said, Ms. Orihime is a little girl, both by ours and even human standards." His friend chided gently. "Fine, be that way. Neither of you has even a drop of romance in your souls," Shunsui bemoaned. "Neither appreciation for the finer things in life, generally speaking." He pouted. "You're laying it a bit thick tonight. Did your lieutenant violently refuse your advances again?" Ukitake smirked. "I'm getting closer, I know it." "Keep dreaming." A loud sigh that came from Yamamoto put an end to the friendly bickering. 6th Chapter 3, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 3. DA. Part 3. DA. Meeting Hall, Division 1 Barracks, Soul Society. A disgruntled Toshiro trudged into the captain's meeting, missing his eyebrows and scowling venomously. His hair was visibly singed as well, though there actually were no visible wounds on his face. "Captain General, I must report the capture of 2 Ryoka." The youngest captain spat. A large boy with strange power that almost feel tainted by hollow and 1 Ganju Shiba. "I believe we now have a confirmation on how the intruders got past the barrier." "A Shiba, you say?" Yamamoto murmured thoughtfully. "It lines up with Aizen's speculation." Toshiro looked at his commander. "It appears that Isshin Shiba is in fact alive and in the human world. The red-haired boy leading the Ryoka is apparently his son." Ukitake smiled. "With your permission, Captain General, I'll go speak with the boy and ensure he won't do something foolish." He grimaced. "From what we saw, he does have the Shiba's temperament." "A Shiba explain your new look anyway?" "From what I hear, they love to tinker with fireworks these days." Shunsui looked critically at Toshiro with a sympathetic smile and glanced at his old friend. "I'll come with you," he added. "We can't have those 3 fine ladies killing each other or bringing down the hill on their heads." The Captain General's students looked up at him. "Bring Yoruichi Shihoin back. I'll have words with her," Yamamoto ordered. He was going to get to the bottom of the chaos engulfing Soul Society, and someone was going to pay for it. In the same vein, once the current situation was resolved, he would discuss Isshin Shiba's indiscretions with the man himself. Children these days. Day. Urahara's not-so-secret training ground, Soul Society. Ichigo couldn't really concentrate of trying to find his Bankai's real blade, no matter what the old man said and did. The fight happening above his head was too distracting, and unfortunately it was happening too fast for him to even think about interfering. Those 3, at best they were blurs he could barely perceive, at worst he could see the Reiatsu explosions left after they clashed. That man, Aizen's words, didn't help. While he wasn't a fool, no matter what some people thought, Ichigo had to admit that he knew too little about being a Shinigami, much less about Soul Society, to even begin wondering if what he was told was true, a lie, or something in between. More importantly, could Kukaku and Ganju really be his relatives? As far as he knew, all the family he had back in the real world were only his precious sisters and goat of a father. He could scarcely believe that Goat-chin was or had been a Shinigami, much less a captain. On the other hand, his father would fit right in with some of the crazies Ichigo already encountered in this insane place. "Ichigo, look forwards!" Zangetsu snapped at him and came wielding a curved blade, forcing Kurosaki to duck below the swing. He barely parried a thrust, and his sword shattered once, making him reflexively jump back and grab for the next blade. Really, how the hell was he supposed to find the real Bankai among this forest of blades? He continued to clash with the old man, all the while the whole cave shook with explosions and debris began to fall from the ceiling. It was no real surprise that Ichigo didn't notice the newest arrivals, and it took Zangetsu ceasing their fight to stand protectively in front of them in order for him to pay attention. "Now what?" Kurosaki groaned. "He really looks like Kaien," Ukitake whispered in wonder. While he did see the boy through the cameras carried by the Stealth Force members, being here to look at the boy with his own eyes, the resemblance was uncanny. While it wasn't exactly impossible for the human to be merely a double in appearance, such things did happen if you lived long enough. The boy's looks combined with the name of his father made it all but certain. Shunsui merely hummed distractedly as he observed the battle ongoing above them with gleam in his eyes. At that moment, one of the figures up there vanished, only for a disgruntled voice to speak from behind him. "Joy, it's the shameless leech. How you still haven't gotten yourself neutered, I'll never know." He turned around with a smile and looked at the blue woman, Aizen's Bankai no less. Up close and personal, she looked even more interesting than through the video screen. "Hi, gorgeous." "Compliments will get you nowhere." The Zanpakuto sneered at him. "Are you going to do something constructive about this mess, Or will you just make things worse, I wonder? We prefer a peaceful resolution to this conflict, Yukitake promised. Go tell it to that pussy cat. Arya grumbled while rubbing her shoulder. If anything, the battle above them intensified now that there was no one to distract Soifon and Yoruichi from resolving their issues by trying to kill each other. You know what, Shunsui? An amused expression formed on Ukitake's face. I'm leaving the ladies to you, gleefully. He added and walked slowly towards Ichigo. Hi there. I'm Captain Jushiro Ukitake. I used to be good friends with your father, Mr. Kurosaki. How is Isshin doing these days? For once I'm not looking forward to spending quality time with two fine ladies, Shunsui muttered when a particular Shunko clash cracked the ceiling. What am I, chopped liver? Arya hissed, brandishing her blade. Make that 3. Can we talk about this? Perhaps go have a drink or two. Shunsui offered speculatively. You're the bloody Shinigami. You go deal with those two. The Zanpakuto pointed her katana at the fighting pair. I'm done trying to talk sense into them. If I go up there again, they'll both regret it. Arya seethed. Damned skanks. Unresolved or unrequited love? Shunsui asked in speculation. He wigged his eyebrows at the Zanpakuto too, for good measure. They both need to get laid and chill off. Arya nodded. Too wound up. She looked at the Shinigami in front of her speculatively. Don't get your hopes up, boy. You're out of your league with them. Shunsui gave her a deadpan look. Neither of them is desperate enough to go for a leech like you. Arya nodded firmly. They do have standards, even if one of them is a bloody cat. My reputation isn't that bad. You've been trying to sleep with everything vaguely female for longer than I can remember, and that's saying something. Arya huffed and vanished, dispersing in flakes of light. We must get Aizen to release his Bankai more often. Shunsui shook his head in amusement, drew his swords while still sheathed, and Flash stepped upwards, appearing between the women after they separated from their last clash. Sus Day. Part 4. Day. Division 4 Barracks, Soul Society. I had mixed feelings when a hell butterfly flew into my office carrying a message while I was busy consulting legal documents and crafting the best possible arguments to bring in front of Central 46 so they could see the light and overturn Rukia's execution. It was all a show, of course. However, the 2 squads of ninjas hanging in the vicinity, trying to be inconspicuous, kind of demanded said deception. Ichigo Kurosaki has been detained and is currently a guest at the 10th Division. Yoruichi Shihoin is in custody and will be facing interrogation in front of the captains at the 1st Division. Once an attempt to heal Captain Ukitake has been made, escort the human Orihime Inoue to the 4th Division barracks, and once she has made her attempt, come for the captain's meeting, along with Captains Unohana and Ukitake. The voice was familiar. It was Sasakibe, Yamamoto's lieutenant. There was little surprising in this missive. Thanks to Kuoka's physical illusion, I knew that Kyoraku and Ukitake managed to acquire both Ichigo and Yoruichi, in the former case before the boy could achieve his Bankai, which was a most interesting development, one that threw the old future out of the airlock even more than rest of my meddling. Well, butterflies, I guessed. The way things were going, if I had to flee, I might have to pick up Kurosaki and Orihime as well, to keep them safe for the time being, if nothing else. And I might have to flee soon, depending on what that damned cat would be saying and how much sway the planted orders and authorizations will have with Gote 13. Even if they believed in the ruse, they might still want my head on a silver platter. And then there was the issue of what the next government might decide once it formed. At any rate, I would be under tremendous amount of scrutiny for the foreseeable future, and there was that arranged negation issue for a bit after noon today. Tosen and Gin as well, they were plotting, and I actually didn't know where the later was, though I did have my suspicions. Well, there was nothing to it. I stashed my paperwork in a secure compartment, marked where I was on the thick legal tomes, and headed for the sleeping area where Momo was keeping an eye on our honored guest while resting herself. I moved silently so I wouldn't disturb my sleeping soldiers, carefully maintaining Aizen's well-crafted image. This time around I had no intention of discarding it, even if the worst happened. It was simply too useful a tool, the gentle captain who followed his orders to the letter, no matter how much they tore at his heart. Until he could no longer take it and rebelled. For the best of reasons, of course. I couldn't help it, and a bemused smile formed on my face. "Momo, please awake our guest," I said after gently awakening Hinamori. Momo blinked bleary eyes at me before recognizing me and fully awakening. "Captain," she squealed and flushed. "We've got order from the Captain Commander. First, we'll escort Mrs. Orihime to the fourth, and after she attempts to heal Jushiro, you'll bring her back, while I'll be off for a captain's meeting," I explained. Momo nodded and went to awake Orihime, who didn't feel like getting up anytime soon. This was likely the only time she slept at a safe location ever since stepping foot in Soul Society, and in the end, she was little more than a human child. It made sense she would be exhausted, both physically and mentally. Momo eventually coaxed her up, and after a brief explanation that made Inoue beam like a lighthouse, we were off. A brief trip using flash steps got us in front of the fourth, where an unseated Shinigami I wasn't familiar with led us to a room where Unohana had Ukitake sitting on a bed and was busy running diagnostic Kaido all over him. Shunsui leaned on the wall to the right, observing them with a contemplative expression on his face. He had a large angry bruise on his left cheek, and his left arm was bound in a snow-white sling. Yoruichi really did a number on Shunsui before he and Soifon could finally subdue her. Well, that was to be expected. He did open his mouth at the wrong moment, and the only surprise there was that the captain of the second didn't join her old mentor in attempting to cave in his skull and neuter him, not necessary in that order. I led my small party inside with a smile, made the necessary introduction, then looked pointedly at Kyoraku. "You've been hitting on my Zanpakuto," I stated blandly. "Well, he began smiling. "If you hit on Kuoka again, I'll have to do something terrible to you, my friend. She is off limits." "Ah, don't be like that. She's such a fine Zanpakuto, one of the best, really." "Captain Unohana, do you think that neutering might improve Shunsui's disposition? Perhaps make him more interested in his duties as a captain, too?" I inquired innocently. What no one expected was Retsu giggling at my suggestion, while Shunsui blanched, unsure how serious I was, especially when Unohana might attempt to carry it out anyway for the hell of it. That's a theory that might be worth testing. Unohana finished with the Kaido and looked speculatively at Kyoraku. "I like how you've changed as of late, Sosuke." She offered me a pleasant smile. "Me too, even though my mind is still all jumbled up, and the less said about my control right now, the better." I smiled humbly and rubbed the back of my head. Unohana nodded before turning her attention to Orihime. She first explained Ukitake's symptoms and then proceeded to quiz the girl on the way her ability worked. All the while, Shunsui glanced warily between me and Retsu, to his oldest friend's great amusement. "It might work, rejecting injuries, such a fascinating power," Retsu said with a gleam in her eye. I was sure now that she would want Orihime as a part of her division, no matter if she was still alive or not. "Do go on." Orihime nodded warily and gingerly went to stand beside Jushiro. She raised her hands, palms extended, and looked at him with impressive amount of determination. "Soten Kishun, I reject," she declared aloud, and a golden shield enveloped Ukitake. It was a fascinating and education thing to watch, especially for those with the right senses. What she did had nothing to do with regular Kaido healing, something not lost on Unohana. To think that a human has such a power. Retsu's tone became odd one more. Jushiro gasped as soon as the golden energy touched him, and he brought an arm up to his chest. Soon he was taking deep breaths, with a look of wonder on his face. Orihime wavered, sweat forming on her forehead. However, she didn't pause, much less required to stop. She soldiered on, and within a few tense minutes, it was all over. "It's done," Orihime mumbled and collapsed only. However, both Retsu and Ukitake caught her. "This," Jushiro was smiling, taking deep breaths as if he had been drowning just a moment before. "This is incredible," he declared with a look of wonder on his face. "Captain Unohana, please take good care of Ms. Orihime over here. I owe it more than I could possibly repay." "Me too, my friend. You're fine?" Shunsui asked seriously. "That remains to be seen." Unohana had to rain on their parade. She deposited Orihime to one of the free beds in the room and ran a Kaido over her. "She's merely exhausted. A few days of rest and good food should have her back on her feet. Now, as far as you're concerned, Unohana did a decent imitation of Kurotsuchi with a new toy to play with as she began running all kinds of tests over Jushiro. Well, this went better than I hoped. I beamed at Ukitake. I'm grateful you brought Ms. Oriheim to our attention and suggested she heal me. I owe you one as well. Jushiro thanked me. Nonsense, what are friends for? She really did it. There's no trace of the disease. In fact, there's absolutely nothing wrong with you. In that case, I believe we're all off to that captain's meeting. Momo, keep an eye on Oriheim here until relieved. That we are, Unohana agreed. Captain Ukitake, you're coming back for further tests and observation once we're done. Am I clear? Retsu displayed one of the patented terrifying smiles, which was more than enough to make two of the most dangerous and powerful captains stiffen and hastily nod in acceptance. Me, on the other hand? That merely made her that much more interesting. We all flash-stepped away towards the first. It was time to face the music. 7th Chapter 3, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 3, Shag Day, Part 5. Day, Meeting Hall, Division 1 Barracks, Soul Society. There were 9 captains and 1 prisoner, bound with at least 15 high-level Bakudo spells waiting for us. Interestingly enough, there was no trace of Ichimaru, which meant 2 realistic options. He either grabbed Rangiku and was busy fleeing in desperate hope he could outrun me, or he was off to the living world begging Urahara for help. Tosen, on the other hand, was right here, standing tall beside Komamura. I wondered if he could see what was likely to happen to him if my improvisation even partially worked. Yamamoto observed us through narrowed eyes. Captain Soifon, dispatch the stealth force to locate Captain Ichimaru. We'll begin without him. The captain of the second flash stepped outside for a few moments before returning. Lady Shihoin, Yamamoto began, and terrible pressure fell upon the large chamber. Explain yourself. Ma, I think I can help with this. Kisuke Urahara, the exile himself, entered uninvited, with Gin following a step behind him. My former ally had his face stretched into a butchered facsimile of a genuine smile. Though he had me now, he might even be right. Or he was fucked in the long run. We would see. I offered them a bemused smile. Kisuke, long time no see, my friend. How is the world of the living this time of the year? Urahara glared at me while hiding his expression behind a paper fan. I'm here to reopen my case. Kisuke ignored me, and to bring to light the real perpetrator along with his countless monstrous crimes, including the murder of Central 46, crafting a fake order for the execution of Rukia Kuchiki, and much, much worse. You're slipping, I pointed out, showing no trace that his accusation affected me. This question mark? It was a possible outcome from the start. Back in the day, you had much better sense of the dramatic. Unsurprisingly, after my latest stunts, Urahara had less open support that he might have had just a few hours ago. If you want me to go another round of questioning, I'm up to it, sir. I addressed the captain commander. I just have one request, that Kisuke over here answers one of my questions for every single one I answer. Granted, Yamamoto immediately declared. He gave appointed looks to his students and Unohana. The rest of us stepped back so the trio could create the necessary Kido seals, something the rest of us observed in silence. When they were done, I stepped into the one to the right, while Urahara did the same, using the second one. A moment later, all the captains began channeling Reiatsu into the spells. I drew my sword, glad that Arya's true form was still running around, now busy with a few contingencies after finishing with the most critical tasks. Kisuke mirrored my actions, stabbing Benihime into a smaller circle so the spells could properly bind us. Captain Aizen, did you murder Central 46? Yamamoto asked. A good question, very much to the point. I smiled and for second time tonight tested the limits of these interesting spells. No. My past self killed less than half of the bastards by himself, and what he did could hardly be called a murder. Self-defense, pest extermination, a favor to all worlds. Certainly. Murder. Not from where I stood. The Kido pressed upon me, testing, probing. Yet that simple words I uttered was true as far as I understood the concept. It let it go. Kisuke's eyes widened slightly. This he didn't expect. Or perhaps he did and was simply leading me into a trap. That remained to be seen. My turn. I glanced at Yamamoto for permission and got a slight nod in response. Kisuke Urahara, where did you put the Hogyoku you created? The disgraced captain glared at me for a moment, however he answered nevertheless. Into a Gigai. Answer in full. I snapped before anyone else could open their mouth and looked at the Captain General. It's important, sir. Yamamoto thought for a moment and looked straight at Kisuke. Their eyes met for a few endless seconds, however Urahara did relent in the end. I put it into the Gigai I gave Rukia Kuchiki in the world of the living. How many crimes have you committed against Soul Society, Sosuke Aizen, or whatever you call yourself these days? That depends, I began, carefully choosing my words. If Central 46 is really dead as you believe, then I've either committed no crimes of note or countless. Well, now everyone stared at me, some in confusion, others with shock, and more than a few people in glee. Extrapolate. Yamamoto's eyes cracked open as he ordered. Do I get to ask my question of Urahara first, sir? Our gazes met, and no matter how much spiritual pressure he used to try and make me obey at that point, I refused to back down. It's important he answers. I bit out, barely keeping myself from wavering. Ask, and then you will answer in full. Yamamoto's voice brooked no argument. Kisuke Urahara, what would the Hogyoku do to Rukia's soul? Why did you put it in her? I rapidly shot two questions. It's the same question. I clarified before Yamamoto's Reiatsu could try and crush me again. Surprisingly enough, Kisuke did answer succinctly, which was as much proof as I would get that he was weaving a net of his own and had a trap for me in mind. It would slowly drain her powers, turning her into a regular soul. It would be destroyed in the process, which would be for the best. That way you couldn't get your hands on it. He actually smiled now. It's your turn to answer now. I smiled right back. As I said, it depends. Central 46 was a loose end. If they're really dead so they could be silenced, I'm either guilty as the greatest traitor Soul Society ever had, or everything I've ever done has been with authorization by the government, if not direct written orders. It all depends if all records of said orders have been removed as well. Utter silence met my words. A flash of doubt flashed even through Urahara's face. Jin, on the other hand, he looked mostly resigned. He might have suspected what game I was playing now, perhaps he even believed that all I said was the truth. Well, it was true. If the records Arya crafted were still there when Gotei 13 went to check, if they passed muster, then technically everything my past self did would be legal. It was another question if those orders could shield me, even if people accepted them as genuine, thus Arya being busy with contingencies, which was less than ideal. My Bankai had already burned through nearly a third of my Reiatsu, and the food I ingested tonight did little to help in that regard. The two most interesting reactions came from Tosen, who had his blind eyes wide open and his posture made his shock painfully obvious. The second one was Yamamoto. He had his eyes fully open now as he stared at me. I'll answer the next obvious question, sir. As I stated earlier tonight, I am loyal to Soul Society, to Gotei 13's primary mission, to protect the balance between the worlds and keep all off reality from destruction. From where I stand, what I've done has been in order to strengthen us all, even if many of my actions were terrible to behold. The hollowification. Ukitake muttered and stared at me, not bothering to conceal how he felt. I glanced his way and saw the mixed feelings struggling on his face. I just got him healed tonight, yet now I admitted to what might very well be treason and worse. An experiment to further increase the power of Gotei 13, one that certain entities deemed failure to be discarded, said entities being my previous self and his superiority complex. Central 46 did that, Toshiro explained in disbelief. They were deemed too dangerous, abominations even. Komamura growled. Was it all a lie? I can't say for certain. That was even the truth. Central 46's decision had been predictable, very convenient, and that was as much as Aizen cared about that part of the verdict about that mess. That said, it was a convenient way to remove loose ends that could not be controlled. Just as the murder of Central 46 is convenient to you, Kisuke asked. It is in fact very much inconvenient. If those particular fools were still alive, the odds of me getting away with my past crimes would be even greater. Bribery, blackmail, the works. In that case, I might have been able to get myself genuine backdated orders. The real question is, if Central 46 is dead, what would you do, sir? I asked the Captain General. Captain Soifon, Captain Unohana. I'm authorizing you to investigate the state of Central 46. Determine if they're alive. If not, investigate the reasons and time of their deaths, then report. We'll continue this trial in your absence. Yamamoto's voice thundered, and suddenly, it was very hot in here. DA. Part 6. Day A. Meeting Hall, Division 1 Barracks, Soul Society. When Kisuke sent the children to Soul Society, he planted for a lot of possible outcomes. Sadly, all of them perishing was one of them, no matter how much he hoped otherwise. On the face of it, what actually happened was beyond his wildest expectations, though he wasn't going to admit it aloud to anyone. Well, perhaps Yoruichi if she became particularly insistent, and more importantly, violent. All children were alive, as far as he knew, no one had suffered permanent damage, which was good, of course. On the other hand, Ichigo failed to achieve Bankai, though not because any fault of his own. That by itself wasn't much of an issue, especially if Kurosaki didn't have to fight against another captain in the foreseeable future. The outcome of the invasion he engineered nevertheless fell very close to disastrous, and things could still turn up for the worse. Urahara managed to hear just from a couple of his agents in Gotei 13, and they were pretty sure Aizen had met all of the children, which meant all of them had seen his Shikai release and would be helpless if they ever had to face against that monster. That didn't mean much for most of them. No matter how much potential for growth they have, only Ichigo might have been ready in time. Now that was one potential trump card neutralized, a pity really. Well, no matter, it wasn't like he was going to try and send the boy as anything but an absolute last resort against something like Aizen of all beings in the known dimensions. At least he could console himself that he didn't get the children killed. Now, if he could only entrap Aizen so that Monster could reveal his real face. Kisuke Flash stepped into First Division's meeting hall. Unsurprisingly, the place hadn't changed in the century or so he hadn't been around. The captains standing inside, on the other hand, too many of them were different, not necessary for the better. And Yoruichi was right here, bound by enough spells to give even Tessai pause. That wasn't good. At least he got here in time, it seemed. Or perhaps not, as the following exchange of words and supposed truths revealed. Aizen was acting odd, though that wasn't much to go by. Kisuke would be surprised if there was anyone living who really knew the man. The monster was either playing with them or finally letting out some of his personality shine through the bullshit he had been feeding everyone for centuries. Could Gin be right? Did Aizen really plan things this way so he could blame his crimes on the conveniently murdered government and hope to walk away with a slap on the wrist at worst? That was a possibility Kisuke didn't foresee. He had been convinced that Aizen was about to abandon Soul Society for good, now that his work here was done. Urahara's mind ran through what he thought he knew about the traitor, evaluating and re-evaluating possibilities, different angles, motives. Every time Aizen opened his mouth to speak, Kisuke had to struggle to keep his composure. If they were anywhere else, under any other circumstances, he could dismiss this interrogation as a charade. However, the Kido circles they stood within were very real, just like the one examining and binding Benihime, which were identical to those keeping Aizen and his treacherous Zanpakuto honest. There was no mistaking their souls, and under the channeled Reiatsu of all the captains, including Yamamoto himself feeding the spell, even someone like Aizen couldn't succeed crafting a good enough illusion. Perhaps once he bound with the Hogyoku, an event they had to avoid at all costs, the man would be able to fool even this technique. Here and now, everything Aizen uttered was true. Oh, Kisuke knew that it was anything but full and complete truth. However, while both of them could refuse to answer a question, they had to tell the truth as they knew it. Their souls simply couldn't lie under the influence of these spells and all the power pressing upon them. And that was most concerning of all. Like right now, when no matter how much Urahara wanted to be evasive, he couldn't lie about what he did to Rukia Kuchiki, while Byakuya was right here, watching and listening. As I said, it depends. Central 46 was a loose end. If they're really dead so they could be silenced, I'm either guilty as the greatest traitor Soul Society ever had, or everything I've ever done has been with authorization by the government, if not direct written orders. It all depends if all records of said orders have been removed as well. This was a truth as Aizen knew it. Yet Ichimaru did confess that he took part of the slaughter of Central 46 alongside Aizen and Kaname. And here was the crux of the matter. Illusions. What those two saw, what they did, what they felt the day Central 46 was murdered. It could be all fake. Aizen might have been anywhere else in Soul Society, but at the government compound at that time. Technically, he might be innocent from carrying that particular crime with his own hand. Even worse, if that was true, what else that Kisuke believed he knew wasn't as it appeared. Oh, he knew that no matter the charade that Aizen was trying to pull in front of everyone, that man was anything but innocent. Proving it, though? That suddenly became much, much harder. Because right now, any piece of evidence Kisuke believed he could bring to light, everything he knew about what Aizen had done, it could be a lie he had been meant to see. Sosuke Aizen was truly a monster, and Kisuke Urahara had underestimated him yet again. I'll answer the next obvious question, sir. As I stated earlier tonight, I am loyal to Soul Society, to Gotei 13's primary mission, to protect the balance between the worlds and keep all of reality from destruction. From where I stand, what I've done has been in order to strengthen us all, even if many of my actions were terrible to behold. Kisuke felt like laughing bitterly at that. Aizen went out of his way to all but confirm that he had committed crimes, and that Gin was right, the bastard intended to get away with it. It was at that moment doubt began to gnarl at Urahara. Could it actually be true? Oh, he had no illusions about Central 46, just like every one of the veteran Shinigami in the room. Urahara knew that the government had authorized outright atrocities in the past, sometimes ordered them. Even his brainchild, the 12th Division, was now a screaming advertisement of all that was wrong with Soul Society, and unfortunately, no matter how much he wanted to do it, Kisuke couldn't lay down all the fault at the feet of that hack Kurotsuchi. What his successor did, he did it legally, following a mandate approved by Central 46. What they let him get away with, what they actually ordered him to do. Could the same be true for Aizen? Did it really matter if they did his crimes because Central 46 ordered it, or if he went to them and convinced them through bribery, blackmail, and threats to authorize his own atrocities? The sad truth was that it mattered very much. It would be the difference between Gotei 13 going after the bastard with everything they had, and at worst, nothing of consequence happening to Aizen. At that point, Kisuke's soul burned with hatred, the likes of which he had never experienced before. He couldn't let Aizen get away with everything he wrought about countless souls. As if everything else wasn't enough, Aizen continued to run his own interrogation, thus rubbing salt into flesh wounds. My turn. Kisuke gathered his resolve as he spoke. Sosuke Aizen, what are your plans for the Hogyoku? One way or another, Urahara was going to use Aizen's crimes to hang the bastard with, especially if said bastard was so keen on admitting he had committed monstrous acts already. Twofold, Aizen answered with a pleased smile, which did nothing to reassure Kisuke. First, obviously, I'm going to unfuck some of the messes done in the past. Second, I'm going to use it for its primary purpose, experiment with ascension, making a soul surpass its natural limits and thus ensuring the continued protection of the balance. You want to become a god? Kisuke accused. By doing so, there is only one thing you can aim for. You know, the more you speak tonight, the lower my opinion of you falls. Do you really believe that I want the Soul King's throne? Aizen actually began to laugh at that. He doubled over and had to use his Zanpakuto in order not to disrupt the Kido circle, which would have been highly unpleasant for everyone involved. Answer the question, Kisuke snapped. This man, he was nothing like the Aizen he had prepared to face. More lies, more deceptions, and he fell for them. That wasn't a question, but all right. I solemnly swear I do not wish to replace the Soul King. I do not want the fucking job. Unless the Soul King or his court decide to fuck with me and mine, I'm more than content to live and let live. Happy? Aizen snapped right back, speaking slowly and clearly. And just like that, with couple of sentences, Aizen dismantled most of Kisuke's plans and contingencies. What the hell did that man want? A loud explosion interrupted the stunned silence that came with Aizen's outburst. Only centuries of experience allowed Kisuke to keep his face impassive. Tessai came through. Whatever documents Aizen had planted at Central 46, even if they were genuine, were now little more than dust. Good. Now he was back in the game. Chapter 8, Part 4, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 4, Day. Part 1, Shiz Da. Meeting Hall, Division 1, Barracks, Soul Society. A second explosion shook the floor lightly. This one was a bit closer. I had the sneaking suspicion that most of Arya's hard work tonight just went up in flames. Urahara, the hell did you just do? I asked aloud. Let me rephrase. I spoke formally. Former 12th Division Captain Kisuke Urahara, to the best of your knowledge, what is the location of former Kido Corps Commander Tessai Tsukabishi? Did you order or personally arrange these two explosions, which I suspect to be the Central 46 compound and the archives? Captain Aizen, Urahara folded in his fan and smiled. I did not use Kido explosives, nor did I cause those two explosions with mine two hands. Neither did I use my Zanpakuto or another device to cause them. I did not order them. To the best of my knowledge, Tessai is at my residence back in the world of the living, where I left him when I headed this way earlier tonight. I didn't tell him to cause any mischief. I didn't suggest it. I didn't write to him. I didn't use spells to make him commit any crimes. To the best of my knowledge, he is back in the world of the living and is not the one who caused these two explosions. That said, considering that you just all but confessed to terrible crimes, it's most convenient what we both suspect, that Central 46 just went up in fire and that the second explosion was the archives. Most inconvenient, you mean, so it was your wizard friends carrying their grudge, I stated. Well played, Urahara. I wouldn't know. I haven't seen them in years. I didn't contact them, neither did I order anyone to contact them. He stated pleasantly. Of course not. He merely ensured they heard about what was happening tonight. Obviously, someone made a few excellent conclusions about my plans, and here we are, I was sure of it. Captain Komamura, Captain Kurotsuchi, investigate, Yamamoto ordered. Captain Aizen, answer plainly. Did you have anything to do with those two explosions? I threw Kisuke's words back at him, confirming that I didn't arrange for the building we were all but certain just went up, to blow up, and added, however, obviously I am the reason for their destruction. I repeat again, both the murder of Central 46 and the destruction of said buildings is most inconvenient for me. Let me ask you something, Kisuke Urahara. What is the plan? What do you hope to achieve tonight? Theoretically speaking, if I'm the monster you believe me to be, what do you think would happen? And if I am not, if all I did was merely follow orders and did what I was authorized to do you really think I will roll over and quietly fall upon my sword like a good little trooper after your vizard friends torched all the orders authorizing my past actions? You did say you're loyal to Soul Society. A cold smile stretched Gin's face. That's what good little soldiers are meant to do, fall on their swords when the situation calls for it. Like right now. He didn't bother hide his glee. I am loyal, yet I am no longer ready to lay down my life for a government that gives no fucks for the soldiers protecting it. In life, I died protecting such a government. I am not eager to fall on my sword again. However, as I said, I will risk life and limb to uphold the balance, and I will aid Soul Society against external threats, wishing its destruction. This is my truth. What is yours, Kisuke Urahara? My truth. You're a monster, Sosuke Aizen. The day you are utterly annihilated would be celebrated for centuries to come. Perhaps you had orders, perhaps not. We might never know now. What I know is that you were the one behind my exile. You tore apart the lives of 8 of our comrades, infecting their very souls with hollows. It was because of your crimes that Central 46 ordered them hunted down like animals and killed, and they weren't the only ones you experimented on, were they? How many souls did you ravage in the pursuit of your insane goals? How long have you been deceiving everyone in Soul Society? You weren't ordered to lie about the nature of your Zanpakuto. It most certainly is no water type, but instead the most powerful illusion-based Zanpakuto in the history of Soul Society. Captain Aizen, answer the question. What type is your Zanpakuto? How long have you been deceiving us? Yamamoto demanded and focused his full might upon me. It was hot enough that my clothes began to smoke. Kuoka Suigetsu, I asked, keeping my resignation to myself. If Urahara had revealed it earlier, it might have been better. Now that he ensured that any evidence Arya planted was gone, the best I could realistically hope was a long incarceration with my powers bound until a proper investigation could be carried out. That was not something I would allow for Gote 13 to subject me on, no matter the ultimate outcome. Still, it wasn't over yet, hopefully. Still, this was question that no matter if I was Sosuke Aizen or Delcatar Vale, I could answer only one way. She is an illusion type, I admitted. I've kept her true nature to myself ever since the day I achieved Shikai. I couldn't allow them to figure out that I could say some creative truths under the spell currently binding me due to my unique nature. Otherwise, I would damn myself even worse than I was currently doing. I rest my case, Kisuke declared. Could you really trust someone who has been deceiving you for centuries? A lot of confused, pained, and even angry looks converged on yours truly. I am no traitor, Urahara. No matter what I did in the past, I haven't betrayed Soul Society yet. And I dearly hope that I won't have to do so in the future in order to preserve my life and freedom. Tell me, Jushiro, why would I arrange for Orihime to heal you if I intended harm upon Soul Society in general and Gote 13 in particular? You're among the most powerful of us, and now that you're hale, you and Shunsui are only second to the Captain General. No contest there. Why would I resolve the invasion Kisuke over here engineered in a peaceful way if I was the traitor he paints me as? Let us not forget that it was his very actions against Rukia Kuchiki that began this sordid affair. You believe this to be true, Yamamoto stated, yet the overwhelming pressure trying to both crush and burn me to a crisp didn't rise up. As Shinigami, there are times we're called to do terrible things for various reasons, some better than others. Your actions do speak for themselves, both what you admitted doing and what we've seen you do openly. He paused, studying me with a heavy gaze. Yet you've been deceiving us for centuries as well. We simply can't trust you at this time. You're damned by your own words, and the evidence that might exonerate you is missing, presumed destroyed if it existed in the first place. Then it is up to you, sir. What are you going to choose, Captain General Yamamoto? I stared him down. Do you know, youngster, that you aren't the first Shinigami to regain the memories of his past life? Yamamoto stared straight into my soul as he spoke. Ah. So this has been a trap since the very beginning, complete with giving me enough rope to hang myself. Well played, old man. Well played. Fascinating. That was all I said, and despite the burning pressure, I managed to put a bemused smile on my face. As scary and powerful as Yamamoto was, the Emperor was so much worse. Kisuke, on the other hand, perked up at that and stared at me with vindication shining through his eyes. Arya? Everything is in place. I'm pretty sure it was the Wizards who bombed up my hard work. I want their heads for it, and I'll gladly help you take them off. D.A. Part 2. Day. Central 46 Compound, Soul Society. The government was dead, had been dead for weeks it seemed. That much was obvious the moment Soifon and Unohana passed through the compound's defenses. The stench of blood and decay were clue enough even before they stumbled upon the first cut-down body. The first thing they did was to hurry up and check for intruders and more or less obvious unpleasant surprises before they began investigating in earnest. It soon became obvious that the murders were all blade work, no trace of Hado or any exotic Zanpakuto effects, though a proper conclusion would require examining the bodies in depth. Nevertheless, a preliminary observation revealed that the murder weapons were similar to standard katanas, which was to the benefit of the human invaders. While said finding wasn't enough by itself to conclusively prove they weren't directly responsible, none of them had been observed wielding regular-sized blades. In fact, the only swordsman, well, if Ichigo Kurosaki had been involved in this and used his Zanpakuto, it would be obvious, especially when most corpses were stabbed, not cut. We need to call for assistance, both to take care of the bodies and hasten the search for any orders that might either help or damn Captain Aizen, Soifon concluded after checking up on the 10th body. Despite her expertise, there wasn't much she could find out without more time and equipment that was back in her division barracks. I agree, Unohana said and froze. The captains shared a glance and ran the moment they felt hollow energy condensing nearby. Soifon hissed a Bakudo incantation as fast as she could, while the older and more experienced Unohana merely raised a hand to form a shield behind them. A moment later, before they could properly exit the compound, a beam of crimson malevolent energy struck it from above. The resulting explosion was potent enough to throw the captains off their feet and demolish the well-protected building, leaving an inferno in its wake. Before they could recover and pursue, the assailant vanished, leaving the distinct buzz of sonido in their wake, something lost in the echoing roar of the explosion. Unohana was the first to recover, and she jumped in the air looking around for any traces of the attacker. Soifon followed moments later, chanting the Kido to call a hell butterfly in existence. They needed to make sure the perpetrator didn't get away. Then a second explosion shook Soul Society. Day, meeting area, Las Noches, Hollow World. For the third time since their creation, it wasn't Aizen who summoned them to gather. It was certainly the first time the order came requiring utmost haste. Only two of the Arrancars were glad to see the one who summoned them. The one was obvious, their notable leader when Aizen wasn't around, Coyote Stark. He had been fascinated with Arya since the moment he met her, because she was the closest thing to his own Lilinette, even if they were mirror images of each other. During his release, Lilinette became sealed in his pistols, while during Aizen's Bankai, Arya was released to have a body outside the Shinigami's inner world. The second person who greeted Arya cordially was Tia Haribel, the third Espada, the only one of his fellow Arrancar Stark could tolerate. "You're all here, good," Arya declared in a tone she had never used before. It was no nonsense, cold and to the point. It demanded their attention as well. There have been complications in Soul Society. Did Aizen finally mess up? Grimjow sneered. Arya raised a hand, and the blue-haired Arrancar found himself pulled in the air and clawing at his throat. Aizen's Zanpakuto turned her wrist, and Grimjow bowed back, his bones audibly cracking from the pressure she was somehow exerting upon him. "Do I have your undivided attention?" Arya demanded. "You do." Cypher spoke for them all. While the armored woman got more than a few dirty looks, no one else dared disrespect her. "Good. My master might require extraction depending on how tonight's events turn out. Either that or he'll succeed in convincing the Shinigami that he is loyal. Thus, when the time comes, we'll be able to strike at them with no one being the wiser about our existence. As you know, at this time we lack a good contingency to deal with the Captain General in straight-up combat, which makes anything but a raid against Soul Society a bad idea. Some of us are aware of the realities of the situation," Haribel allowed, "and more than a few of you believe that as you are, you can win a straight-up fight against Gote 13. I know for a fact that you'll lose such a confrontation," Arya countered. "It's a good thing that Aizen doesn't require that you commit an expensive suicide." "What does he require of us?" Ulquiorra inquired. "First, a diversion to facilitate his extraction if needed. Stark, Cypher, you'll be required to buy him enough time for the negation to take a hold of him. Haribel, you have a different mission, an extraction of a vital asset, perhaps two." Arya raised a hand and an image formed in front of the third Espada. "This is Orihaime Inoue, a human with the impossible ability to reject reality. This makes her the best healer in all known dimensions. We need her retrieved intact if the situation in Soul Society deteriorates. In that case, you're to ask her nicely to join you. If possible, I'll provide you with distraction, so anyone watching believes that she has joined us of her free will." Second, another image formed, this time of a dark-haired Shinigami. This is Momo Hinamori, my master's lieutenant. She should be with your primary target. You're to make her an offer, to join Aizen in exile so he could explain everything to her. Meeting Hall. Division 1 Barracks. Soul Society. Yamamoto stared down his reincarnated captain, trying to figure him out. In his long years as a member of Gotei 13, he had encountered an even dozen of reincarnations where a Shinigami regained the memories of his previous life, something that more often than not affected their soul, reshaping it to reflect those experiences. What that meant in practical terms was simple, yet troublesome. There could be a disconnect between the Shinigami people knew and the new personality, the reshaped soul. Such a disconnect might mean that what such a Shinigami knew as a truth, what was truth for their very soul, and any objective truth, especially about anything they had done before the reincarnation, could differ. That in practice meant that everything Aizen, or whatever the boy wanted to call himself since the events of earlier tonight, said even under the influence of the interrogation Kido, could not be necessarily trusted. As far as his soul was concerned, what Sosuke Aizen had done and what the person he was now had done could be very different things. Sosuke Aizen might have slaughtered Central 46 with his own two hands, yet the person currently bound in the Kido circle hadn't won it as far as they were concerned. While they might have been Sosuke Aizen before this night, they were not necessarily Sosuke Aizen right now. On the other hand, when asked if he was loyal to Soul Society, that man did tell the truth as he knew it. While conditionally he was loyal, he hadn't betrayed Soul Society. The problem was that Sosuke Aizen might have done it, and with Central 46 and the archives being attacked, there might not be a way to determine if what Aizen had been doing over the past centuries was a genuine treason or done under the shield of lawful orders. No matter who exactly was the Shinigami bound in the circle, he wasn't going to take the fall for Aizen's actions if he had anything to say about it. He would fight, he would rebel if it came to that, of that much Yamamoto was certain. On the face of it, the Captain General's path was clear: get Aizen under lock and key, then investigate, and if there was not enough evidence to confirm that Central 46 authorized Sosuke's actions, condemn him for good. On the other hand, the Shinigami's actions, ever since his reincarnation, were to the benefit of Soul Society, which was more than could be said about the stunts some of the other youngsters did over the past few weeks. The way they handled this invasion, for example, was nothing less than a complete disgrace. Gotei 13, outwitted and often outfought by literal infants. The truth of the matter was simple. Could Yamamoto trust this reshaped Sosuke Aizen? Would this man betray them? The answer of the second question was obvious. For a simple reason, the Captain Commander was sure what Central 46 would order after reforming. They would never trust someone who might have engineered the annihilation of their predecessors, and at that point, Gotei 13 will receive orders to either arrest Aizen and throw him in the maggot's nest or terminate him outright. Obviously, the man would resist. In the end, the real question was simple. Was it worth it to let Aizen potentially further compromise Soul Society in general, and Gotei 13 in particular, when they were all but certain to clash in the future? Should Yamamoto sanction the boy here and now, when he was still recovering from his reincarnation, and it would be the best possible time to take him in or out, depending on how much he resisted? Or perhaps he should try to keep Aizen in the fold and hope that whatever he does in the future, under the closest possible supervision and observation, of course, would be enough to convince the next government to be lenient. In reality, the decision was anything but simple. Intentionally or not, Aizen's action this night earned him a lot of goodwill with many captains and lieutenants. The interrogation and the exile's performance convinced others that Aizen was an enemy. That much was painfully obvious, while a number of the present captains were deeply unsettled by tonight's events. No matter what happened, Yamamoto's decision was going to sunder Gotei 13, perhaps for a long time to come. He was getting too old for this. Captain Aizen, he stared at the reincarnated boy. It's not often that I've been played in such a way. Yamamoto allowed me to offer him all the rope he needs to hang me, and the fucking Vizards ensured that the pillar supporting my strategy for remaining within Soul Society was now nothing but ashes. Sleeping crest of turbidity, I sub-vocalized while waiting for the Captain General's verdict. Best case scenario, I would be incarcerated for the longest of time while people searched for no longer existing evidence that might get me off the hook. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Worst case, Yamamoto will do the practical thing and order my execution here and now. Boil forth and deny. This really wasn't the outcome I wanted. The war that would likely result from tonight's actions would be a damn waste. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. And when all was said and done, it was all because of Urahara's and his fucking wizard friends and their thirst of vengeance. As a Sith, I should be impressed by what they did tonight. In reality, I was furious. Crawling Queen of Iron. Captain Aizen, Yamamoto began, and I was pretty sure a message flickered between him and Shunsui. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Shunsui's Reiatsu vanished from the seal. Repulse. I didn't need to voice my orders to Arya. The bond we now shared put any force bond that had ever existed to shame. She was now part of my very soul after all. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. You're under arrest. Shunsui Flash stepped behind me, placing his blades at the sides of my neck just as I spiked up my Reiatsu as much as I could. Even with my reserves down to 50%, it was going to be enough. I was in Bankai, Shunsui was not. I dumped a ton of spiritual power into the Hado while forming an armored shell of energy around my body. Hado 90 Kuroshitsugi. I uttered clearly and all hell broke loose. Chapter 9, Part 4, Sections 3 and 4. Chapter 4, Ask DA, Part 3. Day A. Meeting Hall, Division 1 Barracks, Soul Society. He waited for this moment for more than a century now. That old saying, that vengeance is best served cold, it was true after all. This was better than Gin's wildest dreams. He had never dared believe that Aizen might make such a misstep, that even the likes of Urahara and Yamamoto might outsmart that monster, especially tonight when Aizen shattered Ichimaru's world as he abruptly changed his plans. Honestly, who could have seen this coming? Aizen regaining the memories of his past life and somehow becoming even more dangerous and treacherous. If he only had gone with the original plan, no one would have been the wiser, and he would have gotten away to the hollow world. Gin didn't know who or what he had to thank for this turn of events, the non-existent heaven, perhaps hell, or even the Soul King. Either way, Aizen came perilously close to getting away with every singe crime he had committed over the centuries, and even now Ichimaru wasn't certain if the bastard planned it that way from the beginning, which would be bad, or if it was all improvisation put together over the past few hours. If it was the later, that idea was too terrible to contemplate. In that case, Gin didn't even want to think what kind of monster Aizen used to be in his previous life. He dearly hoped it wouldn't matter. All they needed was a signal by Yamamoto. This right here was perhaps the best, the only moment they might be able to take down Aizen for good. You're under arrest, Yamamoto stated, and Shunsui moved, filling up Ichimaru with glee. Aizen, he spiked his Reiatsu and surrounded himself with it, just like Ichimaru knew he would, because there was no chance in hell that the monster would go down quietly. Shoot to kill, Shinso, Gin's Shikai shout out, moving with unparalleled speed. Shunsui was faster, closer, and slashed at Aizen's neck. Both Gin and Shunsui were ready for this moment, yet Aizen was faster. As soon as he spiked up his Reiatsu, he spoke. Hado 90, Kuroshitsugi. The monster's voice was calm and collected, as if he was utterly unconcerned by the situation he found himself in. 3 blades slashed and stabbed at Aizen. It should have been enough to wound the monster, and thus give them an opening to put him down before he could deceive them with his illusions. Still, Ichimaru knew it couldn't be that easy, not with Aizen, so even as his Shikai extended, he pumped as much Reiatsu throughout his body and went Bankai. Kamishini no Yari, Gin roared. He could feel his blade push against Aizen's spiritual power and channeled as much of his own into his Bankai, determined to pierce the improvised shield and end it once and for all. For Rangiku. Korose Kamishini no Yari, he added for good measure, banking it all on a chance to end it now, while he still could. Ichimaru got a glimpse of Aizen flying back, being pushed by his blade. He saw the bastard slam a fist into Shunsui's chest, and then everything went terribly, horribly wrong. There was a brief flash of light, a familiar one resembling Yoruichi's shunko. Gin knew that the back of Aizen's clothes disintegrated from the backslash, and Shunsui flew away just as darkness fell. It all happened in the span of a moment. Anyone with reflexes and eyes lesser than a captain's would have missed it. Yet that brief instant forever carved itself upon Gin's brain. He acted on reflex, jumped back and raised his free hand, screaming a bakudo without an incantation because there simply wasn't enough time. Gin got a glimpse of Kisuke tearing his way from the kido and flash-stepping beside Yoruichi, who was still bound just as the black coffin slammed shut in the middle of the meeting hall. Ichimaru blinked and saw the hado intersecting his bankai. Shunsui was out of its range, half buried into the wall beside Yamamoto's seat. The Captain General had evaded the spell, if barely, just like Tosen and Hitsugaya. Surprisingly enough, Kuchiki, one of the fastest captains, failed to move out in time. Perhaps the events of the past few hours had rattled him just enough to dull his reactions. That Kenpachi got caught within the coffin, that was no surprise. He had never been one of the fastest or agile captains. A terrible screeching sound followed as midnight black blades formed all over the surface of the hado and slammed home, piercing everyone and everything, unfortunate enough to be caught within. Within seconds, the black coffin disintegrated like shadows evaporating in front of bright light and revealed the devastation left in its wake. Byakuya was on the ground, bleeding from at least 24 wounds, yet he was still alive, surrounded by the rose petals of his shikai. Kuchiki had obviously used his Zanpakuto release to shield himself, which was why he was more or less alive. The same was true for Urahara and Yoruichi. Pieces of blue and crimson glowing energy fell all around the exile, showing off the remains of shielding spells. He still had 6 wounds all over his body, and the left side of his face was simply gone. The skin and flesh sheared away to the bone. Yoruichi was in a better shape, likely protected by all the bakudos binding her in place. She still bled from a wound in the abdomen, right shoulder, and the left foot. Zaraki was both in better and worse shape than the rest of the wounded Shinigami. There were scores of wounds covering his body, his eye patch was gone, and he had a deep gorge carved in the left side of his face, yet all the injuries seemed relatively shallow. The maniac was grinning happily as well, so he was all right. Aizen, on the other hand? Gin grinned widely when he saw his nemesis. The bastard was pinned to the far wall, Kamishini no Yari's poison devouring him from within. Ichimaru's bankai had missed the heart, however. After carving through the Reiatsu barrier, it had pierced Aizen in the middle of the chest, just below the breastbone, and left its poisoned pill within. Sosuke Aizen was right there, look of utter shock and agony distorting his face as flesh and bone dissolved under the influence of the poison. This was the most beautiful thing Gin had ever seen, bar none. He couldn't help it and laughed gleefully, putting Kenpachi to shame. He had been wrong again. In the end, thing didn't turn up terribly wrong. He finally avenged Rangiku and put the monster in the ground. Gin continued to laugh his ass off, even as Yamamoto and Toshiro, who had unleashed his shikai while Ichimaru wasn't paying attention, warily approached Aizen, who by now was little more than head and feet, kept in place by a few strips of skin. A heartbeat later, the bastard's head fell on the ground with a dull, meaty thump. It was over. He did it. And he never saw the blade that tore into his back and severed his spinal column with precision that left him slowly slide to the ground, paralyzed from the neck down. Kamishini no Yari fell from his numb grasp, while Ichimaru's eyes did their best to jump out of his skull in shock. The pain itself was a distant thing. It barely registered. Aizen's words, on the other hand. "Did you really think it would be that easy, little snake?" Aizen tore his blade out of Gin's back, spraying blood everywhere. Zaraki went after him first, followed by Hitsugaya and Yamamoto. There were more familiar signatures converging upon 1st Division's barracks. However, Ichimaru knew it would be useless. They missed their chance. Aizen was free and making use of his illusions. The taste of blood and failure were a bitter brew sloshing in Ichimaru's mouth. Before the world went black, all he could think about was Matsumoto. Rangiku, sorry. Day. Part 4. Kachur Da, 1st Division Barracks, Soul Society. The moment Aizen really went odd was when he mastered all Shinigami arts bar his, our Bankai, Arya, and the only reason he didn't succeed in that was because he failed to comprehend her true nature. From the moment he believed himself the pinnacle of what a Shinigami could be, he craved more, and even worse, long before he reached that plateau, he had been above his peers, alone drowning in a sea of mediocrity. In fact, the way he saw it, he had no peer, no rival, no equal. He was utterly, terrifyingly, and devastatingly alone. As if that wasn't enough, I was sure that our soul shill had the scars of my time as a Sith and Echo, perhaps a stain left upon it by my actions, like both a Wui. In hindsight, what he did, well, it wasn't such a surprise. I nearly walked a similar damned path multiple times. It was just that I had people to draw me back and keep me safer before my power could fully consume me and lead me to self-destruction. Because of that, because he was incapable of trusting anyone, bar perhaps Jin and not particularly far in his case, Aizen had all kinds of contingencies in place. While unfortunately, many of them went contrary to my goals, or were now useless due to the abrupt change of plans. Others were very much intact and ready to go. For example, Arya currently hovered above our heads with a device able to shatter the shield protecting the heart of Soul Society from within, and thus allow our reinforcements to pour through. Aizen really mastered all other Shinigami arts, bar obviously Arya, including Shunko, which is what I used to send Shunsui flying away before he could go Shikai and become particularly troublesome. Gin's Shikai helped too. Its sheer force was enough to push me out of the Kido circle, saving me the need to use even more Reiatsu in order to break free. That was a good thing. With my control shot and the Hado I just launched, my reserves fell down considerably. By the time the black coffin engulfed the middle of the room and bought me the precious moments I needed to cloak myself in Kuoka's illusions, I was down to about 30% spiritual power. That wasn't enough for a prolonged engagement against Gote 13, even with reinforcements en route. On the other hand, it should be more than enough to do what I needed and hold up until the negation launched. Another contingency was Aizen's plan for preemptive strike against Soul Society using all the Espada and Arrancar he had ready. It might even work, if I was on 100%. In theory, anyway. While my memories of what should have happened OTL were fuzzy and fragmented, I was sure that when pitted against Gote 13, the Espada lost in the end. Badly at that. That wasn't all. A clear military victory that left Soul Society in general, and Gote 13 in particular in ruins, was a strategic defeat as far as I was concerned. They did one critical thing, protected the balance, which if harmed enough was liable to blow up the 3 main known dimensions and get everyone killed. If I won the war that Yamamoto just began by trying to arrest me by direct military means, I would have to take over Gote 13's primary duties, something I didn't want. My victory conditions were ensuring that either a neutral relationship between yours truly and Gote 13, or even better, turning them back into allies. The worst acceptable scenario was open warfare that ended with minimal bloodshed, because I've managed to subvert as many Shinigami, especially captains and lieutenants, to my side. It would still end with me running the damn place with all the strings attached, but it still beat the alternatives. Those thoughts ran through my head while I crafted an illusion to distract everyone, especially Jin, who just did his practical for his thesis on deception, treachery, and subversion, with a bonus class in assassination, and gave them a few moments to bask in their victory. To give credit where credit is due, Ichimaru came a hairbreadth from getting me. With my control messed up, his Shikai, which turned into Bankai mid-strike, cracked my Reiatsu barrier, even nicked my chest before I flash-stepped away cloaked by illusions. Just an instant later, and I would have been skewered with a piece of corrosive poison left in my chest, one I doubted I could deal with in my current situation, perhaps not even if I was at my best. It was well played, just not nearly good enough. Such treason had to be appropriately rewarded. I flash-stepped behind Ichimaru and stabbed him in the back, aiming to cripple him. If he was lucky, he wouldn't become collateral damage, and prompt medical assistance should be able to save him. In case he survived, I should still be able to influence him, if not control him outright through Matsumoto. Did you really think it would be that easy, little snake? I viciously twisted and pulled my blade back, stepping away just ahead of Jin's spraying blood. I left him collapse and Flash stepped outside, while leaving an illusion for my former comrades to follow. 35 seconds, Master, Arya chirped in my head and materialized beside me. The two of us, perhaps Tosen too, if he had any sense left not to oppose me, against 7 intact captains and 2 injured. Just a single Shunko hit wouldn't take Shunsui out of the game for good. The most interesting reaction came from Ukitake, who didn't offer any aggression. He was out of range of my Hado, didn't even draw his blades, and instead went to offer first aid to the wounded, refusing to even look my way. Obviously, healing him tonight won me a lot of points with the man and made him extremely conflicted about what just happened. Unfortunately, I doubted that he would remain neutral once my backup arrived. 4 intact captains appeared in the air above 1st Division's barracks, while Yamamoto and company raced after the illusion I allowed them to see. Unohana wasted no time and ran inside to provide first aid, while Soifon summoned a small army of ninjas before sending half of them in pursuit, while the others took up defensive positions. Komamura and Kurotsuchi merely demanded answers, though both of them had their blades out. With Shikai's released, a moment later, Yamamoto Flash stepped above his division's grounds and unleashed a torrent of Reiatsu, probably attempting to flush me up if I was still in the area, while Toshiro and Zaraki were busy chasing my illusion, with more and more Shinigami joining them. If there was one captain who I would like to die tonight, it was Kurotsuchi. He was too dangerous and could cause no end of trouble in the future. Just like Kisuke and his Vizards, who were officially at the top of my shit list. It was too bad that executing Urahara here and now would only prove his version of events right. Before all was said and done, I was going to utterly ruin that bastard, and only then I was going to allow him the sweet release of death. The same was true for the Vizards, though Arya had a better claim on their heads. The illusion cloaking me began to waver under Yamamoto's immense spiritual pressure. He noticed me, just like the other captains in the area. It was fortunate that it took too long. Time was up. Arya activated the device she was holding, and it released a pulse of modified Reiatsu that slammed into the barrier and, just as it was meant to do, disrupted and shattered it, creating an impressive light show, one that was almost enough to hide the multiple gargantas that tore the skies asunder and spat 3 Espada along with a small army of cannon fodder. Stark and Cypher took positions on my side in the blink of an eye, both in their released states. We had to last just 4 minutes until the negation was ready and focus Gote 13's attention upon us, so Haribel and company could complete their own objectives. Chapter 10, Part 4, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 4, Day, Part 5. Saoshid Day. Soul Society, Kuoka Suigetsu is pure, unrefined bullshit, and she is magnificent. When she is fully formed outside my inner world as Arya, she is somehow even better. We had 4 minutes to survive against the might of Gote 13, 4 minutes for my people to achieve multiple objectives all over Soul Society, and I had one last crazy stunt to attempt, which might be worth it in the long run if it panned out. Arya, I'm leaving this to you. Use your illusions to the utmost and keep everyone's attention on Stark and Cypher. Don't get killed and try not to murder anyone, though if it's your lives on the line, do what you need to get back home intact, I ordered. Stark, Cypher, good to see you. You have your orders, cause some mischief and try to have a bit of fun. 6 captains came at us with released Shikai. Their Reiatsu was sharp and angry, often bloodthirsty. Hado 91, Senju Koten Taiho. I met them with an offensive spell without an incantation. It was a distraction more than anything else. 10 pink energy points formed around me, and I forced just a bit over the bare minimum of power needed to make the spell work and unleashed them at the approaching Shinigami. The energy projectiles shot forward and meet at a point just in front of the captains, resulting in a large pink explosion that was mostly flash and shockwave, that pushed most of them back. Only Yamamoto and Zaraki weathered it without slowing down. That was my cue to make myself scarce, leaving an illusion behind complete with a gift for the captain commander. a certain black cube which would activate when he attempted to attack me. Cypher went for Kenpachi, while Stark opened fire from long range, determined to keep the opposition at bay for as long as possible. In the meanwhile, I headed straight for my division. Last time around, Aizen would have abandoned and discarded them, which, as I've mentioned before, would have been a complete and utter waste. Even as the sky behind me lit up in explosions and Kenpachi roared in pain, I raced forward trying to figure out the best words to use in order to make as many of my people defect with me as possible. Day. In the vicinity of 4th Division, Soul Society. Even as multiple Gargantas opened disgorging expendable Arancars and regular hollows, and 2 fellow Espada engaged the bulk of Gote 13's strongest fighters in support of their master, Tia Haribel used that convenient distraction to slip all but unnoticed into the heart of Soul Society. She exited a Garganta on the heels of 20 low-level hollows, led by a single Arancar cloaked by seals that Arya put on her nearly an hour ago. The Espada was invisible, her power was cloaked as well, and she would be silent for a few minutes at least. Even the use of Sonido was enough to begin corroding the seals, however that didn't really matter. They only had to last for a short while. Haribel dashed through 4th Division, evading Shinigami who were too busy either treating wounded or running to provide first aid, until she finally found her targets. Hinamori and Inoue were in a secluded room, with the human girl unconscious and the young lieutenant hovering protectively over her. "Lieutenant Hinamori," Tia began, startling the Shinigami who brandished her Zanpakuto in front of her in what might have been supposed to be a threatening manner. "Captain Aizen sent me. In their infinite wisdom, Gote 13 just began a civil war. I have a message for you and orders to bring Ms. Oriheim Inoue to safety, because Master Aizen doesn't believe that the other Shinigami would ever let her go home." Haribel disabled one of the seals, and the illusion hiding her left hand dissipated, revealing that she held a sealed message. She offered the letter to the young woman. "Please make up your mind soon. We need to leave in a few minutes, otherwise Soul Society will suffer unacceptable amount of collateral damage in unnecessary fighting," Tia implored. As if though underscore the urgency of the situation, loud explosions echoed in the distance, and moments later, shockwaves slammed into the building, shaking it and prompting screams of distress from the various Shinigami inside. "Captain Aizen sent you?" Hinamori demanded in a numb voice. "Yes. All he requests from you is the opportunity to explain everything." Just like he promised through Arya he would do for us, Espada, Haribel thought. Hinamori warily snatched the letter, saw that the seal was her captain's, and carefully broke it to reveal the contents. It was short and to the point, restating the request that the mysterious woman just offered, promising answers, and that Tia Haribel, this stranger, would keep her and Oriheim safe until Aizen could meet them himself. Momo stared at the letter for long seconds before she gathered her courage and nodded. When all was said and done, she trusted Sosuke with her life and more. It was as simple as that. "I'm coming. Captain Aizen ordered me to keep Oriheim safe, and that's what I'll do." "Good girl. Hold on tight. We're getting out of here the fast way." Tia wasted in time slinging the unconscious girl over one shoulder, grabbing Hinamori and making her way outside, where she immediately opened a Garganta and brought the girls through. On the way out, she sensed that the distraction unit was all but gone, with only the Arancar still alive facing multiple Shinigami. "Your sacrifice is appreciated," Tia muttered as the Garganta sealed behind her. At least her part of the operation was now complete and total success. Ichi Day. In the vicinity of 1st Division Barracks, Soul Society. Kaname Tosen was torn. He heard Gin's rambling earlier that night. He almost believed it too. It sounded just like Aizen to have layers of illusions and deception hiding each other until no one knew what the hell was the man thinking or doing. On the other hand, there simply was no other Shinigami in existence who could give Tosen what his heart desired most: justice. As the night progressed, and he heard what everyone said during the interrogation session, he became more and more convinced that no matter what he was, no matter what game Aizen was playing, he was indeed the only one who might give him justice. There certainly wasn't a shred of it left in Gote 13. That's why, when Yamamoto ordered Aizen's arrest, all Tosen did was sneak as far back as possible while everyone had their attention concentrated on the drama unfolding in front of them. It was the prudent thing to do, because if there was one thing Kaname knew about his ally, it was that he wouldn't be taken out so easily. While he couldn't see what exactly happened, and the following exchange was a mess of reiatsu pulses and signatures, the outcome was clear as a day. Aizen might have been exhausted, caught off guard, and in a bad position. He still managed to get out of the trap and dispatch multiple captains with a single spell before he went and gutted Ichimaru for his betrayal. After that, when almost everyone who was still on their feet went in pursuit of what had to be an illusion, Kaname made his way outside, leaving the wounded and Ukitake behind. He wasn't disappointed. In less than a minute, Aizen's evacuation plan came into fruition. He destroyed the barrier protecting Soul Society in a spectacular fashion, which was simply beautiful to Kaname's reiatsu senses. Then a pair of powerful Espada entered the field, and Kaname found an opening to strike. Aizen provided a nice distraction with a high-level Hado, which pushed Hitsugaya back right within Tosen's reach. Kaname took advantage of the opportunity and unleashed the power of his Shikai, dazzling the boy captain, and struck Toshiro before the youngster could unleash his Bankai. How foolish could his peers be to think they stood any chance against the likes of Aizen and the Espada? Merely with their first release, Tosen would never know. Hitsugaya sensed something, and to his credit, he managed to turn around, so instead of being taken out of the fight, he merely took a crippling slash to his back. Kaname followed with a Byakurai, piercing the wounded captain's shoulder and sending him falling to the ground. Good enough. Kaname! Komamura roared in fury and disbelief. What is the meaning of this? It should be obvious, old friend. As always, I'm following the path of least bloodshed. It was you people who caused this. With those words, the two friends clashed together and activated their respective Bankai. Day, Part 6. Shut Day, 5th Division Courtyard, Soul Society. I arrived at my division's barracks with about 20% Reiatsu left. Arya really had to go all out with her illusions, which was concerning. This was going to be close. Fortunately, everyone in the 5th was up and on high alert, and while there were a few units on long-range patrols and hollow interdiction missions in the outer reaches of Soul Society, something that could be dealt with later, the bulk of the division was at the barracks, awaiting orders which, with both Hinamori and myself away, weren't forthcoming. Gather around, I have an announcement to make, I shouted, using a Kido spell to ensure my voice carried all over the compound. Another minute passed, leaving us with very little time before the negation came down. This was going to be very, very close. Nearly 150 Shinigami came rushing to the courtyards, everyone using flash steps to the best of their ability. Only 3 of my seated officers were missing, the leaders of the long-range missions, who were in charge of 10 Shinigami squads each. As you have undoubtedly noticed, tonight Gotei 13 finds itself in the middle of a civil war. I began, speaking as earnestly as I was capable of. 6 decades spent as a Sith, augmented by Aizen's own experiences, helped tremendously. What's more, the man had been orders of magnitude more charismatic than I used to be in my past life as a Sith, and that was something I inherited. Words that would be dismissed said by someone else were captivating coming from my mouth. My face was a beacon of hope and sadness that couldn't help but stir the hearts of everyone who was watching and listening. The explosions you heard earlier today were caused by infiltrators who aimed to erase the Central 46's compound and our central archives, and as far as I know, they succeeded. The purpose of those attacks was to erase any trace of the orders our government issued to me centuries ago. Orders which, to my regret, I've been following slavishly for the longest time in the mistaken belief that in the end, Central 46 had our best interests at heart. You all deserve a proper explanation and the opportunity to make up your mind about what has been happening in the past and what happened tonight. I paused for effect. Unfortunately, we're almost out of time. I have no intention of bringing war to Soul Society for any longer than absolutely necessary. What is happening right now is nothing but a diversion to allow me to leave intact, a necessity that I will forever regret. Less than 2 minutes and counting down. I got an impression from Arya that Yamamoto and company were pressing my rescuers hard, however my people were still intact, which was good. The downside was that Unohana and Soifon had diverted, ordered by the Captain General to come this way. Of course, the stealth force had this place under long-range observation. I'm about to ask you something I have no right to. If you're willing to trust me one last time, please join me. Give me the opportunity to fully explain what led us to this moment. Those of you who disagree with what I've done and what I intend to do in the future will be free to return unharmed. It was at that point that Sui Fon appeared behind me in an impressive demonstration of flash step and delivered a Shunko enhanced strike that would have been powerful enough to cave in my skull if it connected. It was too bad for her that she tore through an illusion, and I was a few steps to the right, which allowed me to retaliate as she passed by. Sui Fon screamed as my blade tore through the back of her legs, crippling her. She lost control of her flight and slammed through the east wall of my office. A moment later, Unohana was in front of me, Zanpakuto at the ready, however she declined to attack. Another illusion, Retsu inquired. It just saved me from getting my brain liquefied. I shrugged. That wasn't a nice thing to do. I chided for good measure, 1 minute. And there I was, thinking that we might have something between us. Unohana smiled thinly at me. That haven't changed. It wasn't like I wanted any of this. I made a sweeping gesture in the general direction of the 1st Division, which might soon collapse under the onslaught of the explosions constantly lighting up the sky above it. You could have surrendered quietly, Retsu pointed out. So I could be eliminated as another loose end, just like Central 46 was murdered. If he makes it, do ask Gin how many of our government he slaughtered with his own 2 hands. No thank you, I'll take my chances. Do you really think you can win this? While those 2 things you summoned to help you are quite powerful. She licked her lips while saying this. They won't last much longer against the Captain General and the rest of us. They don't have to. Who are you taking me for? Do you really think I would waste the lives of my subordinates just for better odds to save my own skin? I asked, incredulous. Granted, that was precisely what Aizen would have done without a second thought. And I've done it back in the day as a Sith, but that was neither here nor there. I wasn't the megalomaniac, and I was no longer a Sith constantly plagued by the dark side's influence. After what felt like eternity, I was finally free to chart my own path, and of course now I just had to be haunted by Aizen's stunts. Was this karma? The thought has crossed my mind. Are you really trying to subvert your whole division? If they join you, we'll have to hunt them down. It is their decision to make, either now or when they hear the whole truth if they so desire. We're out of time. I flash-stepped in the middle of the courtyard. Those of you willing to listen to my side of this story, please stay close. The rest of you move away, now. Retsu flash-stepped in front of me, bringing her sword in a thrust aimed at my throat. I parried it, the strength behind her strike jarring my hand. The 2 blades met in a shower of sparks, and I could feel an ocean of bloodlust and excitement contained within Retsu's soul. I couldn't help it, and I matched her hungry smile. At that moment, the skies tore asunder and golden light fell upon us. Negation? Aizen, what did you do? Unohana exclaimed, the sheer shock pushing back her excitement and bringing up the personality most of Soul Society was familiar with. Precisely what Central 46 ordered me to before I expanded their orders of my own volition. I spoke aloud and just in time. Yamamoto and Ukitake Flash stepped nearby, almost touching the negation field engulfing us. I spent a moment to glance around and was glad to see that more than half of my division, including all seated officers who were present, stood with me and were now safe within our-own dimension. Well, as safe as any of us could be sealed in place with Unohana. What is meaning of this? Yamamoto's voice thundered. It should be obvious, sir. 100 years ago, Central 46 ordered me to experiment with holofication upon our own comrades. To my eternal shame, I complied with those orders, and when I succeeded, they deemed the results too dangerous to remain part of Gotei 13 and ordered their murder. At the same time, the hypocritical bastards saw enough potential in the process to order it weaponized as a contingency to use against Gotei 13 if it ever went against their wishes. As far as I know, one of many such contingencies they had ordered created over the centuries of their existence. I bullshitted like a champion. The sheer outrage at such a betrayal coming from my people warmed up my cold heart. The feeling was a physical one, coming from the Reiatsu they had trouble controlling as they struggled with the revelation. "Truly?" Retsu inquired. "All I can give you is the truth as I know it. What you'll do with it is up to you all. Believe me or not." I shrugged. "That is a decision only you can make for yourself. If you want to hear everything, all you need to do is come with me. I'll be telling you all everything tomorrow once we're all settled, and I make sure that there would be no violent incidents. If not, you're more than powerful enough to break out of the negation, Retsu." Naturally, I spoke loudly and clearly enough that both Yamamoto and Ukitake could hear me easily. "You know Central 46 better than anyone else, Captain General. Look me in the eyes and tell me that what I just said is beyond them," I challenged. Yamamoto said nothing. "And Retsu?" She pressed her blade against me harder until both swords were pushed snugly against the skin of my neck. As I said to my division, "If you wish, I'll arrange a safe passage for you back to either Soul Society or the world of the living. Hear me out tomorrow, and then you'll be free to leave when you wish." I locked my gaze with Unohana's eyes as the negation pulled us up. I was at 10% Reiatsu, and it was slowly draining. As soon as we arrived at Hueco Mundo, I would need to seal my bankai. "Retsu, what are you going to do?" I wondered. 11th Chapter 4, Parts 7 and 8. Chapter 4, Shakad Day. Part 7. Day. Above 1st Division Barracks, Soul Society. There was one simple truth about Zanpakuto abilities that every single academy student learned during their first year of training. All such abilities were fueled by Reiatsu and used it to produce their effects, no matter if said effect was something crude as a brute force attack, gentle healing, or something more creative, like illusions. It was no different for Arya. Even if among other things she was the best illusion type there is, the way her illusions worked was based on spiritual power, obviously. It was by subtly pushing her own within both the surrounding area and the people she wanted to influence that she crafted her illusions. No matter if they little more than solid-looking holograms of physical things people could actually interact with. In that regard, her hypnotic powers had the same drawback as every other single Zanpakuto ability. If someone was aware what was happening, they could more or less counter it with raw, overwhelming power. As far as most Shinigami in existence were concerned, attempting to do so would be useless. Arya and her master were experienced, and they had at least 2 times more Reiatsu to play with than the average captain. Those facts combined with excellent control meant that there were potentially 5 people in the whole of Soul Society who could use brute force to make their illusions waver, if not break them outright. The Captain General was on the top of that list, obviously. The good news was that he hasn't deigned to release his Shikai yet. However, the old man had his sword out and looked anything but pleased at the recent developments. Usually, in this state, Arya should have been able to keep him under her sway. There were 2 problems with that. First, her master's control was shot to hell, and that meant that he was wasting a lot of Reiatsu constantly. Second, by the time the battle was joined, he had already burned through at least half his reserves, leaving the 2 of them to play with the spiritual power equal to the average captain, and under the present circumstances, that wasn't a good thing. Ukitake, Shunsui, both of them had the reserves to make Arya's illusions waver, especially if they went all out. Kenpachi was another one who would be a problem, and then there was Retsu Unohana. All told, there were 5 people who could potentially see through their illusions, which was the primary reason the old Aizen planned to run and wait until he bonded with the Hogyoku. In a straight one-on-one, the 2 of them could defeat every single one of those 5 people, bar Yamamoto, or so they believed. Against 2 or more of them, they would be hard-pressed to get away mostly intact if everyone went all out. Against 3 or more, it wasn't a question if they would lose, it was a question of how fast and how bad they would lose. When all was said and done, it was a good thing that all they had to do was survive for a few minutes until the negation activated. Yamamoto proved that truth when he blasted enough concentrated Reiatsu around to make most captains envious, and for a brief moment, Arya's illusions wavered. She pumped more power into her craft, burning through their reserves at an alarming rate. It took Aizen 1 minute to reach their division barracks, and in that time, Arya and the Espada nearly died 10 times facing Yamamoto, Unohana, Sonfoi, Kurotsuchi, and an injured Kyoraku. The Zanpakuto was actually thankful to Tosen of all people for taking out Hitsugaya with a sneak attack and taking on Komamura. Further, it was a very good thing that Kenpachi acted like the battle-loving fool he was and ran afoul of Sifa, who skewered him with one of his energy spears, stabbing it into an open wound and detonating it. That monster Zaraki somehow survived, however he was out of the battle for now, bleeding and perhaps dying. The last Arya saw of him was when the tiny lieutenant of the 11th Division made brief appearance to retrieve her captain, and both vanished in the general direction of the 4th Division. Then Ukitake made an appearance from the ruins of the meeting hall, and the situation went beyond desperate. They still had about 2 minutes to survive, and their tactics were barely enough to keep them alive, outnumbered nearly 3-1. And now another monster joined the fray. Ukitake came soaring in the air, holding his dual blades released in their Shikai form, dodged a Kero courtesy of Stark and shouted, "Aizen just made an appearance at 5th Division." Yamamoto faltered for a moment and unleashed a truly monstrous amount of Reiatsu. The resulting shockwave was more than enough to make Arya's illusions waver and blasted everyone from where they stood, sending them flying through the air until they could regain their footing. Captains Soifon, Unohana, and Ukitake, with me. The rest of you contain the situation. The Captain General ordered and vanished, leaving an after-image that slowly dissipated. Well, this was better. Arya and the Espada were going to survive until the negation came down. The same couldn't necessarily be said for her master, even though she had faith in him. Above 5th Division Barracks, Soul Society. While Retsu was trying to decide on her course of action, I decided to stir up the pot a bit more. For the record, I'm admitting that I cut the orders to have Rukia Kuchiki executed. I spoke aloud. I'm taking responsibility, so you don't have to murder one of our more promising comrades for no good reason. I added with a smile, and do give my regards to Byakuya and tell him he's welcome. I removed Urahara's little toy from Rukia's soul so she should recover her Shinigami powers over the next few weeks. As I said my piece, I watched Ukitake. The conflicting emotions were clear on his face, yet he relaxed a fraction as he heard me. He ever offered me a tiny nod in response. Retsu, on the other hand, she stared at me hard for long seconds before nodding as well and sheathing her Zanpakuto in one smooth motion. I'll hear what you have to say for yourself, Sosuke. If I don't like what I hear, I might remove your head tomorrow. Unohana delivered this promise in a sweet voice, which couldn't have contrasted more with the bloodthirsty grin she gave me if she tried. Fair enough, Retsu. Part 8. Day. Above 1st Division Barracks, Soul Society. The skirmish, because as intense and deadly as this was, it was no proper battle, a fact proved by the simple truth that so far no one had gone all out. With the possible exception of Aizen, was eye-opening. Ulquiorra could honestly admit to himself that he had been underestimating the captains of Soul Society. The same was likely true about Stark, however the laid-back man was saying, and revealing nothing, merely hanging back as much as possible and raining Keros at anyone attempting to approach him. And to think that initially the diversion went off without a snag, great even. The first clash between Sifa and a Gote 13 captain went unquestionably in his favor, in no small part due to intelligence recently shared by Arya. He knew that Kenpachi was no different than Grimjow and that fool Noitra, a battle fanatic caring for nothing but fighting. It was the simplest thing to offer him the illusion of gaining his heart's desire, then a burst of speed and power. Later, Ulquiorra had a Luz de la Luna stabbed in one of the bleeding wounds on the captain's chest. After that, all Cypher had to do was push back Kenpachi and Sonido back, just before the energy spear detonated. Somehow Kenpachi survived, proving that he was more dangerous than appearance and reputation suggested. There was a huge gaping wound in the right side of his chest, at least one lung was gone. Shards of blackened bones could be seen in the seared hole, yet the bleeding madman was still alive when he crashed on the ground. Either way, without high-speed regeneration, Kenpachi was out of the fighting, and that was what mattered. After that initial clash, Ulquiorra was too busy trying to stay alive to care. Spells flew at him, followed by various Zanpakuto attacks. A tiny woman in black clothes, Soi Fon did her best to stab him with her shikai or test his hiero with her reiatsu-enhanced punches. As if that wasn't enough, there was the Soul Society's answer to the insane Grands, who dressed as clown and was busy throwing spells and clouds of poison everywhere, which was as much help as hindrance for his own side, even if he was promising he had enough antidote to spare for everyone. The worst of the bunch was the ancient Captain Commander, who might be even older than Baragon. Yamamoto himself was on the field, and even if he hadn't bothered to release his own shikai, the man's very presence and lighting fast attacks were overwhelming. In a minute of fighting, Ulquiorra nearly died 8 times, 6 of them courtesy to the old man. The only reason he was still alive was because of Arya's illusions, buying him just enough time to stay a step in front of the Captain Commander's blade. It didn't help that Stark's suppressing fire flaked off as a black-haired dual-wielding captain went after him. That had to be one of the 4 most dangerous people in Soul Society, Shunsui Kyoraku. It was humbling, vexing, and infuriating to witness firsthand how dangerous the Shinigami could be. Grudgingly, Ulquiorra had to admit that Arya had been right in her warning. They weren't here to wing a battle, only to merely provide a diversion and live to tell the tale. That much they might be able to do, if barely. They were simply outclassed, and even if he went for his second resurrection, Ulquiorra knew that at best he might be neutralize 1 or 2 of the captains facing them, if he was lucky. At that point, their rest were liable to go Bankai, and that would erase any advantage his second release could offer. Cypher knew what he had to do. He had to get better, even more dangerous. Yet as he saw the captains work together with such a practice ease only disturbed by their own mad scientist, Ulquiorra knew that it might still not be enough. In order to win the war that just began, the Espada would need to work together, as a team. And that was going to be a problem. To put it bluntly, most of them simply loathed each other and would gleefully not only see many of their peers perish, they would cut them down themselves. Hopefully Aizen would be able to change that fact, otherwise they were fucked. Well, even more than they already were, because at that moment the other dual-wielding captain arrived and the situation went straight to hell, or not. Words were exchanged, and most of the captains ran off to intercept Aizen. Ulquiorra made to follow when he caught an image of Arya shaking her head. They had to wait for less than 2 minutes now until the negation struck. Aizen should be able to handle himself for that long, right? Die, above 5th Division Barracks, Soul Society. Jushiro was exalted, happy, yet at the same time downright frustrated and angry. What happened tonight, what was still happening, would haunt him for years to come. He just knew it. First, Aizen got him healed, and he would owe Sosuke for that, until his dying breath, no matter what else happened. Then there was the rigged-up trial his mentor presided over. It was frustrating to see Aizen put in such a position after everything they saw him do tonight. Why Yamamoto let things proceed this far at the words of a convicted exile, Ukitake didn't know. However, he was going to demand answers as soon as the dust settled. As if that wasn't bad enough, what Aizen stated outright and worse, the implications of his confession, those were staggering. Jushiro never had a high opinion of Central 46. He knew for a fact that they weren't always right, that they made mistakes, and the politics behind their decisions could be downright ugly. That hasn't been more true as far as he was concerned since the moment the government sentenced Rukia to die. It was a senseless decision to make, one he did his best to lawfully oppose. And when that proved to be useless, he and Shunsui were preparing to take action during the execution. They were about to commit treason today at noon. That, more than anything else, put Aizen's actions in a different perspective. What Sosuke did wasn't much different than what Ukitake and his best friend intended to do themselves in just a few short hours. And to top it all, there was what Aizen just told them from the safety of the negation. At this moment, Jushiro was sure Sosuke hadn't ordered Rukia's dead. He was pretty sure the man wasn't behind the murder of Central 46, even though apparently Aizen had more reasons to kill the bastards than most. What the man did, taking the blame to protect Rukia, that wasn't something Ukitake was going to ever forget. In the same vein, he wasn't going to forget Urahara's own confession, and the moment the exile was stable enough to hold conversation, they were going to have words. The only silver lining of tonight's catastrophe was that Rukia should be all right, both safe from execution and free from whatever the Hogyoku was. The less said about Retsu's newfound interest in Aizen, and the fact that at least for the time being, she was going with him and willing to hear him explain himself in full, the better. Thinking about what Unohana might be doing with, or to Aizen didn't bear thinking about, that way laid madness. 12th Chapter 5. Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 5. DA. Part 1. Fanda DA, Soul Society. 4 minutes, that was how long the second invasion of Soul Society in mere days lasted, yet the effects of it would be felt for decades, if not centuries. That much Yamamoto knew. He glared at the tears in reality, watching as the negation left his dimension and the cracks in the air closed without a trace, leaving pristine night sky behind. "Captain General, we need to have words about what happened tonight." Ukitake spoke with cold formality before vanishing in the direction of his division. Yamamoto sighed and leveled a weary look at the members of 5th Division who chose not to follow Aizen in whatever madness he was up to now. They were all potentially compromised, had to be interrogated, and kept under close observation in the future. Best case scenario as far as they were concerned. Not all of them were traitors like Aizen, just a thin shield between the agents he had left behind and Gote 13. At least handing them should be relatively simple. The same couldn't be said about the members of Tosen's division and whatever spies Aizen had spread throughout the rest of Gote 13. "You will stand down and are now confined to quarters until ordered otherwise," Yamamoto ordered, ignored the sullen looks his prudence earned him, and went to check on Soifon. She was very much alive, thankfully, and busy binding her wounds to the best of her ability. "Sir," the commander of the stealth force nodded stiffly. "Your orders are thus," Yamamoto began while using a kaido to get her up and running. This wasn't a time for the captain of the 2nd Division to be out of action if it could be helped. "First, arrange the close observation of the remaining 5th Division members. Interrogation and investigation can wait for a bit. We need to secure Soul Society first. You're to work with Captain Kurotsuchi to restore order and figure out how we lost the shield. At the same time, you will track any remaining invaders and take them into custody if practical. Kill them if not." Day. 13th Division Barracks, Soul Society. Jushiro was glad to find his subordinates and friends intact during Aizen's breakaway. Ukitake's division had suffered no damage during the diversion that allowed Sosuke to escape. He found his 2 third-seat officers in the courtyard issuing orders and ensuring the security of the complex and surrounding area. "Captain," Kione exclaimed, "what happened? Are you all right?" "Physically, I'm better than ever." Ukitake smiled wanly. "My disease is gone, and that is one of the few good news tonight. Has there been any issues over here?" "None to speak of, Captain. The Ryoka is our guest, as much as anyone with so many Bakudos keeping him in check could be. As far as we know, no one is the wiser, and he is still officially in the 10th's custody." That particular sleight of hand came after a brief brainstorming between Ukitake and Kyoraku. While the boy, who was apparently Isshin's son, did come on his free will, if reluctantly, they still weren't taking any chances. Said child managed to beat Zaraki of all people, and he hadn't even achieved Bankai yet. The last thing anyone needed was for Ichigo to go and do something stupid in an attempt to rescue Rukia before either Jushiro or Shunsui could properly speak with him about what has been happening. Besides, helping Isshin's son by trying to keep him out of the worst fallout of the current mess was for the best anyway. "Good. Release a third of the division for search and rescue. The rest maintain security over the area. I'll speak to our guest now," Ukitake said and entered the barracks. While he wanted to go check on Rukia right now, he had to clear up a few things first, like the status of Ichigo Kurosaki and the boy's knowledge. The good news was that Isshin's kid was indeed still a guest of the 13th Division. Aizen hadn't used negation to retrieve him, obviously, nor had he sent someone to do it for him. That much was good, if not conclusive. The boy wasn't an illusion, which was also a good news. "Ichigo Kurosaki, we need to speak. To the best of my knowledge, Rukia is fine now, and she should not be executed today," Ukitake said once he found himself face to face with the boy. Indeed, the resemblance with Jushiro's deceased lieutenant was uncanny. paint Kurosaki's hair black, and the two of them would be almost identical. Rukia's safe? Ichigo perked up at that. The boy sat on a bed in a room near Ukitake's own quarters, and while his Zanpakuto was nearby, both were bound by more than enough spells to stop even Zaraki cold, making them little more dangerous than a regular soul wielding a stick if they decided to get up to no good. She is, Jushiro nodded. You heard the commotion. We were attacked tonight twice. I'm afraid that tonight's events bring your own actions and those of your friends under even more of a suspicion. Also, the Captain General will see it. He explained, I'm personally neutral on the matter and want to get to the truth. Ichigo, tell me what you know about Captain Aizen, Kisuke Urahara, and the truth behind Rukia's sentencing. Kurosaki groaned at that, and for a moment looked just as young as he really was, before he scowled at the nearby wall. I'll talk, Ichigo grumbled. I said it before, I came to save Rukia just like she saved me a few months ago when that hollow went after me and my family. If it wasn't for her, that thing would have eaten us all. Perhaps not Dad, but he wasn't at home that evening. That's what I gathered. While technically against the law, I personally see nothing wrong with what Rukia did in order to survive that night. In fact, I'm glad that she did it. Otherwise, I've lost another friend, Jushiro said softly. Tell me about Kisuke Urahara and Sosuke Aizen. Hat and clogs, Ichigo rubbed the back of his head. He's an utter bastard. Urahara, you mean? Him, Kurosaki grumbled. Do you know what that bastard did to help me regain my Shinigami powers? Ichigo scowled angrily. He cut off my soul chain, bound my hands behind my back, and kicked me into a damn deep hole. I was there for days and almost became a hollow. Indeed. The way things were going, the one sentenced and in need of execution wouldn't be Aizen, certainly not Rukia. The exile, on the other hand? I want to know more. Do go on, Ichigo, it's important. Ichigo spilled his guts, his resentment of Urahara overwhelming any gratitude he might have felt for the man. All it took were a few probing questions and explaining that the exile was responsible for Rukia losing her power, put the Hogyoku, whatever exactly that was in her, and perhaps he was even behind her execution in order to ensure that Rukia's soul was gone, and with it that device. While the latter was a speculation on Jushiro's part, he wouldn't put it past Urahara, considering the lengths the man went to in order to get rid of the device for good. Besides, it was nice to have another confirmation that Urahara was behind the human children invading Soul Society. None of them apparently knew of any way to either get in the spirit real in first place, much less through the barrier or back into the living world. Did Urahara use them as bait and a distraction? Was this all about a shot at Aizen? Perhaps an attempt to kill two birds with one hado? Ichigo's story raised more question than it answered. Ukitake made a mental note to go visit the Shibas once an opportunity presented itself. Kukaku would undoubtedly have something to say about this as well. And once the situation in Soul Society stabilized, he would be making a visit to the living world, not only to return Ichigo and his friends, if at all possible, but to have words with Isshin Shiba as well. However, first he was going to get Rukia out of that damn cell and have that conversation with Yamamoto. Day, Part 2. Day, Palace of Penitence, Soul Society. At the top level of the prison, Jushiro found a group of very confused and scared guards. He had to reassure them that now the crisis was more or less over, and there would be no hordes of hollows coming to eat them before they granted him access to the cell. Ukitake found Rukia sitting in a corner as far away from the door as she physically could and staring in the distance with a faraway look in her eyes. She looked like a mess, nevertheless a bit better than the last time he came to visit. Rukia, Jushiro asked gently as he made his way into the cell. Captain? His voice brought Kuchiki out of her stupor, and she jumped up with energy Jushiro hadn't seen her display since returning from the world of the living. It's me. There have been some developments, as you undoubtedly noticed. I heard the fighting. What happened? Is everyone all right? No fatalities as of yet that I know of, though there are a lot of wounded. First, keep in mind, he'll recover. Byakuya was one of the injured. Brother, what did you do? Rukia groaned. He got caught in a hado, though as I said, he will be all right once the fourth are done with him. I understand you met Aizen tonight. He and Hinamori came to visit and promised to help. Rukia nodded with a sad smile. Well, he did, though not in the way you think, I recon. Ukitake sighed. There have been complications. First, tell me everything that Aizen and Hinamori did and said. I'll explain what exactly happened once you've answered my questions. It's important, Rukia. Captain Aizen told me that as soon as he has dealt with the invasion, peacefully, he would be preparing to meet with Central 46 first thing in the morning to plead my case. He also said that he would do his best to take in the Ryoka alive. That much he did. Every Ryoka he encountered tonight, he brought in without harming them, including Ichigo Kurosaki. He's in fact at our division right now. Rukia, when were you going to tell me that Kyan's uncle is very much alive and in the human world? What? I know Ichigo and Kyan look very much alike, but Isshin Shiba, the former captain of 10th Division, now going by Isshin Kurosaki. That's no coincidence, Rukia. You ran into Kyan's family in the living world. It came as a shock to Ichigo too when Aizen connected the dots about his origin. Rukia gasped, covered her mouth in shock, and took a step back, pressing her back against the wall. My reaction was similar, Jushiro added with a small smile. However, we have other priorities right now. Aizen made certain claims about Kisuke Urahara and a device that Exile put into you. Rukia flushed with anger at that statement. He did. Urahara met me shortly after I gave up my powers to Ichigo so he could save us along with his family. That man in fact aided me in covering up the hollow attack and provided me with a Ngight. Rukia grimaced. It wasn't until earlier tonight that I was told it had been a trap. The Ngight had been modified to place some kind of device in my soul, which if left inside for much longer would have destroyed my Shinigami powers. Aizen removed the Hogyoku from you then? It wasn't Aizen, but a woman who claimed he sent her. She called herself Arya. Rukia proceeded to explain what happened. As he listened to her account, Ukitake rubbed his forehead in frustration. While this did align with Aizen's account, it was a reminder that with his Bankai and illusions, the man could practically be at 2 or even more places at the same time, which didn't do him any favors. In fact, such an ability, no matter how useful, would enable the man to cause no end of trouble if he was in fact a traitor. With such a Bankai, Aizen could be at one place, being the nicest guy ever, while his Zanpakuto did his dirty work for him. Or it could be the other way around, Arya, the spirit could pose as Aizen while he was up to no good. This by itself made proving that Aizen wasn't a traitor that much harder, and when combined with the strikes at Central 46 and the archives, naturally this wasn't lost on Aizen. No matter if he was traitor or not, he had little choice in the end. Without solid proof, he would have been likely damned anyway once the government reformed, especially once the new Central 46 comprehended what Sosuke's Bankai allowed him to do. As if everything else that happened tonight wasn't bad enough, there was the issue with what the hell was the Hogyoku and why was it so important? Aizen now had it, and at least in theory, that might be better than the thing remaining in Ukitake's hands, given what he did to destroy it. Or perhaps this turn of events was an unmitigated disaster. After Rukia finished her explanation and answered Jushiro's question, he gave her a brief rundown of the events that happened tonight, or at least what he believed happened. In the end, Captain Aizen took credit for the orders to have you executed, so you're clear at least until Central 46 reforms. While I don't believe he actually created such orders, as tonight proves that he didn't need you dead in order to get to the Hogyoku, that's not how many will see it. It's an utter mess, Rukia, and you're one of the people right in the middle of it. Now come on, we're going home. Jushiro placed a hand on her shoulder and gently led her towards the exit. DA, 4th Division Barracks, Soul Society. The medical corps was busier than ever, with their lieutenant taking charge and constantly shouting orders, redirecting emergency teams from one critical case to another as soon as they could stabilize the condition of a high-value patient. This was precisely the wrong time for Captain Unohana to go missing, yet if the rumors were true, the 4th's captain wouldn't be returning until sometime tomorrow, if ever. Hearing that Retsu Unohana had left with Aizen could no longer shock Byakuya Kuchiki. All he could currently do was lay down, wait for the healers to be done with him, and reflect on what happened this damn night. First the mishap at 5th Division, then the short interrogation session forced upon Aizen in a nearby room. The way the Captain General let him go, yet sicked the stealth force on him so the rest of the captains could observe his actions. All that had been highly irregular already, and what followed. Kuchiki groaned, and not in pain. His wounds barely registered, and not just because of the painkillers and Kaido the healers were using on him. Byakuya still couldn't get over the way Aizen went to meet Rukia and spoke to his little sister. That should have been him. He should have been the one providing reassurance and comfort to Hisana's sister. Just like he should have been the one to do everything within reason and beyond to get her sentence expunged before it could be carried out. What did he do instead? For the honor of the Kuchiki clan, for the duty he was sworn to uphold, Byakuya was one of the first to condemn Rukia. He was in fact the one who brought her in to be sentenced in the first place. All because of the machinations put into motion by a single man, Kisuke Urahara. For all Kuchiki knew, it was the exile who had engineered Rukia's confrontation with a hollow she couldn't best. It had been him who ensured she had no other choice but give her powers to a human so she could survive and become a vessel to destroy that thing. The Hogyoku. Rukia would have lost her powers as a Shinigami, then she would have been executed in such a way that no trace remained from her soul, thus erasing any possible evidence of what that man did to her. And Byakuya played straight into the exile's hands. It was such a fine treachery that would make the clan elders proud and very happy that Rukia, the last trace left of Hisana, would be gone. However, it wasn't enough for Urahara to spit on Byakuya's pride. It wasn't enough to use him against his own sister. That man's perfidy and treachery went even further. Kuchiki didn't know for sure how much of Aizen's words were true and what the Captain General implied at the end. Well, he wasn't sure, though he had his suspicions, but that was neither here nor there. Urahara went a step further. He used Rukia's sentence to carry on his own vendetta against Aizen, engineered an invasion, and who knew what other crimes, including the 2 attacks that backed the captain of the 5th into a corner. If it wasn't for Byakuya's need to keep the last shreds of pride he had left, he would have laughed bitterly at that point. It made no sense for Aizen to willingly consent to be interrogated for a second time Thin's night if he was a traitor, just like it made no sense that Sosuke engineered the destruction of the 2 places that might hold evidence confirming his story. Because if Aizen was the heartless traitor, Urahara painted him as, Soul Society would have truly burned this night, and many captains would have perished. Aizen was good enough, experienced enough, that if he intended to betray them during the captain's meeting, many of them would have died tonight. Instead, while gravely injured, there were only 2 men in any danger of perishing. Zaraki Kenpachi, who apparently ran afoul of one of Aizen's agents who came to extract him, and Ichimaru, who brought the exile back and thus committed treason himself. Ichimaru Gin, who had only one person in the whole of Gotei 13, who was even close to his friend, Sosuke Aizen, the same person he betrayed this night. Small wonder that Aizen gutted him like a fish, yet didn't murder him when he had a golden opportunity to do so. With the right medical assistance, the crippled captain might even fully recover one day. It was obvious, really. Whatever Aizen was, he was no traitor. His actions tonight proved it. Unfortunately, he was no longer an ally either, not after what happened. Damn Urahara to the deepest, hottest hole in hell. 13th Chapter 5, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 5, Sdieng, Part 3, Waska de 4th Division Barracks, Soul Society, unmitigated disaster. That was the best way Yoruichi could describe the events of this night. From the moment Aizen of all people arrived at Kisuke's supposedly secret training ground, accompanied by her little bee and that unfamiliar woman, to the end of the improvised trial, when Aizen should have been exposed as the monster he was. Instead, that man almost managed to slither his way to freedom and get away with everything. Even worse, when Yamamoto decided to arrest him for reasons of his own, certainly not what had been revealed up to that point. That much was obvious to Yoruichi. The combined might of Gotei 13 was unable to take him down. It was then and there the Flash Goddess knew she would die, bound and helpless. All she could do was watch the black coffin descend and engulf everything. Then Kisuke got nearly torn apart trying to protect her, and that was just the beginning. For one glorious moment, Yoruichi thought that it was all worth it in the end, as she watched Aizen dissolve under the influence of Gin's Bankai. Predictably, it was at that point that the monster had to crush her hope and stab Ichimaru in the back. After that, the battle went outside and Yoruichi could finally feel her own wounds over the shock. If it wasn't for Jushiro, she would have likely bled out just like Kisuke and Byakuya. That was how she found herself stuck at the fourth with a young girl who looked and acted as if she was barely out of the academy, slowly binding her wounds, while Sasakibe watched warily over them. All she knew about what happened since the initial clash was from overheard bits and pieces of conversations. Someone had put down Kenpachi hard. They were treating him in a nearby room, and he nearly expired 2 times already. There were other wounded, a long list of them or so, she gathered, and this time their recovery would be much longer than usual because, shockingly enough, Retsu had left with Aizen, apparently on her own volition, along with at least half of 5th Division. Yep, tonight was a disaster all right, and Yoruichi suspected that Aizen would be far from the only one blamed for it. It was obvious, really, even with all the evidence that the man was a traitor, no one had bothered to release her restraints. In fact, every few minutes Yamamoto's lieutenant would replace or reinforce the Bakudo spells, keeping her as dangerous as a newborn kitten. Otherwise, the man refused to even speak with her, and the way one of the most respected officers in Gotei 13 looked at her, the sheer loathing that hurt more than her wounds. Where exactly did it all go so terribly wrong? At least Ichigo should be more or less all right with either Shunsui or Jushiro. The thought that Aizen had went to talk with the boy's other friends, and who knew what he did to them, it tasted as unmitigated failure. Day. Komamura sat in his hospital bed with his back leaning against the wall while a pair of healers bound his wounds before a third one followed with a kaido. He was still trying to wrap his head around what happened tonight. First, Aizen went odd, then did them all 2 great favors by first ending the invasion bloodlessly by simply gathering some information and speaking to the Ryoka. Then he got Captain Yukitake healed by one of those children, a feat the whole 4th Division failed at for many centuries. Afterwards, they were betrayed. There were many betrayals that happened tonight, some harder to stomach than others. It was Ichimaru, that snake, who started it all by bringing in the exile. Then the captain commander himself betrayed the trust they all had in him by simply taking that man's words at a face value and immediately placing Aizen under suspicion and forcing him into interrogation then and there. From that moment on, Komamura wasn't sure what to believe. Did Central 46 betray Gotei 13 with its actions? Them being the government, could they betray Soul Society, considering that they made the laws and set policy? Was Aizen a traitor or merely a good soldier following orders? Was Urahara behind the destruction of the government compound and the central archives out of spite and thirst for vengeance against Aizen? Or did Aizen arrange it so no one could be sure that he was saying half-truths at best, which should have been impossible? Perhaps there was a third faction striking from the shadows and removing loose ends as implied tonight. Komamura didn't know what exactly happened at the meeting after he left to investigate the attacks with Kurotsuchi. Did Aizen reveal his true colors as a traitor? Did something push him into treason? If Tosen was to be believed, it was the later. However, Kaname proved himself a traitor tonight when he cut young Hitsugaya from the back and unleashed his Bankai against Komamura. Yet, despite that, Komamura couldn't get the words of his treacherous friend from his head. "I'm still doing what I've been always doing, my friend. I'm following the road of least bloodshed and justice. Can you say the same after what you heard tonight?" They fought then, and Komamura was loosing until negation tore its way through the sphere of darkness created by Kaname's Bankai and extracted the man to Hueco Mundo. What madness was that? How could Aizen and Kaname work with hollows? Well, if Aizen's Zanpakuto spirit could be believed, it was no madness. It was another treachery wrought by Central 46. 100 years ago, our government deemed the so-called Vizards to be too tainted, too dangerous to live, much less be allowed to remain part of Gotei 13. Arya announced as the negation dragged her towards the hollow world. Yet they saw potential in that research, not to improve the power of Shinigami as originally intended, but to use as a weapon in case Gotei 13 ever turned against them. These two, She waved a hand at the odd hollows who came to aid Aizen, are a prime example of said contingency. Vasto lords who now possess Shinigami powers. They were meant to be mere mindless weapons aimed at Gotei 13 and only waiting for an order to be unleashed. The spirit smiled bitterly. All things considered, it's a good thing that my master didn't obey that particular order. Everyone in the area heard that proclamation. Many refused to believe it. However, those who knew Central 46 best, they were unsure, because something like that. It sounded just like their wise government. Komamura himself was torn. How much of what happened tonight is genuine treachery, and how much was caused by Central 46's mindless arrogance? Did it really matter in the first place? Kanami certainly believed that to be true, strong enough to turn his blade against friends and comrades in arms. Perhaps the same was true for Aizen as well. Day. Part 4. Day. 4th Division Barracks, Soul Society. Toshiro Hitsugaya wanted to scream bloody murder, and it wasn't because of the deep wound in his back that came perilously close to cutting through his spine, neither because of the fist-sized hole in his shoulder. It wasn't due to his current situation, stuck face down in a bed while healers did their best to fix up his wounds. Despite his injuries, Toshiro was one of the luckier captains cut down during the battle. While emergency teams went for Ichimaru, Kenpachi, and even Urahara, that bastard, initially Hitsugaya, warranted a bit of a lesser priority, and the squad that went to administer first aid weren't exactly the best the 4th Division could offer, and they all flaked down the moment everyone fighting above them unleashed an overwhelming amount of spiritual power. Two things happened afterwards. Toshiro had to freeze his own wounds to avoid bleeding out, and he was still in the field, even if pretty much out of commission, when Arya, Aizen's Zanpakuto spirit, dropped her bomb. Hitsugaya knew precisely what kind of bastards populated their government, so he couldn't find it in himself to naysay the spirit. Oh, it was certainly possible that Arya gleefully lied to sow discord. It was also possible that she was telling the truth as she knew it. That was the heart of the problem, really. Everything Aizen said made a disturbing amount of sense. The vague and not so vague crimes he confessed to, Toshiro could see Central 46 ordering them done. Damn it, what he suspected the Research and Development Bureau was doing even now, legally, wasn't much worse than what Urahara accused Aizen of, only for the man to practically admit it and more. Nevertheless, authorization or striking on his own, orders or no orders, Aizen had done a lot of questionable things, apparently, including making hollows even more dangerous and worse, smarter monsters. Just for that, the man should be stuck into prison for a long, long time, though that was perhaps Toshiro's own bitterness speaking, because once upon a time he was in such a position, forced to follow orders he loathed. And he did carry them out in the end. He cut down his friends because of Central 46's laws. If Aizen really had received orders by the government, could Hitsugaya really hold anything the man did as a consequence against him? Probably not. If Aizen had authorization, something that was very much in question. Damn the exile and whoever bombed the archives. Those two strikes all but ensured that Soul Society would descend into a civil war, and if that wasn't done by the rogue captain of the 5th Division in order to muddy the waters, Toshiro could almost agree with the man's decision to cut his losses and flee Soul Society. Hitsugaya failed to bite off a bitter chuckle, though it at least came out as a pained groan. There were too many ifs in what happened tonight, and he knew he was holding to them as a safety blanket. Because if he accepted Aizen's explanations, well, in that case he didn't know what the hell he was supposed to do, besides scream incoherently at the not-existent heavens. Because really, if Central 46 had ordered the creation of enhanced Hollow Army in order to use it against Gotei 13, in case the Shinigami turned against the government, an idea that was getting more and more attractive, then what was the point of everything Toshiro has been doing ever since he entered the academy? Why did he bother serving Soul Society and protecting it as a member of Gotei 13? He had to kill one of his best friends. Because of Central 46's laws, Momo was now missing, or so rumor had it, possibly fled to join her captain, and who knew what madness would happen in the coming days and weeks. At this point, it would be so easy to say to hell with everything. And do what? Become an exile himself? Over something that might be a lie by Aizen? That was the tough truth, the only truth there was at this point. There was no way to say for sure if Aizen really was a traitor, merely someone who until recently slavishly followed Central 46's orders or something in between, and until Toshiro was reasonably certain of what was the truth, he had no bloody idea what to do. Day, in the vicinity of 1st Division, Soul Society. Shunsui stood in the air where not so long a battle raged and did his best to wrap his mind around what happened tonight. Couple of hundred Shinigami ran all around like headless chickens, some to investigate the aftermath of the battle, others to deal with the collateral damage or in a futile attempt to secure the area until the shield could be re-established. Members of Yamamoto's own division provided security, while 2nd Division investigators and researchers from the 12th bickered over the evidence left from the raid. At least the healers were mostly gone, with the exception of a couple of squads doing search and rescue over the rubble left by stray attacks. On one hand, the devastation could have been so much worse it didn't bear thinking about. It had been clear since the first few moments that the invaders were only really interested in survival, not murdering anyone, that mess with Kenpachi notwithstanding. Otherwise, given the apparent long-range firepower both of those beings had, a large chunk of Soul Society would be little more than burning craters right now. On the other hand, the true damage dealt to Gotei 13 went so far beyond the physical destruction and casualties, it wasn't even funny. It didn't really matter if Aizen was truly a traitor or merely a man who followed orders, and the government decided to use him as the fall guy. Either way, what Sosuke did tonight sundered Gotei 13, and unless the situation was handled with the utmost care, it could deteriorate to unthinkable levels, for they were already fighting a civil war, both with Zanpakuto and Kido, as well as words. Yamamoto obviously would stand up to his decision. Objectively speaking, detaining and binding Aizen until a proper investigation could be carried out was the right call. Just one Sosuke couldn't agree to if he was guilty, or if he was afraid that certain parties would take the opportunity to silence him while helpless. Second, Soifon would obviously continue to do her job. The most she might go out of her way for would be perhaps pleading Yoruichi's case. Considering what happened with the Black Coffin, the odds that the commander of the stealth force joined Aizen were minimal. What's more, if there was anyone at least vaguely aware what the man has been up to and keeping an eye on him for Central 46, it would be Soifon, who was either none the wiser or had reasons to keep her mouth shut. Neither option filled Shunsui with confidence. Zaraki was obvious. He would remain on Gotei 13's side and gleefully look for rematch. Kurotsuchi too, if for different reasons. Kyoraku shuddered at the mere thought what Aizen might have been authorized to do in the shadows if he was telling the truth, considering what Shunsui knew for a fact the 12th Division did, as a matter of course. Sosuke might have had no choice but to flee in the end, because there surely were things that Gotei 13 and Yamamoto himself would never condone, no matter if Central 46 gave authorization and orders. Things like creating an army of whatever those two were to use against Gotei 13, in case they decided that the government had gone too far and needed replacing. Well, he had to add himself to the list of those who would remain loyal, provisionally, so he could investigate everything that had been happening in Soul Society ever since Aizen came anywhere near the academy, much less graduated. Technically, Ichimaru had no other choice now but to support the loyalist faction, even though he might be military useless with his spine severed. Unohana might have been able to do something about that. Perhaps the 12th Division's research might come in useful. The obvious solution was surely out of reach. While he hadn't received confirmation, Shunsui was sure that Aizen had one of his people retrieve Orihime Inoue, the human girl who managed to heal Jushiro. That was 6 loyal captains, well 5 and the old man who was worth an army by himself. Aizen was rogue if not traitor. Tosen had either decided to side with the man due to his own history with Central 46 and what nowadays passed for their justice, or perhaps he had always been Sosuke's man, another thing to investigate. Aizen's Lieutenant Hinamori was missing as well, small wonder that. Speaking about Jushiro, right now it was anyone's guess which way he would jump. Shunsui hoped that his oldest friend would wait for more information before he made his own choice. Then again, both of them had already decided to commit treason today at noon if Central 46 didn't change its mind, and while that was a moot point now, The mere fact that the decisions of their government had led both of them to such a radical measure said everything that needed to ever be said about Central 46. Toshiro would be pissed off, that much was a given, and with his best friend and perhaps something more, Hinamori obviously on Aizen's side, it was a coin toss where he would ultimately jump barring damning evidence about Aizen's actions coming to light. On the face of it, Byakuya would remain loyal. In practice, Shunsui knew the man, knew how much standing by honor and duty cost him. With the revelations about what happened to Rukia that came to light tonight, the only thing Kyoraku was sure as far as Kuchiki went was that the man would want Urahara's head. Beyond that, he couldn't say for sure. The same was true about Sajin Komamura. He might remain loyal, or he might go seek his friend Kaname. Finally, there was perhaps the nastiest shock that happened tonight. Retsu Unohana went with Aizen, though hopefully only to try and learn more about what the man was up to. If she decided to side up with him for good, it would be disastrous, and to make things even more interesting for Gote 13, if she returned either tomorrow or in the next few days, they wouldn't be able to really trust her anymore. So 6 loyalists, 2 confirmed rogues, or perhaps genuine traitors, 1 powerhouse who was their best healer currently missing, and no to be trusted even if she turned up, and 5 captains who might join Aizen if he made a good case for himself. This was all Urahara's fault, and the worst thing was that right now, Kyoraku couldn't see a good way to punish the exile. They might just need him and the hollow-eyed captains and lieutenants he was certainly in contact with. If they could be brought into the fold, Gote 13 would be in a much better military position, yet doing so was almost guaranteed to lose them at least a few of the captains currently on the fence. More than a few of them would blame Urahara for tonight's disaster, for good reason too. What a mess, Shunsui muttered glumly. 14. Chapter 5. Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 5. Wasa's Da. Part 5. Da. Hueco Mundo. The negation dumped us close to the forest of Menos in an area of the desert currently crawling with Menos Grande, obviously. They were the ones providing the juice for the express evacuation from Soul Society after all. Everyone, stand the hell down! I screamed at the top of my lungs as soon as the golden rays of the negation dissipated and we appeared in the air above the sands. A few lucky bastards found themselves gently put on ground level. However, most of us had to use our abilities to avoid plunging into the sand from varying heights. My warning came just in time too, because my people predictably didn't react well to finding themselves surrounded by overwhelming number of hollows, and not the usual small fry most of them had to face before. A tense standoff followed with over 70 Shinigami ready to freak out and unleash Kido and their Zanpakuto abilities, while the poor Menos Grande milled around like giant mobile trees and looked utterly confused. It didn't help that the guardian of the Menos forest, one of my Arrancar, was nearby, blowing deeply along with a few of his subordinates. Well, this was going to be awkward. Captain Aizen, explain yourself. Retsu hissed and unleashed an impressive amount of both Reiatsu and bloodlust. Her little display was more than enough to get 2/3 of the Shinigami on their knees, panting for breath, and even the Jillians shuffled back, giving her wary looks. The Arrancar, on the other hand, glanced speculatively between the two of us. It was at that point that my Espada and Tosen made an appearance. The familiar buzz of Sonido heralded their arrival, and I found myself flanked by Stark and Cypher, with Haribel materializing nearby, carrying Oriheim and pulling Momo along. Even better, Zomari was here as well, and if his smug aura was anything to go by, his own mission went off without a hitch. That he succeeded in his primary objective was obvious. He had Rangiku's slumped form hanging over his right shoulder, and the question was if he managed to get her without anyone in Soul Society being the wiser. At any rate, he acted as he had been successful in the secondary objective as well, and that would be excellent. Provided that Gin got himself some timely medical assistance, now I had a proper leverage over the little treacherous snake. As far as I could see, everyone had made it more or less intact. I couldn't see any injuries that would require Oriheim's talents, which was excellent. Now for the hard part, producing enough bullshit to prevent everyone from trying to kill each other until tomorrow morning, so I could get some rest and get my story straight for my scheduled master performance. Children, I implore you, behave yourselves. I didn't bring any of you here so you could try to murder each other over misunderstandings and incomplete information. I clapped my hands loudly, getting everyone's attention. Hurry up with that explanation. Unohana pointed her Zanpakuto at my heart, earning herself a dispassionate look from Cypher, a long-suffered one from Stark, and a sneer from Zomari. That much was expected. I was pretty sure that I noticed a hint of jealousy in Harabel's glare, which took me aback. Where were my emphatic senses when I needed them? Do you want the long version or the short and concise one? We'll be here for a long time if you want all the details. And Arya finally made her appearance, speaking in imperious tone. I'm glad you managed to keep yourself in one piece, Master. The same to you, you cheeky sword. I flashed her an amused smile before giving a reassuring one to Hinamori, and only then I turned my full attention upon Unohana. The short version, well, where to begin? Some time ago, the geniuses in Central 46, for our hollow friends, they are the government of Soul Society, and thus all the Shinigami, ordered me to conduct experiments in hollowification. The goal was to increase the power of Gotei 13. Said experiment reached a success in its preliminary stage, and as ordered, I gave hollow powers to a number of Shinigami captains and lieutenants. Needless to say, Central 46 got cold feet about the whole thing when it turned out that the newly formed hybrids couldn't properly control their new powers and were prone to going berserk. That was a great embarrassment to certain people, and in their infinite wisdom they ordered the experiment terminated. Everything was supposed to be swept under the rug, and all loose ends were meant to be eliminated. Obviously, I had qualms about that for various reasons. A few hundred people stared at me with sick fascination, horror, or utter glee, the latter coming from the hollows. You're still alive, Retsu pointed out. I did have some blackmail material concerning my previous dealings with Central 46. Unfortunately, part of the price for not being hunted down and murdered was to hand it back. Some threats and bribery might have been involved. I didn't even have to lie about that part. Aizen has been bribing members of Central 46 for a long time, and he did have a lot of shady dealings with them. It was just that any evidence I had that could be used against them didn't really help my own case, considering all my previous self has been up to. Nevertheless, when the opportunity presented itself, I would be sending some care packages to certain people back in Soul Society in order to muddy the waters even further. The seventh Espada laughed aloud at that, while my Shinigami stared at me with a mixture of incredulity and disbelief. As I was saying, eventually I reached a compromise with Central 46. They wouldn't be killing me off as a loose end, and I would be helping them sweep the whole mess under the rug. A fall guy was needed, and given his research at the time, Kisuke Urahara, the captain of the 12th Division, was perfect. Government agents fabricated the necessary evidence, and I only had to stumble upon it and bring it to the Captain General's attention. As they say, the rest is history. Retsu closed her eyes and cursed quietly. She was very inventive as well. I wish I could say that Central 46 wouldn't do something like that. She grimaced. I've seen them do worse in the past. And wasn't that interesting admission? I would like to know more, perhaps over dinner tonight, or breakfast. Which brings me to our current situation, how I ended up with an army of enhanced Arrancar and practically running large part of Hueco Mundo. I didn't even try to hide my pride at said achievement. Captain, you're actually running this place, Hinamori exclaimed. More or less. I nodded happily. Where was I? The army of Arrancar. Oh, enough theatrics, Master. I want to go to sleep already. Arya decided to be spoilsport. Long story short, those knuckleheads in Central 46 decided that after all the hollowification experiments did have merit, just not for active members of Gotei 13 and thus Master's new orders. The fools sent him to build them an army they could use to take down Gotei 13 if it ever decided that following their moronic orders wasn't a good idea. A lot of experiments, trial and error later, and ta-da! Arya waved gleefully at the present Espada. Arrancar, the exact opposite of what happened to those captains and lieutenants a century ago. Hollows who were given Shinigami powers and even better control over their nature. You could have broken that more gently, I pointed out. My Arrancar weren't exactly thrilled at the news, you see. That was the first order I decided to interpret creatively. I stated cheerfully, "You see, you were supposed to be mind-fucked from the get-go, unable to refuse direct order either from yours truly or Central 46, which isn't the case. That said, I'm out of all patience tonight, and whoever decides to take exception with what I've been doing in the past first is going to volunteer as stress relief. You promise?" Retsu perked up and the bloodlust, coming from her, skyrocketed. This was going to end in tears, wasn't it? "Tear be a dear and escort my Shinigami to Las Noches, then find them quarters. I'll be explaining everything to everyone tomorrow. But first, I obviously need to have words with Captain Unohana here." "It's Retsu, Sosuke." "I'll see to it. What about the human?" "Put her with Hinamori for tonight. Now whoever wishes to remain intact, scamper." "I'll see you later, Master. Bye." Arya, the little traitor, vanished, rematerializing in my inner world. Day. Part 6. Da. Hueco Mundo. As it turned out, both my Shinigami and Hollows had better sense than me. Only Ulquiorra remained in the general vicinity of the Menos forest. Everyone else ran as far as they could, using Sonido and flash steps. That was the prudent thing to do too, because Unohana came at me with the intent to maim and spill as much blood as she could. The gleam in her eyes, the deranged smile, it was an expression I've seen on my own face too many times to count, back when I was a Sith warrior. Those were simple times. Retsu's blade came at me screaming as it shattered the sound barrier. I managed to deflect the slash, and our Zanpakutos met in a shower of sparks that lit up the gloomy desert. We clashed again and again, much faster than mere mortal eyes could follow. There was no time to think. Only training, experience, and instinct kept me always from the edge of her blade. With each strike, I could get a small glimpse into Unohana's heart and what I saw. I couldn't help it and laughed loud and hard, nearly getting skewered for my trouble. This brought back memories. This was what she lived for, the glory, the unmitigated joy of combat, of steel clashing against steel, and of the thrilling sensation of your Zanpakuto bathing in the blood of your enemies. "Truly, you two are going to bring the worst in each other, Master." Kuoka huffed in my mind. "The very best, Kuoka. The very best." It was shame that this wouldn't last. Retsu was fresh, and I was anything but. Yet this was pure fun, and I found myself unable to stop and soon lost myself lost in the clash of steel. I needed more power. I needed to be faster. And I was as I burned through my fast emptying reserves of Reiatsu. For a few brief moments, I nearly overwhelmed Retsu as I threw everything I had at her, which only made her smile wider and come at me even faster than before. I found myself falling back, trading space in order to keep her blade from cutting me, however it came closer and closer. Soon she was either cutting off tiny pieces from my clothes or leaving tiny slashes when I wasn't fast enough to flash step back. Moments later, I was moving on fumes, having burned through my remaining Reiatsu without even noticing, and stumbled. Retsu, on the other hand, didn't even slow down as she battered Kuoka aside and opened deep rend into my left shoulder. At that moment, as my blood splashed over the cool sand and a few drops flew upon Unohana's face as she drew her blade for another strike, all I wanted was to be able to continue fighting her at my best for as long as she could last. Her blade came at me again. I could sense Ulquiorra's shock as he sonidoed our way as fast as he could, and Kuoka let out a scream of frustration, resignation, and anger. It was then and there that something listened to my need and answered. The air around us trembled, and along with the sand below our feet, it dissolved in glowing moths of reishi. I could feel every single one of them and didn't think but acted on reflex. The same one I've been training for decades. The Force didn't exist in this dimension, and even if it was a thing, I wasn't a Force ghost. I shouldn't have been able to use it. Nevertheless, what I just did was almost identical to the ability to drain the very life of living being I had mastered as a Sith. I drank from the endless supply of reishi like someone stuck in the desert for days without a drop of water. When Retsu's sword slammed into my right shoulder a moment later, it met a solid wall of Reiatsu and bounced off. The sheer strength behind the blow would have brought me to my knees if it wasn't for my fast replenishing reserves of spiritual power. "Kuoka, what did you do?" I screamed into my mind, even as Unohana's eyes widened for a moment, and now it was her turn to laugh with joy. A tower of Reiatsu exploded from Retsu, lighting up this corner of Hueco Mundo. The overpressure wave that came as a mere side effect blew a wall of sand in all directions. Ulquiorra reversed his course mid-step, stumbling at the unreal amount of bloodlust that erupted from Unohana. Mistakes were made, Kuoka whispered in a small voice. There was nothing to it. I would be dealing with her and whatever she did with the Hogyoku later. If there was later. You know, Sosuke, Retsu spoke in a voice that was both the most seductive I've ever heard and yet so filled with bloodlust that it might make experienced Sith tremble in terror. You can call me Yachiru. Now show me what you have or die. Unohana charged at me, moving almost faster than my eyes could follow. I had to backtrack at top speed, cursing my luck. Bankai, shatter thy chains, Arya. I spat and dumped a ton of spiritual power into a black coffin. Hado 90, Kuroshitsugi, I hissed, and the shadows around us came alive to condense into the form of the spell just in time, because a moment later Unohana was in front of me, about to gut me like a fish. Releasing my Bankai gave me the additional speed and power that I needed, hopefully. Arya, on the other hand, wasn't keen on being dragged into this. As soon as her armored form came into being, she fled to join Ulquiorra in watching the battle. Or was this some kind of weird courting ritual from a safe distance, whatever that was? Retsu, Yachiru, or whatever she wanted to call herself, broke her way through the level 90 Hado. The black walls shattered as she slashed them asunder, revealing that she was mostly intact. There were a few visible wounds that bleed lightly, and they closed in front of my eyes as her whole form glowed with Kaido as she charged me again. This time I stood my ground and we clashed, sending clouds of sands illuminated by glowing sparks flying in every direction. Retsu's eyes shone with more and more power, desire and hunger with every passing moment, and the wicked smile she had on her face was something I would carry with me to my dying day. I was sure that I had a matching expression on my face. It has been an eternity since I had faced an equal in all-out combat. What happened next, I couldn't clearly recall. I acted on instinct, honed over countless battlefields across the galaxy. Retsu shifted her stance, and before I could process what she was about to do, I was already acting, twisting and channeling power through my left hand, which I brought up without conscious thought. Sharp metal gleamed in Unohana's left hand. She slammed my Zanpakuto to the side with as much Reiatsu-enhanced strength she could, and the next thing I knew, a dagger point stood millimeters from my eyeball. I had the blade in my grip, which vanished in blinding light as I channeled the Kido I just called by reflex through the metal and Retsu's fingers. It took me a moment to figure out what I did as Unohana screamed. I had cast Hado's 63 Raikoho and channeled it into her hand as if it was the good old Sith lighting. In fact, I was still channeling the spell, even if it was naturally much weaker when done without an incantation. Even as she writhed in agony and her nerves had to be lit up with the electrical discharge, Retsu managed to attack me, bringing her Zanpakuto in a low slash aimed at my hip. I deflected the swipe with Kuoka, only to earn myself kick in the gut after barely moving away to avoid my balls being pulverized. That kick was just enough to force me back, and I let go of the dagger as its glowing blade left a thin smoking gash in my palm. Even as we separated, I answered with a swipe of my own that missed cutting Retsu vertically by millimeters. Her braid wasn't as lucky, and it parted in front of my blade with hair flying everywhere. For a brief moment, Unohana stared at me with shock written all over her face before her gleeful smile was back. Retsu's messed-up hair flew behind her like a veil lit up by motes of spiritual power. With the braid out of the way, I could see an old scar disfiguring her otherwise pristine skin just above her breastbone. "Ye Lord, mask of flesh and bone," I began sub-vocalizing, "flutter of wings." For a heartbeat we stared at each other, and in a blink of an eye we were trying to kill each other again. "Ye who bears the name of man." I caught Retsu's hand as she tried to gut me with her dagger, parried a thrust of her Zanpakuto, and this time it was my turn to kick her back. Unohana flew a few steps back with a grunt, then was upon me with a vengeance. Truth and temperance, upon this sinless wall of dreams unleash but slightly the wrath of your claws. A blinding fast exchange of blows followed, and the next time Retsu stabbed me with her dagger, my left hand shot back, moving just below her strike. The dagger managed to brush the upper side of my arm, its blade cut through my sleeve and left a shallow cut up to my shoulder. It was worth it as I slammed my palm into Unohana's shoulder. Hado 33 Sokatsui, I hissed with relish as I unleashed the Hado. A torrent of blue energy slammed into and through the Reiatsu, covering Retsu's skin, burned through flesh and bone, and finally blew its way through her back, leaving ever larger jagged hole. I wasted no time in locking our blades together and used the shock and pain to push her Zanpakuto away so I could step within her guard and put my palm right above her heart. "Yield," I whispered as we found ourselves face to face. I could see Retsu's eyes widen, her breath hitched, and then she let go of her sword as her lips crashed into mine. That caught me off guard for a split second, allowing her to grab my right wrist and twist it, nearly breaking it and keeping my own blade away from her body. At the same time, she put her dagger next to my jugular, yet didn't press it into my skin. Instead, Retsu leaned into me and deepened the kiss. Her mouth was the most delicious thing I've tasted in this life. 15th Chapter 6, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 6, Ashdei, Part 1. Oedas dea, las noches, Hueco Mundo. Retsu Unohana was both scary and exciting, wrapped up in one very tantalizing package. As it turned out, the real reason why she learned Kaido and more conventional healing in the first place was so she could heal herself in combat in order to go on fighting for much longer. As a side benefit, that meant she could go much longer as well during various different activities. A cracked pelvis might have been involved at some point in figuring that out, along with updating my definition of incredible angry sex. For the record, while it wasn't the best sex I've ever had, it was certainly the best I've experienced in this reality. While that was all and good, most of the night was gone by the time we made our way into my Palace of Doom, wrapped up in my illusions. There was no need to scar my Shinigami and Arrancar for life. Ulquiorra's reaction to our midnight adventures was bad enough. "You know, you aren't off the hook yet," Retsu murmured. Her declaration would have left more of an impression if she didn't have an almost content smile on her face. "Promises, promises. I do have to put my house in order first, then I do have some explaining to do." I smirked. "You as well. I didn't forget that comment about your experience with the dear and unlamented Central 46. That's a secret, though I might be persuaded to share it." The way she said it, I wasn't sure if she meant more sex, trying to kill each other again, or perhaps both. "Yep, my kind of woman." "Master, there are times I despair for you." Arya pipped up. "Given your condition, you have access to all my memories. You know very well what I got up to in the good old Imperial days. I'm happily trying to forget at least half of what you've done during those days. That way leads madness, which explains a lot. Children these days." I left Retsu at one of the free suites near my quarters. After we got frisky in the sand, the promise for a hot bath was enough to get her to leave my side. The desire to leave me enough rope to hang myself in a few hours probably helped as well. I stepped away, shifting my illusions to make me invisible, and went to the special storage vault where my own incomplete Hogyoku waited patiently. "Kuoka, we'll be having words about your own stunt. I haven't forgotten about it." "What's the big deal anyway? It worked for the best, and that was the original plan anyway. Don't tell me you aren't going to make an extensive use of that toy." "Not the point. Side effects, potential mind fuckery, not to mention any subconscious desires that might fuck us both in the long run." I began listing just the most obvious drawbacks. You got to survive your little mating ritual with Retsu intact, and got some mind-blowing sex out of the deal. It was energetic enough she had to fix up you pelvis after she broke it. Kuoka hummed gleefully. "From where I'm standing, it all turned for the best." "A few hours ago, you were singing a different song," I pointed out. "I admit nothing. What atrocity I committed in the past, either as Vale or Aizen, to deserve this? What crime against sentient life was too far? It's a very long list, Master." "Shush you." It took me 5 minutes to safely and quietly make my way through all the defenses surrounding my Hogyoku, in no small part because my control was still shot to hell. There it was, floating above a stone pillar within otherwise featureless room, lit up by the barriers surrounding it. As I approached, I could sense it resonate with something within my soul, its counterpart that was more or less melded within my very being and content to mature in relative safety. I raised my right hand and plunged it through the shields which recognized me, yet executed over 24 scans before deciding not to do something appropriately nasty in response to the intrusion. The moment my fingers touched the jeweled cube, it lit up with golden light and painlessly melded into my flesh. A pulse of Reiatsu shot through my soul, and I keenly felt the instant when the two incomplete Hogyokus began to slowly meld. That's actually beautiful. I closed my eyes, concentrated, and found myself in my inner world. A shower of golden motes fell from the sky like a rain. Where they touched the ravaged desert that was a mirror image of Korriban, the sand melted, twisted, and turned into a fertile soil, which soon spotted fast-growing grass and flowers that only existed in a galaxy far, far away. Side effects, Apprentice, I grumbled. Not necessary for the better, looks aside. Oh, don't be like that. The Hogyoku is a good girl. Kuoka Suigetsu nodded sagely and pointed at the distance, where in the shadow of a ruined temple, a small glade had formed, complete with a young blonde girl sitting at the edge of the water. She was looking curiously at everything and occasionally pocked things with a grubby finger. What? That can't be the Hogyoku, right? Apprentice, what did you do? Well, you might be right about the unintended consequences. You know, being a clone, a messed up one at that. I've actually been wondering what would be like to one day have a daughter. My Zanpakuto spirit shrugged with a sad smile on her face. I'm pretty sure that the Hogyoku responded to my desires, and that's her. Words failed me at that. Seriously, what crime was too far to deserve this? Was it consuming Bothawui? You know your daughter, your problem. Congratulations, I offered with a forced smile and left my inner world. I was going to end up regretting this. I just knew it. No bad thoughts, let's not give the nice Hogyoku ideas. I shook my head and left the now empty vault. First things first, check on the VIPs, see if someone has tried to eat my Shinigami, and if so, deal with the bloody fool, and then attend to the Espada before they got unruly. While dealing with all of that, I had to figure out the right bullshit and the way to deliver it for later today as well, otherwise things would turn ugly. Part 2. Las noches, Hueco Mundo. I found Hinamori and Orihime resting in a suite right beside the one taken up by Haribel and her faction. The little healer was still asleep and recovering after healing Ukitake. My Lieutenant Dozen slumped on a nearby chair, obviously still keen on following my instructions. Momo? I gently ruffed her hair, earning myself a huff of displeasure before Hinamori's eyes shot open. She looked wildly around before her gaze stopped on my form, and she relaxed. Captain? What happened? Was it all a dream? No such luck, Momo. Now everything is complicated, I said and sighed. There were complications, then there was what happened this night. What did happen with Captain Unohana? Hinamori asked warily while giving me a once-over with critical eyes. I glanced down at my state of dress and winced. I hadn't bothered to cloak myself in illusions after the two Hogyokus merged, and either less said about the mess that was my outfit, the better. Let's just say that Retsu has unexpected depths. Is that what they called it back when the two of you were young? You really don't want the details, Momo. Though if you insist you absolutely need to know, I might be willing to share. I'll pass, thank you very much, Captain. Now what? Now I check up on everyone, have a few hours of rest, and then I do have some detailed explanations to make. That you do? Momo trailed off. Captain, about Central 46. That is not a pleasant story, and I'm sure that Retsu has some tales to tell about their past as well. Let's just say that in reality, while we do fulfill a critical purpose, we Shinigami aren't necessarily the good guys. That sucks, Captain. That's reality for you, Momo. It's not like in the stories. Take care and stay safe. I left with those parting words and went to Haribel's suites. I found my third Espada lounging on a plush couch, watching with bemusement her fraction bicker with each other and occasionally ask questions about what the hell happened tonight. Haribel, 2 points, my dear. First, thank you for your excellent service tonight. You did great. Second, if it isn't too much of a bother, I do have another task for you and your fraction. You're welcome, Master. What is it? Tyr perked up at that. It's high time to bring back Nell into the fold now that we have the capacity to heal her. Nell's alive. Tyr jumped up at that. Beside her fraction, Nell was the closest thing she had to a friend among the Espada, even if they knew each other for a short time before Neutra did his stunt, which was something he needed appropriate punishment for. Perhaps I would only need to let him yammer at Unohana and leave him reap the consequences. She is. After Neutra broke her mask, she lost her memories and her form devolved to that of a child. You won't mistake her when you see her, and she has her fraction taking care for her. Please do search for them and retrieve them after our meeting later today. Ms. Oriheim Inoue will recover in a few days and should be able to heal Nell then. We'll leave as soon as possible, Master. We'll bring her back. Excellent. I know I can rely on you all. I smiled kindly and made my way out, heading towards the section of Las Noches now containing my Shinigami. Shaka Da. I found Tosen and company in a large chamber turned into an improvised mess hall. Kaname had the presence of mind to break out some of the emergency supplies, including the sake, which explained why at least half of the Shinigami who chose to accompany me were currently busy drowning their sorrows in alcohol. Aizen, you're still alive. Tosen turned his head in my direction as soon as I entered the chamber. More or less. Retsu turned out to be a very high-maintenance woman. At that statement, coming from yours truly no less, everyone in the large room froze and stared at me. There were a few looks of pity coming from my more experienced seated officers, while most Shinigami looked at me with dawning horror written all over their faces. Captain Unohana, really? You're even braver and crazier than I ever dared believe possible. Kaname chided. It was all worth it, I answered glibly. I hope no one has been eaten or worse by a hollow or Arankar. The Espada have been behaving for the time being. However, I'm sure they're all eager to speak with you, Tosen said. I'll be dealing with them next. Barring any more complications, I'll be explaining everything in 6 hours or so. Do try to be sober enough to keep up by then. I told my people, then glanced at Kaname. Captain Tosen, walk with me, please. We do need to talk. Haruki, you're in charge in my absence, obviously. I told my third seat, who was currently busy doing a good impression of Matsumoto at an all-you-can-drink buffet. Yes, Captain. The slim, red-haired girl saluted me with her cup. A few minutes later, we entered my own suite, and I headed to get a change of clothes while Tosen's sightless eyes stared blankly at me. Why the change of plans, Aizen? 2 points, my friend. While due to your blindness, you might be immune to the illusions of my Shikai, your condition does nothing for my Bankai. What you experienced in my presence has been as much as I allowed you to perceive. I explained, it wasn't even much of a bullshit. Arya's physical illusions could deceive him. We figured that a long time ago. Ah, I see. There was a brief surge of killing intent that came from Tosen, however he knew better than to try something, especially now that he didn't know if he could really sense me, or if I was merely smoke and mirrors created by my Bankai. What is the second point? What I've been saying all night is mostly true. I got reincarnated a few hours ago and regained the memories of my previous life. Or a previous life, who knew if there were more lives that I've lived I couldn't recall. Many of the things I've done was under the orders or with explicit authorization by Central 46, but that couldn't come as a surprise to you. You know better than most that there was no justice to be found among them. That's why you got us to kill them, Tosen inquired. Some time ago they overstepped their bounds for a final time. I've done many things because they ordered them, and I do regret how some of them turned out, and I had my fill of their brand of idiocy. And you decided to murder them all for it. Among other reasons, sometimes justice has to be forced, and it has little to do with what any given government deems lawful. To force justice, Kaname repeated with a surprised expression appearing on his face. Why are you sounding surprised? That's the path you decided to follow the moment you joined me. I remember grinding whole worlds to dust, Kaname, and there was not a grain of justice to be found there. There is no justice but the one we craft with our own hands. It is, isn't it? He asked after a long pause. Then we aren't any different than them. Tosen laughed bitterly at that revelation. We are different and better than those worms. In comparison to Central 46 and the crimes they either ordered or let slide, we're the closest thing Soul Society has to saints. I find that hard to believe, Aizen. Then believe this, the path I would prefer to walk now is the one of least bloodshed. Destroying Gote 13 and Soul Society is in no one's interest, yet they do need to change. I would have preferred to do it from inside once I was free from Central 46. Considering that doing so is no longer possible, we'll have to do it another way. We will force justice, our justice. We will force Gote 13 and Soul Society itself to change for the better. If, for no other reason, because I didn't want to clean up after them for the rest of eternity. I like the sound of that, if it is true. 16th Chapter 6, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 6. DA. Part 3. Shaker Day, Yamamoto's office, 1st Division Barracks, Soul Society. 4 combat-capable captains gathered in Yamamoto's office to meet him. In 4 minutes, Aizen managed to cut the number of captain-level Shinigami Gote 13 had in half, and as if that wasn't enough, many of the wounded couldn't necessarily be trusted now. It was moments like these that made Yamamoto feel all his years and almost look fondly at the idea of retirement. The short and to the point reports they had ready didn't tell the Captain General anything he didn't already know. First, the wounded, most would make complete recovery, with the obvious exception there being Captain Ichimaru. Yamamoto didn't need to read the short note from the lieutenant of the 4th Division a second time. Ichimaru was paralyzed, and without either Unohana's particular skills, or perhaps the unique ability of the human infant Orihime Inoue, he was a write-off as far as combat potential went. He might be able to cast a few Kido spells that didn't need particular body parts and gesture in order to properly channel and aim, but that was it. Captain Kurotsuchi, one of the first priorities of 12th Division, will be finding a way to heal Captain Ichimaru and bring him back into active service. You can have him once he is awake and has told us everything he knows about Aizen's extracircular activities. A challenge, eh? I'll get him up and running. Perhaps I'll add a few upgrades as well. Their resident mad scientist must. It took a supreme effort of will for Yamamoto not to show how he felt about this whole situation, especially now that Kurotsuchi had to be a painful reminder that they were in this mess not because of what Aizen had done in the past, but because currently there was no way to prove he did it with orders. That sentiment wasn't lost to at least 3 people in the room, possibly 4 if Kurotsuchi could for once see past his ego. Now that we're all aware the kind of trouble we just found ourselves in, can you answer one question, old man? Uncharacteristically, the question came from Jushiro, who used a particularly harsh tone. Did we really just trade Sosuke Aizen, a loyal and competent Shinigami, for fucking Urahara? You know, the other insane scientist, who even his pet psychopath. At this, Ukitake nodded at Kurotsuchi. Can't stand and abhors. Truly. Compliments will get you nowhere, Captain Ukitake. People like you will never understand what needs to be done to advance science. Mind you, Tone, whelp. Yamamoto's eyes turned into slits as he glared at the captain of the 12th. We've done worse things in the past, especially the old man here and Retsu, Shunsui added gravely. There was no trace of his usual cheerful self in either his bearing, expression, or voice. That's just it. Ukitake picked up the opening his friend gave him. We've done worse back in the day than Aizen either outright admitted or implied. So why did you take the word of the exile? Why did you even allow Urahara to speak tonight? What about those things that attacked us tonight? What about the hollows Aizen threw at us as a distraction? Soifon demanded. Those? I won't be surprised at all if what Aizen's Zanpakuto told me is true. Just another order for covert weapon our wise and caring government authorized. It's just that now said weapon isn't under their control. Shunsui shrugged. It's not like they haven't done something like that before, recently too. You remember that mess with the artificial souls, don't you, Captain Soifon? The commander of the stealth force grimaced at that. She did remember that particular debacle. "Will you answer my question, Captain General?" Ukitake demanded. "The answer is simple." Yamamoto rumbled, and the heat in the room skyrocketed. The absolute best-case scenario tonight was that Aizen was merely a rogue, a traitor doing his own thing. That would have been bad enough, and it would have meant a civil war anyway. While what happened isn't the worst-case scenario, he grumbled, it comes close. Urahara and the hollow-eyed captains I can deal with, they're a known constant. Aizen, even before his reincarnation tonight, not so much. It would have been for the best if we could have detained him while getting to the bottom of this. Instead, we'll be fighting a two-sided, perhaps three-sided civil war, if not one that is even more complicated. Gote 13, Aizen and his allies. Don't you give Urahara and the hollow-eyed captains too much credit by declaring them a credible side in this mess? Shunsui needled. They will stand against Aizen, as tonight aptly demonstrated, even if they don't formally join us. The third side should be obvious to someone with your experience, Captain Kyoraku. The noble clans who usually pull the strings of the government. Shunsui grimaced. Do you think they would act openly? You're presuming that they haven't yet done so. There are 3 suspects for the attacks upon the Central 46 compound and the Central Archives. Yamamoto raised a finger. 1. Obviously Aizen's faction is responsible in order to conceal the fact that no one authorized his crimes. A second finger joined the first. 2. It was the former captains and lieutenants acting without consulting with Urahara in order to spite Aizen. And a third winger went up. It was either agents of the noble clans or a contingency in place by the now dead government meant to eliminate loose ends and evidence tying up tonight's disaster with the noble houses. Add to that whatever other side projects Central 46 had ongoing that might now go rogue because no one holds their leash. Ukitake sighed. So basically, out of fear and politics, we traded one captain, who even if partially guilty, was at least loyal to the primary mission of Gote 13 for a monster like Urahara, and a group of captains and lieutenants with unknown loyalty and a grudge against Soul Society. That is, if they decide to one day formally return to the fold. If that happens, I can guarantee you we're going to lose at least a few of the captains currently recovering at the fourth. At the very least, many of them would demand that Urahara receives his just reward for everything he has done. And I'm not even counting the invasion he engineered, Shunsui pointed out. A criminal who, by the Ryoka boy's admission, and isn't that an entirely different mess, planned for the destruction of the powers of one of our most promising Shinigami in order to fix his own damned mistake. While we're talking about the humans, what are we going to do with them? Mind you, we already misplaced potentially the most useful one, and another is Isshin Shiba's son. They'll be detained until a final decision could be reached, Yamamoto stated. In other words, you're washing your hands off them and waiting for Central 46 to reform. We all know they would try and make an example of them now that Aizen and Tosen are out of reach. Ukitake shook his head. I'll be dealing with them personally. Mind you, Tone Boy, or do you fancy yourself ready? Yamamoto demanded. He glared sharply at his student, and even more heat flooded the office. Jushiro glared back, unimpressed, and released some of his own reiatsu. Oh, cut the theatrics, sir. You know very well that neither the skirt chaser nor myself actually seek or desire your job. However, recent events, especially tonight's fiasco, were almost enough to make me reconsider. Ukitake nodded at Shunsui. The two of us are among the most powerful and experienced Shinigami, and as far as strength goes. He cracked a small, satisfied smile. Yesterday my illness held me back. Today, thanks to that idiot Urahara who brought Ms. Oriheim in Soul Society and Aizen's suggestion, well, who knows? He finished while absent-mindedly patting his chest. The fact that the usually kind and understanding Jushiro said this, with such a vitriol no less, surprised most of the present Shinigami. At least Retsu is gone for the time being, so I won't have to fear for my virtue tonight. Shunsui attempted to lower the ramped-up tension with a joke, earning his twin snorts from his friend and the captain commander, who took a breath and reined in his scorching reiatsu. Day. Part 4. Day. Soul Society. After the disaster of a meeting, Kyoraku and Ukitake moved towards the 13th Division at a leisure pace. Wasn't that a bit much, old friend? I know that Aizen did you a solid favor tonight, but Shunsui began. But what? I don't remember you protesting overly much a century ago when Urahara was exiled. In fact, I don't recall much, if any backslash from the older captains. We both know why the R&D division was established. For every benign research they do, there are at least two that in a just world would have seen the people conducting them thrown in prison. While Urahara might present himself as close to a saint by the standards of the noble clans, that's merely damning him with very faint praise. Well, there's that. The only surprise I felt a century ago was that he experimented on our own with holification, not that he conducted such experiments in the first place. One of the purposes of the 12th was to rein in certain excesses, unless authorized by Central 46. Jushiro grimaced. You do know that the 12th would have been the primary place the government looked for researchers in something like this, right? For something like this, which could turn Gotei 13 against them. You saw what happened tonight. The mere suspicion that Central 46 authorized such experiments on our own nearly tore us apart. And when is said and done, the 12th Division is still technically under the military's authority. The old man gets to keep them in line and make inspections. What do you think would have happened if Central 46 gave order for such an experiment? The 12th did them and got caught. Aizen, on the other hand, no one would have believed him responsible, and if it came to light he was involved, it would have been very easy to paint him as a traitor. Central 46 would have gotten their cake and eaten it. It makes sense. It's something they've done in the past to deflect blame, Ukitake explained. Or he was indeed traitor before his reincarnation, yet now he's suddenly loyal, making everything a damned mess, Shunsui pointed out. That's a distinct possibility. However, words are wind. I can judge him only on his known actions, and he has done more than enough to earn the benefit of the doubt. Urahara, on the other hand. He engineered an invasion, sent children to what would be their deaths unless we get them out. What he did to Rukia, confirmed by his own words, do I need to go on? His reputation is quite tarnished. Shunsui winced. If a century ago most of us saw him as an upstanding Shinigami, it wouldn't have been just Yoruichi standing by him and earning herself an exile with him. There's that. What are you going to do now? Kyoraku asked. The obvious, get the children back to the living world and go have words with Isshin too. Once that's done, perhaps track down the holofied captains and have words with them too. They're among the primary suspects for blowing up Central 46 and the Central Archives. They do have a motive. Under orders or not, Aizen is responsible for what happened to them. That's another can of worms we'll need to deal with. You know we might need them on our side, right? I know for a fact that at least Byakuya would want Urahara's head on a spike. I can't blame him really, and if that happens, we're likely to lose them as active allies. If it was them who came in to blow things up, and it wasn't either Aizen's people or our own nobles cleaning up house, yes, that. Now it was Jushiro's turn to grimace. You aren't exactly impartial in this is all I'm saying, old friend. Being impartial for the longest time and doing nothing about what Central 46 and the noble clans have been up to is what one way or another got us to this point. Ukitake pointed out. I can't argue with that. I'll go pick up the other two boys and meet you at the gates. I suddenly feel like a relaxing trip to the world of the living. Soit years. 13th Division Barracks, Soul Society. It was a good thing that Ukitake found Ichigo where he left him. The last thing any of them needed was more underhanded action tonight. He only hoped that Shunsui would find the Quincy kid still at the 5th's detention center, because if Kurotsuchi got his hands on the boy, vivisection would be the least of what awaited him. The same might be true for the large lad Chad. With his powers, which almost tasted similar to those of a hollow, the odds were great that the 12th would want him for experimentation as well, which was usually a fate worse than death. Ichigo, there is a change of plans. It's time for you to go home now, Jushiro announced and began removing the Bakudo spells binding Kurosaki. Good. What about Rukia and my friends? Rukia should be all right. She is currently at the 4th Division being examined after what Urahara did to her. At this time, her sentence is considered void. at least until Central 46 reforms, and then all bets would be off. Worst case, Aizen might find himself with some more defectors if the new government proved as short-sighted as usual. Then again, this time around Byakuya might actually throw his weight behind his sister and resolve that particular issue that way. It's you and your friends I'm more concerned about. The Captain General had the bright idea of leaving your judgment to Central 46 once it reforms. Jushiro paused at that, wondering what conclusion Kurosaki would reach. The same people who sentenced Rukia to death for no good reason, Ichigo asked for clarification. Their successors once selected, Jushiro confirmed. Should I hope that said successors would be smarter? The odds are great that they would be cut from the same cloth, Ukitake explained. I see. The boy scowled. In that case, I would very much prefer to be as far from here as possible when your government reforms. Well, Kurosaki was no fool, just young and brash it seemed. Ukitake could work with that. That was my thought as well. A friend of mine is going to retrieve your other two friends. As far as Ms. Inoue goes, Jushiro grimaced. We're pretty sure Aizen got her before he left. At this time, there isn't anything we can do for her. You should worry about yourself and your remaining friends. People are angry and confused. They want someone to blame for tonight, and you three are very convenient targets. What else is new? Ichigo grumbled. On the bright side, we should be able to get you home before anyone is the wiser. Besides, I'm looking forward catching up with your father and asking him a few questions about his association with Urahara. I'll want some answers as well. Ichigo nodded, agreeing with the sentiment. Ah, this is much better. Kurosaki straightened up the moment Jushiro removed the last binding spell. For a few moments the room rattled with the amount of Reiatsu leaking from the human before he managed to somewhat rein it in. Still, his control was atrocious. Ichigo, a bit of advice, as one Shinigami to another, work on your control. You'll last longer in combat once you master it, not to mention it would make learning Kido orders of magnitude easier. As you experienced yourself, the demon arts could be very useful. I'll think about it, Ichigo nodded. How do you get better at controlling your Reiatsu? Jushiro gave the boy a sidelong look. Did no one explain the basics to you properly? Rukia tried, however her explanations were kind of odd and didn't make much sense. There were a lot of rabbits involved. I see, Ukitake grumbled. Granted, such things were supposed to be taught at the academy, and merely graduating, even with honors, didn't mean you had what it took to be a good or even passable teacher. But still, perhaps some remedial lessons while Rukia recovered might be prudent. Well, to begin with, while people often use the terms interchangeably, the reserves of spiritual power we have are properly called Rei-ryoku. That is the potential power we have within ourselves. Reiatsu is a term describing our spiritual pressure, our spiritual power at work. In order to control your spiritual pressure, you first need to become intimately familiar with it. Jushiro began to explain while leading Ichigo towards the Senkaimon. 17th, Chapter 6, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 6, Hangs de Aya, Part 5, Shaka de Senkaimon, Soul Society. In half an hour of conversation, Ichigo learned more about what meant to be a Shinigami, the real purpose of their existence, and about the basics of his skills than anyone bothered, or in Rukia's case, managed to teach him, in the months since his first gained Shinigami powers. He knew that at least part of the fault was his. Initially, Ichigo wanted nothing to do with this whole Shinigami business, which in hindsight might have even been for the best. That said, once he had decided to act as a Shinigami, he should have been asking more questions. Applied himself more, and not just on the fun stuff like blade work, or zanjutsu as it was officially dubbed. Which begged the question, how much would Urahara told him if he asked? Ichigo wanted to believe that he hasn't been just a disposable tool for the Shinigami masking as a shopkeeper. His captivity and the hints about the heap of trouble he found himself along with the friends he dragged into this forced him to reassess that hope. Not so long ago, it all looked so simple and obvious. He would save Rukia. He would beat everyone who stood in his way. And then what? Did you really think that Gote 13 would have simply let you leave with her? Ukitake had asked when he visited him in the aftermath of the battle that shook Soul Society, a battle Ichigo had to miss due to being bound with more spells than he could count. Truth to be told, Ichigo hadn't really thought that far ahead. He had been too busy fighting and trying to find Rukia in the first place, then training to unlock his Bankai, something he would now have to get the hard way apparently, and even in that, he had been incredibly lucky according to Zangetsu. Ichigo grimaced at that though. Was it simply arrogance on his part that led him this far only to fail in the end? He keenly remembered that fight between Yoruichi and the two other women, and while powerful, they were far from the most powerful Shinigami he would have had to face to rescue Rukia. Even if he had achieved Bankai, now that he had a bit of time to think about it, Ichigo wasn't sure he could have faced any one of those three on an even footing. Oh, he would have tried. He would have thrown everything he had into the task of saving Rukia. Now he knew it would have been all for naught. The odds were great he would have failed, and even if he somehow managed to get her, she would have lost her Shinigami powers, because he would have taken her away from the only person capable and willing to help her. Ichigo grimaced, wondering how everything turned into such a mess. He didn't think that was the truth. He merely acted and reacted, trusted that Urahara, someone who he really didn't know, knew best. And now this. Kurosaki really didn't want to think about his father, about what Goat-chin really was. Did Isshin know about him being Shinigami? Did he really let him go to Soul Society so unprepared and clueless? Ichigo certainly hoped not, however, considering how they nearly got themselves killed for nothing. Well, he needed answers. He needed them bad. At least it looked like Ukitake kept his word. As soon as they arrived in the so-called Senkaimon, the doorway back home, the other captain he met at the training aerial, Shunsui was it, appeared, bringing Chad and Ishida. The cheerful man wearing pink kimono materialized in a flash step, one hand holding Chad's shoulder while he had the Quincy by the scarf of his neck. It was telling that Ishida was still bound by at least a couple of spells, and if his scowl was anything to go by, he was anything but happy about the recent developments. I got this one just in time. Shunsui shook Ishida. A contingent from the 12th were about to pick him up for Kurotsuchi. I'm not sure if he's simply pissed off because he failed to capture you yourself, Quincy, or because it has been some time since he had one of your kind to play with. At any rate, you should be grateful that Jushiro here decided that sending you all back to the world of the living would be for the best. Thank you for that. Ichigo hurried to nod in gratitude. The more I learn about Soul Society, the less I like this place. Chad grumbled. Me too. Ichigo grimaced. Are you two all right? I'll live, Kurosaki. What about you? Rukia? I'm fine, as you can see. They tell me that Rukia is no longer in danger. Right? Ichigo asked. She should be fine at least until Central 46 reforms, likely afterwards as well, especially if Captain Kuchiki decides to put his considerable resources behind her. He's not only a captain of Gote 13, but the head of a noble clan, which counts for a lot, Kyoraku explained. Now we best be off before the old man decides that it's for the best to use you three to appease the masses. Yeah, that particular revelation didn't make Ichigo happy at all. As Ukitake explained, the original plan was to throw them all to the wolves because people would want someone's head, preferably multiple someones. For the debacle that has been both their invasion and Captain Aizen apparently going rogue tonight. It wasn't lost to him that this was what waited him and his friends from the first moment they stepped within Soul Society as invaders. He had merely believed that they would manage to fight their way out too, somehow. Now, not so much, especially when both Yoruichi and Urahara were in custody, healing from wounds they suffered this very night. Where's Orihime Ichigo? Ishida asked. Kurosaki winced at that. Our best guess is that she is currently a guest to Captain Aizen. The last we knew of her, she was at 4th Division under Lieutenant Hinamori's supervision. Ukitake filled them in. That's Aizen's XO. They're both currently missing. Ishida cursed quietly at that. Damned Shinigami. He added loud enough that everyone was sure to hear him. It's not all bad. Not necessary, at least. Considering what has been happening lately, Aizen might have merely pulled them out to keep them out of the crossfire, or he might have someone he needs healed, perhaps both. Ukitake tried to be reassuring. I guess, Ichigo muttered darkly, so much for rescue anyone. Now let's be off. Karakura Town, Japan, right? Shunsui asked. That's right, Ichigo nodded. What about our bodies? They should be at Urahara's place, which coincidentally is going to be our first step before seeing the three of you safe back home. Ukitake added. Good enough, I guess. Ishida grumbled, while throwing mistrustful looks at the Shinigami, didn't appear to care at all. Day. Part 6. Daya, Karakura Town, Japan. What happened just before they left through the Dangai, the weird tunnel-like realm that connected Soul Society and the world of the living, offered Ichigo even more food for thought. All of them had to get a tattoo-like seal from the people overseeing and maintaining the Senkaimon, the Kido Corps. He heard about that from Renji during their fight, however, at the time, Ichigo was too busy to pay much attention. As it turned out, that point had been important. Everyone with lieutenant's level of spiritual power or more was required to have such a seal before going to the world of the living, because otherwise they would not only attract hollows similar to the way that weird hollow bait Ishida used, they would also affect the people around them, and not necessary in a good way. I'm pretty sure you're the reason why your friends developed their powers, well, Ms. Inoue and Chad over here. The Quincy is a different matter, obviously. Shunsui's words were enlightening. In theory, that should have been a great thing. In practice, they all were very lucky, because usually living people and their souls didn't develop powers when exposed to overwhelming levels of spiritual pressure. More often than not, effects in fact was bad, and could even lead to an untimely death. The math was simple. High enough spiritual pressure could be lethal, and someone like Ichigo, who already had Captain's reserves and terrible control, was a walking time bomb when in the world of the living. His very presence could prove fatal to people nearby when outside his body. For those powerful enough, merely releasing their Shikai or Bankai could cause area of effect physical damage, outright kill regular humans even farther away. Those were things Ichigo obviously needed to know. However, certain parties apparently decided he should remain oblivious. Obviously, by the time they got back to Karakura Town, he wasn't a happy camper, especially when it turned out that whatever Urahara did to ensure his friends could enter Soul Society without dying first was the reason for the time limit. His stunt had called the cleaner they barely outran. In comparison, this time around, they simply walked. No pressure, no weird monster trying to eat them. Happy he was not. At least there was no fresh disaster waiting for them when they materialized a few hundred meters above the town. For a moment, Ichigo startled and almost lost his footing. Then he gasped and whirled around to look at his friends. Ishida was in the air, using his Quincy quirks, while Shunsui held Chad in place, stopping him from plunging to his death. If a soul could die from a mere fall. Now, Ichigo, please lead the way. I promise we won't let anything happen to you three while you're under our protection. Ukitake prompted him to act. Sure. Kurosaki nodded and looked around. It took him a few moments to figure out where they were so he could point at Urahara's shop, which wasn't visible from their position. Over there, about 2 kilometers that way. The two captains dragged them to a point in the air, roughly above the shop, using flash steps fast enough that it left Kurosaki's friends breathless. Ichigo was pretty sure that they were gleefully showing off. That building over there. Kurosaki pointed down, and in a blink of an eye, they were at the front door. There is some pretty good Kido concealing this place. I can't barely sense a thing, and I'm standing right here. Shunsui whistled. Tessai hasn't lost his touch. Too bad he got himself kicked off the Kido Corps in the first place. Ukitake said, and let go of Ichigo's shoulder before using one of his sheathed swords to knock Trice. They heard shuffling feet, and soon the door opened, revealing a young, bleary-eyed girl wearing spotted pajamas. Yes? She asked with a yawn, before her eyes focused on the Shinigami, and she blanched. Hi there, Ururu. Ichigo awkwardly waved. We're here to pick up our bodies. Please lead us to them, and we'll let you sleep in peace afterwards. Meanwhile, the two captains were peering at the child with interest. Shinigami, Ururu stated in a flat tone. Ukitake, Jushiro, Captain, 13th Division, Gote 13. The white-haired Shinigami introduced himself, and a moment later, Shunsui followed suit, in the same manner too. Identify yourself, please. Tsumugia, Ururu, Enhanced Mod Soul, Anti-Shinigami Class. Ururu, who is it? Why didn't you wait? Jinta ran to the front of the store, brandishing a bat, and froze when he saw who the visitors were. Ah! He smiled nervously, glanced at his weapon, then at the captain's, and very carefully put the bat away. Hi, do you want candy? We're here to pick up a few bodies, and if Tessai is around, we would like a word. Otherwise, we don't intend to cause any trouble. Ukitake smiled gently and spoke in a reassuring tone. It's the Carrot Top. You're still in one piece, Jinta asked. I don't think it is of any use to pretend we don't know why you're here and that we don't work for the boss. Both Urahara and Lady Shihoin are currently in Soul Society, recovering at the 4th Division after some unpleasantness that happened tonight. Lady Shihoin might drop by in the foreseeable future, Shunsui added. What about the boss? Ururu asked. I don't think he'll be free to come anytime soon. Can we come in? Ukitake asked. It's not like we can stop you, even if we tried. The bodies are in the basement under protective Kido. You should be able to release them. Jinta grumbled. Are you sure you don't want any candy? Perhaps next time. Am I the only one who finds this strange? Ishida whispered to Ichigo. I already know 2 so-called mod souls. One's a crazy rabbit, the other is a pervert currently inhabiting a plush toy back home. You know Kon well enough, Ichigo hissed back. More modified souls. What is Urahara playing at? Shunsui wondered aloud. That's a long story, and technically we aren't supposed to talk about that particular disaster. Ukitake muttered. Let's go put you 3 back into your bodies. Somehow Jushiro wasn't surprised to find out that the basement was almost a mirror image of the secret training ground they found Ichigo and Yoruichi at below the Executioner's Hill. If there was any doubt who made and maintained that place, this dispelled it. They found 4 human bodies laying on futons on the ground near the entrance, and each one was surrounded by a transparent blue dome. A stasis spell. I should be able to release them easily, Ukitake said after examining the Kido for a minute. What about Ms. Inoue's body? I don't really feel comfortable leaving it here. Well, if my father is really a Shinigami, we might be able to do something at home, Ichigo suggested. We'll take it with us then. A cloaking spell should ensure no one sees an unconscious girl floating around, Shunsui offered. Good enough for now. Ukitake nodded and began chanting. A few seconds later, the dome surrounding Chad's body vanished. The large boy winced and doubled over in pain as a white chain emerged from the center of his chest and shot at his body, linking them together. He had one moment to groan before his soul got pulled back into his body, which convulsed a few times. Only then did he awake with another groan. Are you all right, Chad? Ichigo exclaimed. Ukitake waved a hand glowing with a diagnostic Kaido over Chad and smiled. He's just stiff. More around a bit, slowly, and it should pass. You might want to get some food and water in your stomach soon. The same goes for the rest of you. That was more in the line of an order than a suggestion. Either way, no one felt like arguing with the man who apparently knew what was what. Ukitake repeated the procedure 2 more times, and Ishida soon shot into his own body. Ichigo, on the other hand, simply remained standing and stared at his sleeping body. What the hell? Kurosaki exclaimed. I was afraid of that. Ukitake spoke kindly. Ichigo, you told me that Urahara cut your chain of fate when you agreed to his offer to restore your powers. What of it? Ichigo demanded. He had a very bad feeling about this. Has anyone explained to you what exactly a chain of fate is? While it is possible to get a living human into Soul Society if you have access to the right equipment and then return them to their bodies, as you just saw, well, in your case. Jushiro waved at Ichigo and his body. By cutting your chain of fate, Tessai basically killed you. Without examining your body closer, I can't be sure if it is really your original body modified to act as a Gigai or merely a Gigai made in its image. Ichigo speechlessly stared at his body. Then again, I might be mistaken. Ukitake frowned and knelt beside Ichigo's body. He raised a hand lit up with Kaido and began scanning it. 18, Chapter 7. Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 7. Shasta, Part 1. Day. Below Urahara's shop, Karakura Town, Japan. After a few minutes of Kaido scans, poking and prodding, Ukitake was none the wiser. The good news is that as far as I can determine, this is indeed your body. It has been modified somewhat to better accept you spiritual power. That said, right now I can't say for sure if you're a live human with Shinigami powers or a Shinigami who might be able to use his old body as a Gigai. We'll need someone like Captain Unohana to give you a proper checkup. Perhaps the 12th Division might be able to help. However, for your sake, I hope that you won't run into anyone from there. So it could be worse, I understand. Ichigo's scowl deepened. Well, there's nothing to it. He walked up to his body, knelt beside it, and placed a hand upon his chest. A second later, his soul blurred and vanished, his body shook a few times, and he opened his eyes. That was odd. He croaked and slowly sat. This certainly felt different than before. Ichigo got up with a wince of discomfort. I'm very stiff, however everything appears to be in a working condition. What now? Now we make sure that those two get home in one piece. Shunsui waved at Ichigo's friends, and then the rest of us need to have a long conversation with your father. I can find my way home without help, thank you very much. Ishida grumbled and headed up the ladder. I'll see you later, Kurosaki. I'll be all right. You need to speak with your father, I understand. Chad rumbled and followed the Quincy. I'll keep an eye on them and find you later. Shunsui shook his head at the kids and slowly walked after them. Well, no time like the present. Are you ready, Ichigo? Ukitake asked. Ichigo barely had enough time to nod before the captain grabbed his shoulder and brought them outside with flash steps that left the teenager breathless. A bit slower, please, Kurosaki managed to wheeze out while gasping for air. Slower it is. Which way? Ichigo offered directions, and to his immense relief, they headed home by simply walking. Even better, Captain Ukitake used the time to explain even more about the basic abilities every Shinigami possessed, how to better utilize them, and perhaps more importantly, why having solid foundation was vital if a Shinigami was to excel. Unless your name was Zaraki Kenpachi, however, apparently that monster was a special case. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Kurosaki residence. It was early in the morning, shortly before dawn, in fact. Ichigo paused in front of the door and looked at his home warily. Kurosaki was almost afraid of what his father might have to say for himself. Ichigo was about to search for his keys when he heard someone moving inside, and the door suddenly opened, revealing Goatchin in his inimitable glory. Or so the boy thought for a moment before the expression on his father's face registered. Isshin was serious for once, which a small miracle. Ichigo knew that he perhaps should have been happy to see his father, especially when it was only thanks to Ukitake and Kyoraku that he was allowed to return home unmolested, if at all. Instead, Father, the word came out harsher than Ichigo intended, however at that moment he found it hard to care. You do recognize our guest, I guess, he added while his eyes twisted into an angry scowl. Captain Ukitake, long time no see. Son, Save it. I need to see Yuzu and Karin. You two can catch up. Then you owe me some answers. Ichigo shouldered his way past his father and headed upstairs. Captain Shiba. Ukitake nodded politely. Will you invite me in, or shall we have our conversation at the doorstep? Get in. Isshin's expression fell after he waved in his former comrade. I've made a mess of things, haven't I? That's putting it politely. I thought you knew better. Ukitake chided without malice. Do you know how much of trouble your son and his friends are? I can make an educated guess. I'm pretty sure you actually can't. Jushiro cut off his host. Invasion of Soul Society, which automatically labeled your son as a Ryoka, among other things, and we all know how they're seen at the best of times. Then we have massive collateral damage, attacking and injuring multiple Shinigami. Their actions directly and indirectly caused at least 4 confirmed deaths, and then things become sticky, as in political. Isshin had the good grace to pale at that. Before I continue, do tell me, what do you know about Captain Aizen? He's still a captain. Isshin fished for more information. His status right now is most complicated. Do answer my question, Sheba. Brilliant bastard. As far as I know, he was the one behind that holification mess a century or so back. However, I can't prove it, obviously. I'm aware of that. Aizen claims he did it because Central 46 ordered it. Urahara obviously disagrees. Obviously. Ishin nodded in agreement while he led Ukitake to the couch in the living room and wordlessly offered him a seat. He sat on a nearby chair and declined to offer any more information on the topic. How is my son entangled in Soul Society politics? You can thank Urahara for that one. Ishin grimaced. I see. No, not yet. Care to enlighten me, Captain Ukitake? Central 46 is dead. Unknown enemies with hollow signatures destroyed their compound, as well as the central archives, which points at Urahara and the hollow-fied officers as prime suspects. Urahara again engineered an invasion of Soul Society by children who he sent blind and dumb to the slaughter. Something you allowed to happen to your own son. After some unpleasantries that happened tonight, once Central 46 reforms, it will be looking for blood, and your kid is one of the prime candidates to be sacrificed to appease them, alongside his friends. Luckily for them, a few of us don't necessarily believe in letting children suffer for other people's fuck-ups, and we got them out of Soul Society. Hopefully we'll be able to reach a compromise that won't see them suffer the full consequences of their actions. Ukitake spoke in an even tone and carefully observed the effect his words had upon the former captain. It wasn't meant to happen like that. What was the plan then? What did you think would happen when these children failed, or worse, if they somehow managed to get their hands on Rukia? You know we wouldn't have left them to simply leave. Not with Rukia, neither by themselves. You brought them here, didn't you? There are going to be consequences, just not throwing them into the maggot's nest and throwing away the key or executing them if I can help it. What did you expect to happen, Sheba? Or did you simply entrust the life and future of your son to Urahara? If that's the case, you've made a grave mistake. I want to hear the answer of that question as well, Father, Ichigo added as he walked quietly down the stairs from the second floor. We had no idea what we walked into. In fact, I'm still missing most of the details. All I really know is that we've landed ourselves into a very nasty mess. Do you care to enlighten us, former Captain Shiba? Ukitake asked and stressed Isen's rank as a Shinigami. War DARs. Part 2. Day. Kurosaki Residence, Karakura Town, Japan. Ishin looked glumly at his son, sorely missing the usual informality and impertinence Ichigo gleefully used when addressing him. The few times before his son had been this stiff and formal when speaking to him, it was when he had been utterly infuriated for one reason or another, usually to do with something the older Kurosaki said or did. The truth, Ichigo? I was hoping that Urahara's particular brand of eccentricity. Let's go with that, Isen decided. It sounded much better than admitting he left his son in the care of a man who often didn't quite know on which side of the thin divide between genius and madness he walked any particular time of the day. Would persuade you to drop the whole Shinigami thing and never look back. Ichigo spluttered when he heard that explanation. What? He barely kept himself from roaring and startling his sisters awake. Did you really think I would have left my friend to be executed when I could do something about it? When it was my fault in the first place? Ichigo, what makes you think that what happened to Rukia was your fault in any way, shape or form? Ukitake inquired with polite interest before Ishin could even begin to respond. That hollow came for me. It would have eaten my sister as well. Rukia got wounded protecting us. She had to give me her power so we all wouldn't die, and she got arrested for that. Ichigo ranted in a quiet hiss. Let me tackle your points one by one. First, from where we stand, I can actually feel your sister's spiritual pressure. It's quite large for humans, large enough to attract any hollow that finds itself in their general vicinity. Both Ichigo and Ishin winced at that. The teen glared at his father, silently demanding answers. My spiritual powers are barely starting to return. I'm aware that the girls are more powerful than regular humans. However, right now I can't really say by how much. I believe that in a place like Karakura, their signatures would be lost among the unusual spiritual power of the town. I'll have to see about putting seals on them. Ishin looked at the floor. And for you, for that matter, it wasn't particularly bad before you went to regain your powers, however afterwards. And you said nothing? Ichigo leveled an accusing finger at his father. I was still hoping you would reconsider. Soul Society, the noble clans who form the government, and for most intents and purposes rule it, it's not a nice place, Ichigo, as you undoubtedly found out the hard way. I didn't want you to have anything to do with that world. You would have been safer and happier that way. The same goes for the girls. I don't want them involved. I'll see what I can do, however Yamamoto knows about your status. We'll either have to make a creatively edited report about you with all the risks such a thing carry, or you'll have to come and explain yourself. Why didn't you send a report? It would have made all the difference between being on a long medical leave, recovering your powers in the world of the living, and being away without official leave. Ukitake's words were heavy with frustration. I saw an opportunity to get away for good, and I took it. That's the truth. Ishin admitted. I've been sick with all the political games and stuff we often had to do at the bidding of higher authority. Ukitake's eyebrows did their best to disappear into his hairline at the implication of that admission. However, he knew better than to pursue said topic then and there. There will be consequences, however, even as disgraced as the Shibas are, you're still a noble clan. I'm sure once reformed Central 46 would be lenient if for no other reason to ensure that if something like this happens to their clans, they would get off lightly compared to the lesser people, Jushiro pointed out. And you wonder why I didn't want to have anything with that world? Ishin chuckled bitterly. That might be the best option from a lot of bad options. I'm missing something, aren't I? It's not often that Shinigami procreate with humans, Ichigo. What you father did, the fact that you and your sisters exist, it's an anomaly, one which will make some people curious, while others might see it as a disgrace at best. In fact, there are very few instances I could recall, and I'm one of the oldest living Shinigami. 3 that I know of, and only thanks to Kisuke. Ishin nodded. One instance ended up with everyone eaten by hollows before Gotei 13 could intervene. In another, the stealth force cleared up house, so to speak, and ensured that everyone involved ended up in Soul Society for good, one way or another. The third case ended up better, with sooner or later everyone either passing on or willingly returning. That's what I recall from the top of my head as well. The stealth force had to intervene due to inter-clan politics, and in the third case the female Shinigami in question was shielded by her clan. However, after she and her children returned to Soul Society for good, she pulled out from Gotei 13 and got back to her clan. I don't know what happened afterwards, Ukitake confirmed. As you see, Ichigo, it was for the best that you didn't know, Ishin began. That's not true, and you know it. If I knew what we were walking into, Ichigo trailed off in frustration. What would have you done differently? Until very recently, I believed that Urahara did tell you at least the cliff notes, and you went in anyway. Honestly, Ichigo, sometimes you're too stubborn and headstrong for your own good. Ishin chided. That's rich coming from you, Goat Chin, Ichigo snapped. I know now how foolish we all were. We went in blind. The teenager grimaced. We didn't think. We were so sure of ourselves, we thought we could rescue Rukia no matter what. Your friend sent us to die, he accused. That's a bit much. I know Kisuke fucked up, but… Ishin raised both hands in a placating gesture. But what, Captain Shiba? When we first saw him, your son was training to achieve Bankai using a method Urahara had created. If my guess is right, Ichigo came perilously close to losing the possibility of ever achieving it in the first place when his attempt was interrupted. Ukitake shook his head in displeasure. And what would have happened if he actually did the unlikely? A young boy who hasn't even mastered the basics yet, and a lot of raw power against the best Gotei 13 has. We both know that it takes at least a decade of intensive training to master a Bankai after unlocking it. Let's say that Ichigo got extraordinary, lucky for a second time, and somehow defeated a second captain because they still didn't take him seriously. Then what? The next people he would have faced would have been fresh and taking no chances. What's worse, he would have painted himself as an even larger threat, one that simply couldn't be ignored or allowed to go free. Father, do you actually have a good answer for me, or just more worthless excuses? Ichigo demanded. considering what happened. What can I say to make things better? I can't turn back the time. I can't make it so you never went to Soul Society. Isshin snapped back. I told you the truth, Ichigo. I wanted to keep you, all my children, safe from the world I left behind. I know that if Soul Society sinks its fangs into you, it won't ever let go. While Gote 13 does serve a vital purpose, the rest of it, Central 46, the noble clans, they're all rotten to the core. I regret how I handled things, however, I'll never regret trying to keep you away from that. There aren't dirtier politics than the Shinigamis, and now we're all going to land in the middle of those. That's almost certainly true. At best, you'll be under scrutiny for a long time to come, both due to your nature and parentage. Not to mention that Captain Aizen did show some interest in you as well. Ukitake extrapolated. 3 knocks interrupted the tense conversation. That's Shunsui. Jushiro nodded. Who else did you bring? Is the whole stealth force skulking around waiting to sweep in? Isshin grumbled. It's just the 2 of us and the body of one of Ichigo's friends. Considering what happened, it struck us as a bad idea to leave it back at Urahara's place. At this point, it's an even toss who we trust less, your friend or Captain Aizen. Personally, my money is on Urahara being the less trustworthy until and unless some new evidence surfaces. Shunsui knocked again, 4 times. I'll go invite him in. Isshin stood up, thankful for the distraction. 19th Chapter 7, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 7, Yast Data. Part 3, Yast Dae-san. Aizen's Inner World. All things considered, my potentially mutinous Espada could wait a bit. The newest inhabitant of my inner world, on the other hand, not so much. Thus, I sent Tosen to gather my sorry excuses for generals and keep them from causing too much trouble while I went to take a sorely needed shower on an autopilot and entered my inner world. In the short time since my last visit, the place had radically changed. There were just a few patches of desert left, concentrated around a few of the ruined temples, while the rest of it was covered by lush green grass and flowers I could remember seeing all over a galaxy, far, far away. I found Kuoka sitting at the shore of the same glade we first encountered the Hogyoku's new form, holding the spirit of the little girl and braiding her hair of all things. Ladies, I hope you find yourselves comfortable in my humble adobe. I approached them with a smile and spoke in my best core accent, which was like the best British, just turned up to 11. That we are, master. Kuoka smirked at me, and the girl looked up, examining me with large, curious eyes. Hi, the Hogyoku chirped happily. Hello yourself. You've settled up comfortably. Very much, she peered around. I like green much better, she added conspiratorially. Me too. It usually beats any dessert. Unless is a particularly vicious death world, like some parts of Dromund Kaas that made Korriban's treacherous surface away from the Sith Academy look like a children's park. The Hogyoku merely hummed at that and continued to stare at me. I walked beside them and sat down on the grass. All the while Kuoka looked at me with bemusement. I do like the change. Korriban, while fitting as a template for my inner world, was never a place I particularly liked. But it is no longer fitting, is it? Until you begin mastering my Bankai, you should be free from any mental influence like that of the dark side, Kuoka pointed out. That's true, unless you're holding up on me. Nope, it's actually interesting to experience you while you're in your right mind, master. You're both similar and very different from the Sith I knew. Kuoka must. Looking back, even at my best, I couldn't escape the influence of the dark side. It's just that back then, my frame of reference about what someone truly fallen to the dark side looked like was much different. I tried to explain, as much to Kuoka as to myself. In your memories, I could see the person you used to be before you ended up on Korriban for the first time. There were brief times when that man shone through. However, most of the time, he was buried below the influence of the dark side. While you wasn't as bad as some of the worst Sith you knew and encountered, by all sane standards, you fell back on Korriban. As a Sith, that is a conclusion I would have denied until my dying breath. The dark side's greatest gift and betrayal is how it allows us to deceive ourselves. It's just that, while I knew this truth, I could never bring myself to fully face it back then. And wasn't that a mind fuck of the highest order? Without the dark side's influence, looking back it was like a veil lifted from my mind, pun intended. Well, I hope for all out's sakes that you'll do better this time around. On the other hand, now you're capable enough that you don't need to master my Bankai anytime soon. Take it slowly, if at all practical. 10 years sounds good, you know, Kuoka suggested. Oh, I'm sure we can do better than that. However, you're right, there's no hurry. Even without this little munchkin here, I beamed at the Hogyoku. We're more than capable enough of handling what might come our way. As soon as I said that, I cursed myself. Taunting fate in such a way is never a good idea. I can help, the little girl pipped up. I know, dear. In fact, if you think you're up to it, I believe that we might attempt to do a miracle in the not-so-distant future. The Hogyoku stared at me and smiled widely. I can do that, I think. Excellent. If it works, I think I can introduce you to a couple of girls who might become your friends in the future, and thus further ensure that Ichigo would be at least neutral, if not friendly. I'll like that, I think. Splendid. Now, while I would love to spend more time with you two, I need to go and ensure that my Espadas are behaving. I'll be back later. However, first I think you, little one, need a name. Hogyoku, crumbling sphere, it simply isn't fitting for someone as adorable as you are. Said little miracle worker giggled at my words. What do you think, Kuoka? My Zanpakuto looked at the girl in her arms and smiled fondly. Yuriko. No matter what you were before, you're now pure like a lily flower, Kuoka proclaimed. I like it, the now dubbed Yuriko chirped. It was fitting, especially depending on how Yuriko could be written in kanji and its meanings. I'll see you soon, Yuriko, Kuoka. One thing was sure, I was in for some very interesting times in the future. I opened my eyes in the real world with a content sigh, feeling hot water splash over my head and soothe my tired muscles. A few hours of plotting and actual sleep before facing the music later today sounded even better and better. The Espada first, however. Espada Meeting Hall. Las noches. Hueco Mundo. I found my Espada sitting around the long table in the meeting hall, bickering. They were all in attendance, which was good. It meant that they weren't personally molesting my Shinigami, or worse, getting on Retsu's nerves, something which would end up in blood and tears. When I entered, all conversations ground to a halt, and 10 pairs of eyes stared straight at me. More than a few looked at me with undisguised fury, while a couple were either bored, terrified, or indifferent. Cypher sat to my left, and he was one the most unsettled of them all, almost skittish, really. Perhaps I should be having a talk with him sooner rather than later. To Ulquiorra's left sat Stark, who as usual appeared bored out of his mind. Next came one of the problem children, Neutra Gilga, the 5th Espada, who my previous self should have disciplined strictly, if not outright executed for attacking Nell. The worst of the Sith's way of promoting people wasn't a thing that should be encouraged, ever. Well, unless he did something to provoke me during this meeting, his days were likely numbered. Either he was going to run afoul of Retsu, or Nell would deal with him once Tyr retrieved her and we got her healed. Speaking of my 3rd Espada, Tyr sat in her chair with her arms crossed right below her very generous bust, and she stared coyly at me over the edge of her jacket. What exactly went through her head right now, I was almost afraid to contemplate. The last thing I needed was for Hannibal to see Retsu as a competition, or the other way around. That way laid excessive amount of property damage, a lot of bloodshed, and the likely loss of a competent general in the making, so it was to be avoided at all costs. At the far end of the table, right beside each other, sat Yami, who believed himself to be the Zero Espada in his resurrected form. A brute who usually followed orders, though now glared at me as if I've beaten him and stole his lunch money, and more interestingly, the 9th Espada, Aronniero Arurueri, the brains in the jar, in other words. If he was particularly lucky, he might survive what I had planned for him, which would be good considering his particular talents. And if he perished, as long as my plan worked, who cared? The potential benefit hugely outweighed the usefulness of that particular arrancar. The 2nd Espada, Baragan Louisenban, came next, and the former King of the Hollows stared me down with undisguised hatred. Still, he didn't dare act against me yet, which was good. For all his issues, his abilities made him potentially incredibly useful. If I could trust him to follow orders and not fuck around. If not, he would be a liability to be disposed of. Next came my pet mad scientist, Sayelaporo Granz. The pink-haired Arankar was the second one who looked as if he didn't care about what I've been up to in Soul Society or the true reasons behind my actions. As long as I enabled his experiments, he was going to be on my side. He didn't care at all about the conflict between Hollows and Shinigami, unless his one-sided rivalry with Kurotsuchi counted. Zomari Ruro, the seventh Espada, was one arrogant, ill-tempered cunt, though when he kept his cheerful personality in check, he was a reasonably competent subordinate. In his case, it was a coin toss to see if he would fall in line or volunteer to become an object lesson. Just like the last Espada, the blue-haired Grimjow Jaeger Jaquez, our resident Kenpachi ex-spy. Lady and gentlemen, and in some cases I'm using the term very loosely, I put my trademarked evil Aizen smile in place on a Kuoka-sourced illusion I sent to sit on my throne-like chair. I haven't bothered to check it for all kinds of unpleasant surprises, so until that happened, no planting my behind on the potentially booby-trapped seat. There is some dissent in the ranks, I hear. DA. Part 4. Da. Espada. Meeting Hall. Las noches. Hueco Mundo. Silence reigned for one long moment while my Espada stared at my illusion, only to be interrupted by people loudly drawing breath and rearing themselves for a good rant. Shinigami, predictably, the infuriated hiss came from Baragan. Explain thyself. The dethroned king glared malevolently at me. That was one excellent glare. He could give pointers to many a Sith I used to know. The old man shifted his bulk and looked my illusion in the eyes. His weathered face twisted into an expression of such a loathing that it left no doubt whatsoever what he felt about me at that moment. Explain myself, I asked slowly and deliberately. My illusion smirked at Baragan with an expression of calm bemusement reshaping its features. Do you really think that any of my actions in Soul Society, past, present, or future, change the relationship between us, Espada? Dealing with Hollows, from the lowest soul which had just been corrupted to the mightiest Arankar and Vasto Lord, had one thing in common. Ironically enough, it wasn't dissimilar to dealing with the average Sith. It was all about raw power and confidence. My past self didn't merely command the Espada and all other Arankar in the kingdom he forged within the heart of Hueco Mundo, just because for all intents and purposes he created their current iterations. He commanded them because he was the most powerful, the scarier monster. Still, luckily for me, he hadn't shown his true colors yet, and some of them did follow out gratitude and respect that went beyond his power. I could play this conversation in multiple ways and get it to work in the short term. The tricky part would be crafting a narrative that would work both for my Hollows and Shinigami, because those two groups valued rather different things and had very different agenda. As a scientist, I could only approve our creation, no matter the reason behind it. That was no surprise coming from my own one-man R&D department. However, the boredom vanished from his voice, and Granz focused me with his eyes. I do find myself compelled to ask, what are your intentions towards us now? Well, on the bright side, I'm no longer feeling myself compelled to follow my former government's orders. As far as you all are concerned, that is a very good thing. I answered and put a bright, cheerful smile on the face of my illusion. Which means that if, or should I say, when we clash with Gotei 13's forces, you'll be all properly trained to not only survive, but win such an encounter. We were expendable weapons, weren't we? Give me one reason why I shouldn't erase you from existence, Shinigami. Baragan somehow put more loathing and contempt in his voice than I've heard ever used before. In itself, that was an impressive achievement. Oh, if I'm to be totally honest with you, it was actually worse. You were all supposed to be mind-fucked into obeying both mine and Soul Society's orders. If I had bothered to install that such a failsafe, then you would have been truly nothing more than expendable weapons. All levity left my voice. Instead, I let you all retain your free will. Your choices are your own. You could continue to be my comrades and generals, or you could decide that I've betrayed you all and do your best to strike me down. If you choose the later, I'll understand it and give you the respect you all deserve as the most powerful beings Hueco Mundo has ever seen. I'll face you with everything I have. I'll pass on the dying horribly part. Aronniero raised a hand. As always, I'm your humble servant, sir. For once, I find myself sharing the sentiment. Ulquiorra hurried to add, fighting Aizen will be too troublesome. Count me out. Stark drawled. Me too. I'm not feeling particularly suicidal today. Thank you very much, Tyr added. What do you expect from these cowards and the fucking broad? Noitra sneered and pointed a finger at my illusion. What about you, Grimjow? Do you feel like feasting on Shinigami tonight? The bastard brought us a whole feast. I'm all in for a proper fight. Grimjow's right hand fell upon the hilt of his Zanpakuto. Some of us have seen what the Shinigami captains are capable of, even when not going all out. They're either equal to us or outclass us, as we are right now. Tonight Aizen tore Gotei 13 apart with ease. If he wanted the Shinigami to fall, he would have summoned us all, used us as a distraction while doing the job himself. Ulquiorra spoke in his usual emotionless voice. My best guess. Barragan's posturing along with this cute attempt at mutiny forced him to get his head straight for the time being, and he didn't want to see me going all out. In hindsight, what Arya and Yuriko did was a God-sent favor I owed them for. If I was still wiped out, I might have not survived my delicious showdown with Retsu, but had much tougher time right now. No, that's incorrect. If my reserves were practically empty, I would have avoided meeting my Espada until I would be recovered enough to face them if it came down to it, which in turn might have led to even more trouble. Right now, making an example should be enough to reassess my authority. I always knew you were a coward, Ulquiorra, Yami yammered, scared by a few little squishy Shinigami. Bah! That was quite enough. I was a Shinigami, you know, and if there was one thing I took pride in among my previous self's deeds, it was that he had mastered all Shinigami arts. I flash-stepped in front of the Zero Espada while still cloaked in illusions and suppressing my Reiatsu. In a split second, I sharpened my spiritual power until it was as keen as any blade and let the charade go. Then I struck. To those around us, it looked like that one instant I was sitting in my chair, and in the next, I was passing by Yami, after my Zanpakuto severed his left arm at the shoulder. With one fluid motion, I threw the Espada's blood off Kuoka's blade and sheathed her, then whirled around and pointed at the severed appendage while it was slowly flying through the air. Hado 45 Hyan. I uttered aloud and unleashed a spell at the arm. A purple energy pulse flew from my palm and hit the appendage, evaporating it in a blinding conflagration that set Yami's clothes on fire. Only then did the pain register, and he stared dumbly at his bleeding shoulder. My patience is a bit thin tonight. Do I need to make a proper example of someone worth my time? I inquired politely and flashed the Espada Aizen's patented smile. Naturally, the me they saw was another illusion, while I prudently moved away from the table so I could have space to maneuver in case I misread the situation. I rest my case. If someone wishes to commit suicide tonight, be my guests. Ulquiorra sneered at Yami and stood up. Sir, I'll be at my quarters if you need me. He bowed respectfully and headed for the nearest exit. Me too. I'm felling like taking a nap. Stark left the table with an air that made it obvious that even those lethargic motions were too much of a bother. Don't mind me. If you boys want to be cut to pieces, I'll gladly watch the show. I was sure Tia actually smiled behind her mask. Bitch, Noitra hissed in hot contempt. I flash-stepped behind Haribal and pointed an index finger at the mouthy bastard. Byakuya! I dumped a noticeable amount of Reiatsu in the spell, almost overloading it with my shaky control. Fortunately, I managed to avoid embarrassing myself, and a thin stream of pale lighting pierced his eye patch and exited from the back of his skull. Luckily for him, my aim was true, and I managed to shoot him through his hollow hole. Otherwise, we might be down one Espada, because I certainly dumped more than enough energy into the spell to burn through his hierro. The multiple walls the Hado blasted through could attest to that fact. Not to mention, for a second time tonight, it appeared that I could move faster than any of my Espada could follow. Noitra stared dumbly at me as I placed a hand on Tyr's shoulder. Gilga, this is no way to speak to your betters, which include almost everyone in this room. Do apologize to the lady. We stared at each other for one endless moment, and I was almost sure that I would have to make a proper example tonight, when Noitra gulped and muttered an apology so quietly that I barely heard it. Speak clearly or suffer the consequences. My voice was colder than the best chill Toshiro's Bankai could manage. I'm sorry, Harabel, Noitra spat. I love you too. Tia sneered back, and that, ladies and gentlemen, were my elite generals, behaving like unruly children. It was a near thing, my struggle with an epic facepalm. Nearby, Grimjow slowly and carefully took his hand off his Zanpakuto, demonstrating that he had at least 2 working brain cells to rub together. And Baragon. His glare was pure murder, and if it could kill, there would be nothing more left from me but ash scattering across the room. However, he kept his mouth shut and refused to antagonize me even further right now. Let me make something crystal clear. I spoke in my best commanding voice. You will act as the generals you're supposed to be, or you will suffer the consequences. Such displays, I pointed a thumb at Yami, who was holding his shoulder and frowning in pain, then suddenly slammed my sheathed Zanpakuto into Noitra's head, not only fast enough that he couldn't react, but hard enough to plant his face through the table, are unacceptable. Tia preened at my words and actions. She also stood straighter in her chair. The rest of the Espada hurried to nod at my words. One crisis averted, not it remained to see what stunt Baragon was going to try and pull off next. Chapter 20, Chapter 7, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 7, Fiade, Part 5. House Day, Kurosaki Residence, Karakura Town, Japan. Kyoraku gently put down the girl's body at the end of the couch and sat down beside his own friend. He looked around the human house. A nice place you have here, Shiba. Shunsui smiled at the rogue captain. It is, Ishin agreed glumly. Will you answer my questions properly now, father? Ichigo demanded, after nodding politely to the second captain. When were you going to tell me the truth? Were you going to tell me anything at all, if you weren't forced to? Ishin's grimace told volumes. Why do I ever bother? Ichigo spat angrily. You know, that strikes me as more than little irresponsible, former Captain Shiba. In fact, it doesn't sound like you at all. Ukitake looked questionably at the elder Kurosaki. Well, given the circumstances, it wasn't like Ishin could tell them the whole truth anyway. Even implying that Ichigo was a Shinigami Quincy hybrid would be bad enough and might earn all his children an express trip to the 12th Division. That more than anything else held back his tongue now. It didn't help that he lacked a good excuse for failing to say anything to his son. It was more than little irresponsible true, however, after he lost Masaki to a damned hollow and nearly lost Ichigo too. Then and there, the last thing Ishin wanted was to have anything with the spirit world. Despite his son seeing ghosts since an early age, he had been doing his best to ignore that fact and pretend that it would all go away. That Ichigo would grow up being more or less normal teenager, with normal teenager trouble, getting into scraps, having trouble and fun with girls, the works. Instead this. Ichigo just had to get his stubbornness and Masaki's big heart, didn't he? Ishin knew that in his youth he would have ran away without looking back after being subjected to Urahara's usual antics in no time at all. His son, on the other hand, he threw away his chance to be a normal human after Byakuya cut out his Shinigami powers and just had to risk it all in order to go on an ill-advised, suicidal even, attempt to rescue a girl he barely knew. The silence stretched as 3 pairs of eyes watched Ishin to come clean. What do you expect me to say, Ichigo? I don't have a good answers to give you. I can make many excuses, most of them even sounded great in my head at the time. Ishin looked imploringly at his son. I trusted that Urahara would dissuade you from regaining your powers, and if not, from doing anything ill-advised, like going to Soul Society. I have no idea what that man was thinking sending you and your friends, much less without telling you anything about what you were walking into blind. Dissuade me. He got Tesai to cut off my chain of fate and threw me into a damned deep hole and left me to either swim or drown alone, Ichigo snapped. He did what? Ishin surged to his feet in shock as he stared at his son with wide, disbelieving eyes. I was moments from becoming a bloody hollow when I got lucky and managed to get my powers back. The powers I have because of you, apparently. If it wasn't for that, I would be gone for good. Ichigo blanched. Until this night, he had been trying very hard not to think about what Urahara did to him. He had been too busy for such a distractions. However, now that he didn't have to fight for his life or train to rescue Rukia, and when he knew he might be in fact dead, well, it brought certain things into perspective. "I'm going to kill Kisuke," Isshin vowed. "I'm pretty sure Byakuya has as much reason to hate the man as you, if not more, considering what the exile did to his little sister." Shunsui pointed out. "She's his sister. It's my son we're talking about here," Isshin shot back. "The son you've been keeping in the dark and treating like a mushroom." Ichigo's words struck hard and true. "The son I've been trying to keep safe and as far away from all of this as I could." Isshin glared at Ichigo without heat, and failing miserably. "I think it's obvious that we won't get a satisfying answer as to why former Captain Shiba here has been silent, especially once he found out his son was a Shinigami," Shunsui noted. "However, that really is between you, Shiba, and your son, perhaps daughters too. The more pressing matter is to figure out what we'll do now, both about your status and Ms. Inoue." Kyoraku nodded at Orihime's body. "I really don't feel comfortable with leaving the body of the girl who healed me in Urahara's hands. Can we trust that you'll keep it safe?" Jushiro asked. "She healed you," Isshin exclaimed. "That she did. I haven't felt this way in ages." Ukitake smiled. "We can put her body into a protective kido not dissimilar to what kept it safe back at Urahara's. It might be also prudent to put up a few protections around your home as well before we head back." "That might be for the best," Isshin agreed. "I'm in no shape to face even a low-level hollow. What are you going to tell Yamamoto?" "That's the question, isn't it?" Shunsui frowned. "He already knows you're still alive, or were so Ichigo here could be born and in the world of the living. It might be for the best to play things mostly straight. You've lost your powers and are living here while they recover. As far as Ichigo goes, it's been a long time since you lost your powers. You hooked up with a woman in the living world, and we can all guess how Ichigo and the girls came into being." Kyoraku wiggled his eyebrows at Shiba. "You'll have to eventually come in and face a punishment. That's a given. However, if we play it right, doing so could not only deflect some of the blame for the invasion from Ichigo, but help shield him and his friends, because you're a Shiba." Ukitake continued. "Besides, I'm looking forward to seeing your reunion with Kukaku." "That's not nice, my friend. That reunion is going to be explosive." Shunsui smirked. "It's going to be very much deserved, too." Isshin grimaced, remembering his niece's love for all things that go boom. With him little more than a regular soul right now, any such reunion was going to be very perilous and painful. "Where should we settle, Mrs. Oriheim?" Jushiro asked. "We do have to go back soon, and we'll leave as soon as we set up some barriers around your house. Meanwhile, we all should think for the best way to present your status and what you've been up to the old man and the rest of Gote 13. You'll probably get a visit from Matsumoto as soon as she hears you're alive, and she could get away from Toshiro's oversight. It will be nice to see her again. Is she all right?" Isshin perked up. "As well as she could be given the circumstances. As far as we know, she wasn't caught up in the recent unpleasantries." Jushiro reassured him. "Good, that's good." Isshin spoke in relief. "We probably can find a comfortable place for the girl in the basement. My daughters seldom venture over there, and when we're done, Ichigo, you're going to tell me everything about what Kisuke has done to you, what he taught you as well. Is that so? Like you told me everything as well?" "That would be for the best. Your father will need that information for when we bring him back to face the old man." Shunsui interrupted. "The way things shape up, it might be for the best to hang as much of this mess on Urahara. He did engineer much of it, and I still don't know what he was thinking sending children to the slaughter." Ukitake practically growled. "Once we're back, I'll be speaking with Lady Shihoin, and when he is awake, I'll be having words with Urahara himself." "Best case? They were merely a smokescreen," Shunsui suggested. "If you're feeling generous and it's been obvious you're feeling anything but tonight, my friend." "That's certainly true," Jushiro agreed. "Let's get those spells set up." Day. Part 6. Darth Aizen's quarters. Las noches. Hueco Mundo. In the aftermath of the pissing contest that was the Espada meeting, I dragged Grans and politely suggested that he do his utmost to locate the Grand Fisher and drag it unharmed to his labs, where said hollow was to be kept safe and sound until I could attend to it personally. In exchange, my resident mad genius was going to see a miracle. If he was good boy, Grans might even set up all kinds of instruments to observe the next time I perform one, so we could see what he could learn that way. Needless to say, I suddenly became the favorite person of the science-obsessed Arrancar, and he headed to rouse his minions and begin his hunt. That taken care of, I went to my quarters, scanned them for unpleasant surprises, and raised up the defenses before crashing into my bed. I fell asleep almost immediately and found myself dragged back into my inner world. There I found Yuriko and Kuoka sitting on top of a ruined temple that was a dead ringer for a Sith tomb I had to raid a long time ago. Hopefully this time around, it was just an empty building without all the fun surprises set up within. That went better than it could have, Master, Kuoka said after I walked through the air to join them. Wrangling hollows is very similar to dealing with most Sith, isn't it? You have to demonstrate that you're the biggest, scariest monster around, or they simply won't listen. Even as Arrancars, their instincts have a much stronger hold upon them than any other creatures I've ever met, save for Darksiders in the grip of the dark side. You make a good point. Hello there, Yuriko. I smiled at the girl. Hi, she waved cheerfully. We're redecorating. I can see that. I nodded. There was no trace of sand in the vicinity of the temple, which was surrounded by a patch of it the last time I came to my inner world. Good work. Yuriko beamed at me and looked down at the temple with an intent expression on her face. The gloomy, dark building began to waver and warp in front of my eyes, and soon we stood upon the roof of a much smaller house, one that came straight out of my memories. Is that Ordo's residence? I think so. Kuoka looked around. There weren't that many memories of homely places in your head, and Yuriko here is fascinated by all the worlds and different wonders we experienced back then. I would love to visit one day if at all possible, the Munchkin pipped up. If anyone could make that possible, it's going to be you when you grow up. A bittersweet smile crawled upon my face. A chance to go back, to perhaps change what happened after Bothawui and avoid my death. It would be a priceless opportunity. Yet, right now, I wasn't as eager to go back as I might have been otherwise. It was nice not to constantly struggle with the dark side's influence, especially when I now knew it had indeed influenced me much more than I ever admitted to myself as a Sith. Yuriko looked around with a frown. She had that expression of intense concentration on her face, and then reality twisted in the nearby garden, forming a small six-legged form. Golden fur, triangular head with a lot of large teeth. This wasn't something I saw in the home of Ordo during the Clone Wars. It was nevertheless a familiar sight, one I haven't seen since my Imperial days. The Strill pup stumbled on unsteady legs and looked around in confusion, sniffing the air. It saw Yuriko, who was beaming at it with huge smile plastered all over her face, and ran awkwardly in our direction. Well, that's certainly new. Kuoka looked at the newest addition to my inner world. Yuriko is a small miracle worker, isn't she? I stared at the girl and her brand new pet with mixed feelings. Perhaps we should set up some ground rules before my inner world became a veritable menagerie. The Strill huffed in glee, got up on its hind four paws, and began licking Yuriko like the little pup it was. That might be for the best. Kuoka agreed. However, you didn't come here just to check on us, did you, Master? Time in here passes slower than in the outside world, and I need to figure out how to persuade my Shinigami and Hollows both to not kill or eat each other and even work together. I paused at that thought. Or at least stay out of each other's way until they could get more familiar with each other. Familiarity often breeds contempt. Kuoka snorted. You know that better than most. There's that too. As long as they don't kill each other, I can work on them. I redirected my attention to the giggling girl. Yuriko, just to be clear, I'm drawing the line at Rancors and other megafonta. Of course not. Sunshine here will get jealous, Yuriko wisely pointed out between lick-induced giggles. You know, Master, it might be nice to have a pet. I never had a pet before, Kuoka whispered as she fondly watched the unfolding scene. I've had pets before. They could be tons of fun and tons of headaches too. At any rate, Sunshine is now your responsibility. How comes? For all intents and purposes, you're her mother. I nodded sagely. They're both your responsibility. Kuoka opened her mouth, then snapped it shut with an audible click and looked back at Yuriko with an odd, pleased expression on her face. Now, before you get all motherly on me, it's brainstorming time. Day, 4th Division Barracks, Soul Society. As soon as Captains Ukitake and Kaioraku returned to Soul Society, they separated with each one heading his own way. Shunsui went to brief their mentor about the state of Isshin Shiba and confirm that once the immediate crisis passed, he would be personally bringing the man himself to face judgment for going AWOL. For the time being, the official party line was going to be that the human children were deceived by the experienced manipulator Urahara and most likely used as a distraction, which was the only explanation that made even a shred of sense, unless the exile actually wanted to get them all killed while maintaining even a shred of plausible deniability. That particular shred of information didn't make Jushiro feel much better about the exile's actions and what he was directly responsible for causing, because if the children were in fact nothing more than a distraction, then the odds of Urahara being behind the destruction of Central 46 and the Central Archives increased significantly. Jushiro walked into the 4th Division, nodded politely at the various Shinigami he passed through the halls, and after a couple of pointed questions, he found Yoruichi's room, which was surrounded by 3 full units of the stealth force. They came to attention as he approached and didn't even try to bar his way. Obviously, their orders weren't to prevent the prisoner having visitors, but to merely ensure she didn't let herself out, a hard proposition with all the Bakudo spells binding her. Ukitake was glad to see that his target was very much awake and bound even more securely than she had back during disastrous meeting at the 1st Division. Lady Shihoin. This time there was no mirth, no trace of kindness in the thin smile Jushiro offered. It's a high time we discussed your actions as of late. What in the name of the Soul King did you think you were doing? Urahara has always danced too close to insanity for my taste, but you? The former commander of the Stealth Force and captain of the 2nd Division. I thought you actually knew better. Do tell me, what was the plan? Why did you throw a group of children to the slaughter without even the courtesy of telling them what hell they walked into? Were they merely a distraction, or did Urahara consider them loose ends for some reason and wanted them gone without dirtying his own hands? It wasn't like that, Yoruichi croaked. Nothing was supposed to happen like this. Really? From where I'm standing, you two made a right mess of things. So please explain to me, what did you actually hope to achieve? What was the grand plan? Ukitake stared coldly at the bound woman. 21st. Chapter 8. Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 8. Day. Part 1. Sag Day, 4th Division Barracks, Soul Society. When Yoruichi refused to answer, Ukitake merely raised an eyebrow, a gesture which somehow radiated contempt. He sensed Soifon approach and felt a pang of grim amusement when he figured out that she declined to enter and merely remained outside the door, prepared to eavesdrop on their conversation. Yoruichi, on the other hand, was bound to such an extent that it would be a miracle if she would be able to perceive the reiatsu of a bankai being unsealed nearby. Jushiro was quite sure that his fellow captain wanted answers as well, even if not to precisely the same questions. Do enlighten me, Lady Shihoin. You're a bright girl, I know that for a fact. What exactly was your plan? What about the goal of this disaster you helped bring to fruition? You couldn't have expected that these children would rescue Rukia, how could you? Even if Ichigo Kurosaki does have higher spiritual power than the average captain, he lacks the training and experience, not to mention the control to properly utilize it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been wounded again and again, facing lieutenants like Renji Abarai and seated officers Ikaku Madarame, even if he won. It was a pure miracle that he ran into Zaraki Kenpachi and managed to force a draw, because any other captain wouldn't have held back nor messed around for fun. Every single one of us, with the exception of that fighting-obsessed maniac, would have put Kurosaki down hard, if not killed him outright. The same goes for his friends. If it wasn't for Shunsui running into that large boy, Chad, the lad would have been taken apart. The less said about the Quincy, the better. Aizen had to pull him and Mrs. Inoue from Kurotsuchi's clutches. Then I had to extract him from the 5th detention center, just as a contingent from the 12th was about to take custody of the boy. We both know what they would have done to him there. He would have welcomed a vivisection once it finally came, because it would have likely meant a release from the experiments. Ukitake had to take a moment to center himself. He hadn't intended to carry out such a rant. However, the events happening lately had him both on edge and at the end of his patience, especially Urahara's stunts. He felt just a tiny tingle of satisfaction when Yoruichi refused to meet his gaze and instead stared at the far side of the bed she was bound to while recovering. "Do I get to you, Lady Shihoin? Or should I proceed to explain in excruciating detail how much trouble those children are because of you? Given your history, you should know that better than most." "I hear you loud and clear, Ukitake," Yoruichi whispered quietly. "I told you, it wasn't supposed to happen like this. Do extrapolate, please. Right now, I'm incapable of taking such vague statements at face value, especially coming from you." Yoruichi grimaced at that, still struggling with trusting her former comrade with the truth. She would have preferred to consult with Urahara first, because his appearance and some of the things that came out during the interrogation, not to mention what happened later, did catch her off guard. Speaking without comparing notes, preferably somewhere safe in the world of the living, could be used against them easily. Both Gotei 13 and the government would want people to blame, and with Aizen safely away. Let me make something clear, from where I stand, and I'm not the only one, most of what happened last night is on you and Urahara. Aizen, even after the exile's actions and Yamamoto's order forced him to flee, still looks much better and more trustworthy than you two. Yoruichi couldn't help it, she blanched at that very idea. So come on and try to explain to me how this disaster wasn't your fault, or worse, your intention from the start. For yours and Urahara's sake, before Byakuya is released from the 4th and goes on the warpath, because after what your friend did to his sister, I can assure you, right not he cares not what Aizen did. In fact, he has a reason to be thanking Sosuke. Please, do set the record straight while you still can." "What happened to Rukia?" Yoruichi croaked. "She's right here in the 4th, while the available healers are subjecting her to all kinds of tests. As for what happened to her, don't play coy. Urahara hid his invention, that Hogyoku in her soul, so it could drain Rukia from her powers and be destroyed in the process. My current theory is that Urahara is a prime suspect for arranging Rukia's sentencing and execution. After all, he wanted that thing destroyed apparently at all cost, and what better way than to use the Sokioku? It would have wiped out Rukia's soul out of existence today at noon, and with certainly anything hidden within it, and as a beneficial coincidence, any and all evidence, something had been done to her soul in the first place. Fortunately, Aizen had a way to safely extract that thing, and did so. Rukia should be making a full recovery. Obviously, while more trustworthy than either you, especially Urahara, I'm not taking him at his word in this. Thus the medical tests." The blood drained from Yoruichi's face as she became deadly pale. "I'll speak." She let out another croak. This was beyond disastrous. Until now, she had held hope that Aizen hadn't been able to retrieve the Hogyoku, that he needed Rukia to be executed by nothing less than the Sokioku in order to take it from the ashes of her soul. The obvious problem was that what Ukitake just implied was a frightening possibility, because really, if there was one thing able to destroy the Hogyoku, it would be that specific weapon. Surely Urahara wouldn't have lied to her. He wouldn't have deceived her and used everything that happened as a smokescreen, both in order to expose Aizen and ensure the Hogyoku was destroyed beyond a shadow of a doubt. "I'm all ears, Lady Shihoin. Talk." "You're right, Captain Ukitake." Yoruichi gathered herself and spoke formally, recalling the days when she had to give proper reports. Enlisting the human children was meant as a distraction. They were never meant to actually rescue Rukia. While both the Quincy and Ichigo did show a frightening amount of promise and potential, there was no way to train them in the available time enough that they could stand at an equal footing with captains. Ichigo had to rely on his overwhelming Reiatsu in his fights, and even then he got injured again and again. His fight with Kenpachi was a very close call, as you surmise. Against another captain. As much as I like the kid, he is far from ready to face such a challenge. Yoruichi grimaced. He wasn't supposed to. However, our plans went south from the moment we approached the Court of Pure Souls. We ran into Ichimaru, and he derailed our plan to easily gain access, forcing us to seek Kukaku Shiba's aid. We'll be taking about entangling what little is left of Kaien's family into this. About Ichigo's parentage and Isshin Shiba as well, but only after you finish your tale. Ukitake interrupted her. That was one conversation Yoruichi really wasn't looking up to. She knew that Ukitake had seen Kaien and the man's wife as his own younger brother and sister, not just friends and subordinates. Once we gained access, the children were meant to be nothing more than a distraction, so I could investigate under the cover of the chaos they would inevitably cause, Yoruichi explained. She didn't say aloud that she was meeting the few agents and confidants Urahara still had in Gote 13. I was hoping to find solid evidence about Aizen's crimes. After I was done seeking evidence, I was supposed to watch over the kids and wait either for Urahara to make his move or for Aizen to reveal his true colors. We weren't going to let Rukia die. I wasn't going to let her die because of what we did to her. Interesting. So you confirm that Urahara offered Rukia Kuchiki, a sabotaged Gigai containing the Hogyoku, which in turn would have infected her soul, drained her Shinigami powers, making it seem that Ichigo Kurosaki took them all and thus making Rukia's crime of giving her power to a human graver. In the same vein, the fact that instead of Rukia's powers returning relatively fast, she would have fast relapsed, weakening her until she was a regular plus soul. Ukitake asked pointed questions. Yes, however, it wasn't our intention to make Rukia's case worse, much less to guilt-trip Ichigo into coming to Soul Society to rescue Rukia. Yoruichi exclaimed and winced in pain as her loud voice and sudden jolt aggravated her wounds. From where I'm standing, that's precisely what it looks like. Intentionally or not, you manipulated those children to do your dirty work. What changed that you decided to risk Ichigo's future by offering to train him in unlocking his Bankai that way? I'm familiar with the theory, and I know why no one dared do it in that way before. The risks were great that if unsuccessful, Ichigo would have either lost the potential to unlock his Bankai for good, or it would have made it much harder and time-consuming than otherwise. Tell me, Lady Shihoin, what changed? What possessed you to train Ichigo that way? Were you really going to throw him against captains after 3 days of straight training without proper rest, and with a Bankai he would not know how to use? Byakuya happened. Zaraki too. Kenpachi made a deal with Ichigo that if they fought and Zaraki lost, he would help Ichigo rescue Rukia and any one of his friends who were captured. After Ichigo's encounter with Byakuya at the Palace of Penitence, I was sure that if they fought again, Ichigo might get through the thick skull of that boy, so Kuchiki would stand by his sister. We both know that if he threw all the power of his clan behind Rukia, there was no way the execution would have been carried out. It was meant as another distraction as well, and a trap in order to force Aizen to reveal his true colors today. As you know very well, we didn't get that far. Aizen, Hinamori, and my little bee crashed in during Ichigo's training, and the rest is history. What about the hollow-eyed captains and lieutenants? Were they a part of Urahara's plan to deal with Aizen? Were they waiting to sweep in and attack him if he revealed his true colors? I know that Urahara was supposed to come today, perhaps Tessai too. As far as I know, the hollow-eyed exiles weren't part of the plan. Just as Urahara's appearance last night wasn't part of the plan, Yoruichi shrugged as much as her bindings allowed her. Day, Part 2. Day. Yamamoto's office, 1st Division Barracks, Soul Society. He was getting too old to deal with this, Yamamoto concluded. The Captain General just finished with the reports outlining all the physical damage caused by the Ryoka invasion and Aizen's flight, which rounded up into a nice plump sum that would wipe out about 1/3 of the remaining budget for the year. He would have to crack open one of the emergency accounts to ensure Gote 13 remained solvent. The alternative was asking for a loan from the noble clans, something that was an absolute last resort options. Such things came with so many strings attached, it wasn't even funny. Yamamoto made a note to keep Kenpachi on a particularly short leash, otherwise there would be even more collateral to pay for, and went to the next reports. The newborn budget issues were bad enough. The personnel losses, both injured and dead, were worse. The only bright spot over there was that there were only 11 confirmed dead. However, over 40 Shinigami were currently missing, not counting those who left with Aizen. On top of that, 205 were hospitalized, both because of the Ryoka invasion and during Aizen's dramatic exit. Without Captain Unohana's expertise, healing the injured took more time and often was less perfect, meaning more of his people would suffer crippling injuries in the long run. Yamamoto made another note to check what the 12th could do to help the recovery of cripples Shinigami. He already left Ichimaru in their clutches, serves the brat right. Now they might as well prove useful to the recovery of the rest of Gotei 13. Those were the relatively simple and straightforward problems to fix. Isshin Shiba was anything but. Yamamoto keenly remembered Shunsui's report on the matter, that other brat had gone AWOL, met a girl, married and managed to father 3 children. As if that wasn't enough of a political entanglement to untangle, his son was the Ryoka infant who thought he was leading the invasion to rescue Rukia Kuchiki. That particular point at least was clean. The human children were deceived by the exile Urahara and Yoruichi Shihoin, who a century ago decided to run away with him. While that revelation didn't pull the humans off the hook for all the damage they caused, it certainly helped explain their motivations and mitigate the punishment, which in turn was another headache to deal with. With Ichigo Kurosaki being in fact Ichigo Shiba, dealing with him, and by an extent those who he led, became even more political. Yamamoto would have to handle that once the more immediate issues were resolved, and he had Isshin Shiba in front of him, explaining himself. Only after that particular problem was solved, he could deal with the children appropriately. In that regard, it was a good thing his students got them away from unfriendly attention, like Kurotsuchi's. With that, Yamamoto went full circle and concentrated again on the more immediate problems, like the people actually responsible for the first invasion and by extent, at least in part, for the second. Yoruichi was finally talking, and he already read the preliminary report of her testimony. Using children, infants really, as a smokescreen. It shouldn't have worked, even with someone like Yoruichi running interference. Either Gotei 13 has grown incredible lax, something Yamamoto would be checking himself soon, or she had a lot of help. Likely from Urahara himself, or at the very least the hollow-fied captains and lieutenants. Their involvement was plausible, especially with that hollow signature Captain Soifon reported during the destruction of Central 46's compound. At any rate, until the investigation was complete, perhaps even afterwards, it might be for the better to hang as much as possible on Urahara and thus sweep the problem away, officially. A great deal depended on what Aizen was up to now. Best case scenario in that regard, he would turn out not to be hostile, at least in the short to medium run, and Captain Unohana would return with a report on the man's intentions. Ideally, Yamamoto would have loved to present the government with a resolved situation and a way for them to save face. That might have been the only thing that could resolve the current mess before it blew up in everyone's faces. However, prudently, Aizen wasn't ready to await their judgment. The way the Captain General saw the situation, there were 3 plausible options as far as his rogue captain was concerned. First, he was what he presented himself as, a loyal Shinigami who only followed Central 46's orders. In theory, that might allow Aizen to eventually return to the fold. In practice, merely having orders didn't excuse what he did to his fellow captains and lieutenants. Many in Gotei 13 would find it unacceptable and would want to see Aizen pay for his crimes, out of self-preservation, if for no other reason. In that case, Sosuke would be expected to fall upon his sword for the good of Gotei 13, Soul Society and the government. It was too bad that, understandably, he had issues with that course of action. Still, if that was the case, in the long run, something might be worked out to keep the man more or less neutral, eventually friendly. Perhaps a deal with Gotei 13's counterparts in the West to transfer Aizen and those with him over there. Anyway, Gotei 13 would be among the largest obstacles in resolving the issue clearly. The second and simplest option was that Aizen was precisely the kind of monster Urahara accused him of, and he had managed to somehow do the impossible, and like under Kido fueled by the bulk of Gotei 13's captains, an outright terrifying proposition. In that case, the course of action would be clear. Sweep Urahara's involvement under the rug, bring him and his allies into the fold to help counter Aizen's schemes. While there would be little justice in such a thing, it would resolve many issues in a fast and clean manner, or it would have if there weren't a lot of captains who were liable to outright mutiny if Urahara wasn't punished severely for his stunt. The third and most complicated case was the one in which Aizen used to be what Urahara accused him of, yet he was now a changed man due to his reincarnation. It was a plausible development, and one that was going to be extremely messy to deal with. Yamamoto was certain that in that case, Aizen won't be going down willingly for crimes committed by what, for most intents and purposes, was his previous incarnation. If this hypothesis was true, the Aizen existing now was a complete unknown. Judging from the result of the interrogation, he might prefer to be an ally. However, after Yamamoto ordered his arrest, that option might be gone now. In fact, that option might never have been viable, depending on what the new government would do. There might be evidence left that could damn Aizen further, and given his claims, Central 46 would be out for blood and hard to placate at the best of times. They were unlikely to accept that Aizen was a new person and not necessarily responsible for what he did in the past. Yamamoto himself wasn't comfortable with entertaining the thought of giving the man a free pass for possibly going rouge and weakening Gote 13 in such a manner. Worst of all, such an Aizen would be utterly unpredictable. They didn't know who he was in that case, thus couldn't predict what he would do, while he would know them very well thanks to the memories he inherited. No matter what was the case, some things were going to remain the same. Yamamoto had to take Gote 13 in hand and ensure it was in the best possible shape for what might come. He needed to know exactly what Urahara did, how he did it, and perhaps more importantly, why he did it. Yoruichi Shihoin would shed some additional light upon the man's motives, and once he awoke, he was in for rigorous questioning. Only then, Yamamoto would be comfortable with pronouncing judgment. Meanwhile, he had to ensure that as many of his remaining captain as possible either remained loyal or were in no position to cause trouble in the future. 22nd. Chapter 8, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 8, Da, Part 3. Da. Las noches, Hueco Mundo. Early in the afternoon, almost everyone in Las Noches gathered within the huge open area within its walls. There were three distinct groups. My Shinigami, complete with Retsu and Tosen, stood to the right, with the Espada, distinct with their little cliques, took center stage. A horde of assorted Arrancar milled around in a mob to the left, corralled by the Nuevo Espada, those who could simply not compare with my current generals power-wise. They all looked at me as I made my appearance, my loyal Lieutenant Hinamori at my side. What a pair we made! I wore the white Espada-like uniform Aizen tended to use when in Hueco Mundo, though I had my captain's Haori over it. As far as I knew right now, no one had bothered to kick me out of Gote 13, much less strip my rank, though I had no doubt that would change sooner rather than later. In contrast, Momo stood proudly in her Shinigami attire, any expression someone could think of, and some that would be impossible on regular humans thanks to masks and hollow holes, greeted our appearance. People were anxious, afraid, angry. A few even looked starstruck at seeing me in person, and anything in between. My fellow Shinigami and Arrancar, I'm glad you deigned to be here today and gave me the opportunity to tell you the whole truth, I declared proudly. The crowd shuffled, their mutters and grows carried all over Las Noches. I've spent hours with Kuoka crafting a plausible-sounding line of bullshit that, while unlikely to make everyone happy, might just keep them aligned with me. Well, most of them anyway, if for different reasons. No matter what I said, my power demonstration last night would be as vital to keeping the Hollows in line, if not more. Words were wind, power, and actions, in that order, mattered most as far as the great majority of the Arrancar were concerned. Yet they weren't going to like what I was about to tell them. I'll put the rumors spreading around like wildfire. You, my dear Arrancar, aren't the first time I've experimented with granting people both Shinigami and Hollow powers. I did it first over a century ago under the direction of Central 46, Soul Society's government. Said experiments weren't conducted upon Hollows, but on Shinigami, without their consent. The purpose was obvious, to make them at least an order of magnitude more dangerous combatants by breaking the plateau one might reach when they've mastered all Shinigami arts. A lot of grumbling came from my Shinigami, even if they already knew the Cliff Notes version. The Hollows. Most of them were either amused that we Shinigami would seek to become more like them in order to gain power, though some were outraged even if they were the other side of the same coin. Hypocrites, the whole lot of though I wasn't one to speak on that front. That experiment was partially successful. Said Shinigami did gain an inner hollow, however they couldn't control it at the time. That entity would take control, manifest a hollow mask over the Shinigami's faces, giving them access to hollow powers, and they would go on a rampage. Needless to say, Central 46 saw the lack of control as liability that simply wouldn't do. Some members of our government declared the newly created hybrids abominations that could not be allowed to darken Soul Society's step, and ordered the experiment and its participants terminated. Needless to say, I wasn't about to let myself removed as loose end, and it took a lot of bribery and blackmail so I could keep my head. The Shinigami among you should know what happened next. A fall guy was needed, and due to some unrelated issues, my contacts in Central 46 offered the captain of Gotei 13's Research and Development Division, the 12th Squad, as a convenient target. Thus one Kisuke Urahara took the blame and was exiled for it. I paused to let my audience digest what I told them and judge their reactions. The Shinigami weren't happy at all. More than a few looked outright mutinous, though I hoped that their ire was aimed at the now-dead government. Generally, my hollows were greatly amused by seeing Soul Society's dirty laundry on display. The obvious question here is why I was the one approached to conduct research in hollowification instead of 12th Division, who in their brief existence at the time had proved they would follow all lawful orders. Well, the answer is simple. My orders were off the official record. Understandably, Gotei 13, Soul Society's military force, would have had qualms with having their members be experimented on, turning them into a hybrid with the enemy. Them being the military, they were well placed to do something about it if the experiments ever became public and the responsible parties weren't appropriately punished. That's especially important because the possibility that I didn't keep my mouth shut and fall on my sword as a good little soldier, and instead, when forced into the spotlight, I told the truth, that all I've done, all my crimes, were committed under orders by Central 46. Why, such a revelation could prompt Gotei 13 to look very close at our government and perhaps replace it, which simply wouldn't do as far as Central 46 was concerned. I smiled coldly at that. Tosen and Unohana had looks of dawning realization on their faces. While they didn't necessarily buy my version of events at a face value, was at least plausible given their history with our government. That's where you, my Arrancar, come in. While Central 46 deemed hollowified Shinigami abominations unworthy of keeping them safe, they had no such qualms and ordered the experiments expanded and conducted upon hollows in order to create a contingency in case Gotei 13 ever turned upon them. I suspect that this isn't the only such contingency they had prepared over their long existence. That's how you originally came to be, as a weapon meant to strike at Gotei 13 if it ever got rogue, or Central 46 had to remove and replace its military. Naturally, they had no intention for you to be said replacement. You were meant to be mind-fucked to obey orders and be disposable weapons to be discarded once you fulfilled your purpose. That's where I finally drew the line, instead much earlier to my chagrin. You aren't compelled to obey my every directive, neither those of Central 46. This part of the story earned me many disgruntled glared from the hollow gallery. Neither were my Shinigami particularly pleased with me. The reason why the great majority of you obey me and will continue to obey me is simple. No matter how much more powerful turning you all into hybrids with full control of your faculties and both Shinigami and hollow powers made you, my Arrancar, I am still the strongest, the scariest being in Hueco Mundo, as my Espada can attest. With those words, I turned my attention to my Shinigami. As I told you back in Soul Society, once you've learned the whole truth, those of you who wish it will be free to return. I won't coerce even a single one of you to follow me in a path that I myself was forced to follow. If you believe that you can still serve Central 46 in its next iteration, knowing very well that while the faces will change, the organization won't, then I wish you the best of fortune. If you want to follow a different path, one that we'll forge together for ourselves, then remain by my side. I am still loyal to the core tenets of Gotei 13. The balance must be maintained, or we all will die as the three dimensions, the living world, Hueco Mundo and Soul Society, crash into each other and obliterate themselves. I went on, speaking about more recent events, the Ryoka invasion, of how elements within Soul Society destroyed Central 46's compound and the Central Archives, thus tying up loose ends and leaving me as the only threat that could expose the previous government's actions that made Gotei 13 suffer. I explained in detail that if I had consented to being arrested, I didn't believe I would live long enough in Gotei 13's custody for Yamamoto to conclude his investigation, thus casting as much of a blame and shadow upon the noble clans who formed and ran the government. It was they who were my enemies in Soul Society, not our comrades in Gotei 13. It was a long damn speech, and I was sure that the only reason people listened as attentively as they did was Aizen's natural charisma. My audience was disturbed, angry, and appalled, yet they kept on hanging upon my every word. Part 4. Day. Las noches, Hueco Mundo. I was among the people most surprised that the meeting happened without outright bloodshed. Nevertheless, it was close, and many of the Shinigami and Arrancar were royally pissed off, not necessary for different reasons, as the crowd began to disperse. Predictably, the Shinigami left in a single large group and headed straight to their part of Las Noches, taking no unnecessary risks. The Hollows, on the other hand, were already bickering, and it took some descriptive threats and pulses of Reiatsu to get them to disperse without blood and torn off appendages flying around. Only after the Shinigami made it safely back, Retsu came to speak with me. Sosuke, that wasn't a half-bad speech. It did serve its purpose if I'm any judge of character. I'm sure most of your people will stand by you now, Unohana said, all the while staring at me with a hungry smile. I especially like the way you have your hollows firmly in hand. She licked her lips. That's the only way which really works with them. I stated the obvious. Learning at the academy that they're creatures of instincts and actually living with them are two different things. I've got better understanding on how their minds work than most. That's probably true. Retsu shrugged her shoulders. She had somehow restored her hair and once again had it in twin-linked braids, covering the scar in her chest. While everything you said is plausible, especially to someone who is intimately familiar with how Central 46 really works, you still lack any shred of evidence to back your version of events. No matter if it was you or Urahara who arranged for those two attacks in Soul Society, the mere fact they happened is very convenient to you. I don't trust coincidences. Neither do I, however, this is the situation we find ourselves in. You either judge me by my actions and take my words into account, or you don't. All I ask of you is to give me an opportunity to prove to you who I really am, I said and returned her hungry look. Besides, I do look forward to facing you when we're both at our best, and not as an enemies across the field. Truth to be told, there was enough of the Sith warrior I used to be left in my heart to make the thought of going all out against such a worthy and delicious opponent simply irresistible. Retsu laughed merrily at that, a sound that made my heart skip a beat. This wasn't her bloodthirsty laugh, it was one of pure, almost childish joy. Aizen, I've got your science project properly secured in my lab. To come in to demonstrate your miracle as soon as you can. Granz's voice echoed throughout Las Noches, utterly shattering the moment. Unohana narrowed her eyes dangerously at me. Do I dare ask what you're up to this time? She demanded. Do come and join me. I did promise Granz a miracle if at all possible. If it works, it will be something memorable, and a proof that I'll be able to fix up some of my past mistakes. I do regret how some of my projects for Central 46 turned out. Some but not all. Retsu looked intently at me. I nodded, thinking about Yuriko, who was simply a delight for both obvious and not so obvious reasons. That said, her new pet was a bloody menace, and I was glad it was stuck within my inner world. Curious, do you care to enlighten me? It's a surprise. Not come on, we've got a lab to visit. Is it anything like the 12th? Retsu inquired. More or less, just less crazy scientists. Granz does try to make up for it with enthusiasm. Knowing our R&D division, I doubted that we would run into anything that might be worse. As far as I knew, there were no Shinigami Grands was working on, just unfortunate hollows. Do you really intend to go against the noble clans and the government when it reforms? Retsu asked. Doing so will place you on a collision course with Gotei 13. While I'm content to live and let live, even come to Gotei 13's aid if our friends manage to fuck up by the numbers again, I doubt that the next iteration of Central 46 will simply let me be. I'm a living affront to their authority, and they won't know for certain what other secrets I might be able to expose. Our nobles don't take lightly to a clanless nobody like me going against their wishes, no matter the personal power I wield. In fact, my powers and skill are likely to make them double down. Then again, sanity might prevail for once. I didn't take you for such an optimist, Retsu chuckled throatily. You're right, Central 46 doesn't take lightly to people trampling their authority. Having an army created as contingency to use against Gotei 13 sounds precisely like something they would do if they thought about it. The same goes for at least some of our clans, and I'm probably giving too much credits to the others by not lumping them all together. We soon arrived at Granz's labs, still discussing the various failings of Central 46 and the noble clans whose members filled up its ranks. The research complex was chock full with equipment, from computer systems to large vats holding specimens who had the misfortune to end up in Granz's clutches, at least a few of them, because they displeased my previous self in one way or another. A bunch of low-level unfortunates ran around, trying to be inconspicuous. Those were the sore bastards who drew the short straw to be my mad scientist's assistants. Aizen, this way. I've got him all nice and secure, waiting for you. Granz appeared from a nearby room in his full glory, wearing a blood-stained lab coat over his Espada uniform, complete with a smile that wouldn't be out of place on Kurotsuchi's face. The more things change, the more remain the same, Retsu concluded after looking around. It strikes me that no matter if you were ordered or not to do your crimes in Soul Society, you aren't beyond authorizing questionable research yourself. I did fulfill my orders with little qualms at the time. I didn't regret I pursued the goals I did, though sometimes the results left a lot to be desired. The Grand Fisher was in the next room, stuck into a thin, transparent tube full with purple viscous liquid. The only thing he could move were apparently his eyes, which were terrified. There were 5 more similar tubes in the room, all attached to all kinds of equipment and contained partially cut-apart hollows, who were still very much alive. This was where Granz experimented with better understanding and attempting to enhance high-speed regeneration. And what is the purpose of this? Retsu demanded in a frosty tone. Medical research. As you know, many high-level hollows possess regeneration abilities. High-speed regeneration for us Arrancar, I'm trying to perfect it. For most entities, it takes a lot of Reiatsu to fuel it. Not to mention often it isn't fast enough to be useful in combat. Granz began to happily explain. Really, it was just Tosen and me who gave him the time of day when he wanted to show off or just speak science. If we can do it and then implant it in every Arrancar, well, I think you're both bright enough to get the picture. I can see the benefits. That said, your methods leave a lot to be desired. Retsu fixed Granz with a death stare, giving him a pause. Well, those fools already messed up trying to play lab assistants, so they deserve everything they get. It's not exactly like we have many hollows with the temperament to be scientists or even lab assistants, I pointed out. However, that's not why we're here. Yuriko, are you up to doing your magic trick? I'm ready and raring to go, the Hogyoku exclaimed cheerfully. I walked towards the tube while molding my spiritual power and spiked it up as much as I could without releasing my Shikai. Remember, Grand Fisher, this is for science, and ensuring that Ichigo would owe me a huge debt. Beside it was the decent thing to do, and when that became a consideration in any way, shape or form, I was still trying to figure out. I slammed my Reiatsu-encased hand through the glass and put my palm on the hollow's chest. His eyes did their best to pop out of his skull as he felt my power enter his body and the Yuriko began working her magic. I could feel the countless souls that made up the Grand Fisher as we began to browse through them, looking for an orange-haired woman, whose very being was Masaki Kurosaki. Spiritual power rolled in waves around us, motes of blue energy dances in the air, and I was sure my eyes glowed with the power I shared with Yuriko. There, as we sifted through the souls, one flowed blue, responding to our shared desires. Masaki Kurosaki. I smiled and stretched our shared awareness until it enveloped the woman, and we gently began to pull her out. At the same time, the moths of power surrounding us began to condense into a single cloud, which soon turned into liquid sphere. The condensed reiatsu bubbled, stretched, and began to reform into the building blocks of a body. From cells, bones, and tissue to organs, skin, and finally, a long orange hair, just a shade darker than Ichigo's. Within moments, the naked body of one Masaki Kurosaki stood in front of us, staring with empty eyes into eternity. Then we pulled out her soul from the Grand Fisher, who screamed bloody murder as we tore out a part of his very essence, before slumping unconscious in the cracked vat. We gently put Masaki's soul into her body, and I could actually feel Yuriko exerting herself to properly bond them into one being. We had to dump a significant amount of my reiatsu reserves to fuel the process. Yet with a flash of burning reishi, Kurosaki gasped, and her empty eyes slowly came alive. "Welcome back, Masaki Kurosaki." I smiled gently at the woman, while Granz stared at us with his mouth hanging open and eyes shining with unholy light. Even Retsu was left speechless by the miracle she just witnessed. "Ichigo!" the woman gasped, voice raw with disuse. "Where's my son?" Masaki looked wildly around, making an impression of a caged animal, and stumbled as her feet refused to cooperate. I had to grab her right arm in order to hold her from collapsing to the cold floor. "As far as I know, your son should be all right for the time being. The last I saw him, he was in Soul Society playing a knight in shining armor." "What?" Masaki exclaimed and stared at me in conclusion. "Introductions and some explanations are in order, I think. However, first we should find you some clothes, Mrs. Kurosaki." At that, Masaki looked down at herself, gasped, and did her best to hide her assets. What could I say? I could see why Isshin Shiba decided to ditch Soul Society for her. 23rd. Chapter 8. Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 8. Olza Dei. Part 5. Osa Dei. Las noches. Hueco Mundo. The world of the Hollows had huge-ass palaces, complete with large bathrooms, and where you could take a soothing long soak in a bathtub. Somehow that simple fact came as more surprising than everything else that happened to Masaki, since she found herself naked in front of two men and a woman. Even more surprising that the pink-haired creep, who was apparently a super-evolved form of Hollow, didn't want to eat or ravage her, not necessary in that order, just poke, prod, and experiment on her. Which wasn't necessary better. At least now she had reassurances that her little Ichigo had survived their encounter with that Hollow, who was currently stuck into glass vat being experimented on. Serves the bastard right. All Masaki wanted at that moment, when she saw that particular abomination, was to call on her powers and tear him to many tiny pieces with her own hands, or at least shoot him full of arrows. Sadly, or fortunately, her powers failed to materialize. Not even a tingle of their familiar presence remained. The fact that she was starkless without any equipment might have been at least partially responsible for that. Instead, all Masaki had at that point was sheer, nearly uncontrollable rage. It took the man responsible for her resurrection, Captain Aizen, as he introduced himself, telling her about what little he knew about her son, to redirect her rage. Masaki still felt it simmering like poison just under her skin, patiently waiting to be unleashed. Now it had new target, who was currently out of reach, her husband's so-called friend, Kisuke Urahara, who apparently dared sent her little boy on a suicide mission to Soul Society of all places. Truth to be told, Masaki was infuriated at Isshin too, who, as far as Aizen knew, had failed to say anything to Ichigo about the spirit world, and was more than a little responsible for the mess her little boy now found himself into. And what a mess that was. Masaki's train of thought faltered at that. The woman she met in that lab, another potentially rogue Shinigami captain, their chief medical officer no less, Retsu Unohana, explained in great detail what she knew second-hand about Ichigo's exploits in Soul Society and what that meant for him. Masaki was afraid for her son, yet right now there was little she could do to help him. She was infuriatingly powerless, and she had the nagging suspicion that Aizen and his people didn't bring her back to life just of the goodness of their heart. That was certainly true about the pink-haired freak. The Shinigami themselves were harder to read. They certainly looked pleasantly surprised, ecstatic even that whatever they did worked. They treated her well enough, promptly offered her clothes and explanations, even a large suite complete with this very nice and bubbly and hopefully relaxing bath. She was still little more than a powerless prisoner in a place crawling with hollows. Aizen did promise to get her to the world of the living, preferably Karakura town and her home, if at all practical. Yet he claimed that doing so safely, without Soul Society detecting them and dispatching forces to deal with any such incursion, would take some doing. Masaki couldn't really read the man at that point, and while he sounded sincere, not to mention that his claim was plausible as well, she had no way of determining if it was true or a steaming pile of bullshit. All she could really do at that moment was soak in the bathtub and try very hard not to think that until very recently she had been a part of the hollow that ate her. The same hollow who had a grudge to pick with her little Ichigo and boasted about what he would do to her son and little girls if he get the chance, which was the only reason why Aizen suspected that the so-called Grand Fisher had eaten her in the first place. Apparently that particular hollow had a big mouth and loved to rant at everyone in the general vicinity. Someone not lost to the current ruler of Hueco Mundo. Yeah, that. For all intents and purposes, Aizen ruled the hollow world, and wasn't that one more mindfuck? Masaki didn't know how the handle. Day. Aizen's quarters. Las noches, Hueco Mundo. I sat on the edge of my king-sized bed while Retsu walked around me, palms glowing with Kaido she used to determine if I managed to hurt myself while aiding Yuriko perform a miracle with capital M. Your control is still gone to hell. You might have to train it up again, or wait until your soul fully stabilizes. Until then, you can expect random spikes spiritual pressure, likely when under stress, or periods when it's harder to properly focus your spiritual power. Obviously, that would affect your combat capabilities and might make Kido blow up in your face as if you were an academy student. Retsu explained. Otherwise, you're disturbingly fine considering what you went through over the past 24 hours or so. I'm awesome like that, Retsu. Awesomely crazy, you meant. How did you do it? While purifying souls by destroying hollows is what we do as Shinigami, actually forcing one out, creating a body for it on the fly and binding said soul to the body, in practice resurrecting it. Unohana shook her head in wonder. What you did is supposed to be impossible, you know that. She glared at me accusingly. It's me, Retsu. The improbable I do for breakfast. The impossible merely takes more time and resources. I was pretty sure my words went out much less humble than I intended. Unohana shamelessly rolled her eyes at me. What do you intend to do with Mrs. Kurosaki? I don't believe ever for a moment that you brought her back just because it would be a nice gesture, neither as a mere experiment. You see straight through me, don't you, Retsu? I got myself a pointed look at that, one that wasn't particularly amused. Well, she was a test run. I wasn't sure that it can be done right now, but fortune favors the bold, as they say. Now that it worked. Why, I do intend to reunite Mrs. Kurosaki with her family and cleave them away for good from Urahara. The later, granted, might not be very relevant now, depending on what happens to good old Kisuke back in Soul Society. He's a slippery one, however, so he might get away with another slap on the wrist and be allowed to renew his exile. You aren't just interested in the Kurosakis because of Isshin Shiba, are you? Retsu looked thoughtful. Well, Isshin is, or at least was, a captain-level Shinigami. Considering that my worst-case scenario envisions an open war with Gotei 13 and the noble houses, having him remain neutral, or perhaps even on my side, would be helpful. His son shows tremendous potential, so in the long run, it would be very nice to have Ichigo on friendly terms. He's going to be much less of a headache that way. Not to mention whatever potential his sisters would have when they grew up. Long-term planning? I can see that, Retsu allowed. Besides, the Shiba name still carries some weight, and as I said, Mrs. Kurosaki was merely a proof of concept. What do you know? Retsu demanded. I'm pretty sure that one of my Espada used to be the Hollow who ate Kaien Shiba, and after some rest and relaxation, I think about trying to bring him back too. Kaien Shiba. Now Retsu actually appeared surprised. She smiled once she processed my intentions. Now that is an interesting development. If it works, it will turn Soul Society on its ear. You're doing it to bind Ukitake to your side, aren't you? You first got him healed, and now you're about to bring back his late lieutenant he saw like a little brother. Ukitake's one of the most powerful Shinigami in existence. Even keeping him just as a neutral, friendly voice in Gotei 13 will be of tremendous benefit. If he can be persuaded to see things my way, that would be even better. Then there are the Shibas. Even if their clan has fallen out of grace, Kaien might be able to turn things around. Ishin might help too, depending on how he is dealt with. Having the friendly ear of a second noble clan is all to the good, I explained. Byakuya Kuchiki, Retsu stated lightly after a few seconds of silent contemplation. Your brief meeting with him at his division, your talk with Rukia, the fact that I got the Hogyoku Kisuke Urahara put into her soul, which was draining her Shinigami powers, removed helps too. I added with a self-satisfied smile. How long have you been planning this? Since shortly before I ended up for a checkup in your division last night, Retsu. Before that, I was merely intending to get the Hogyoku in the night, cut my losses as far as Gotei 13 was concerned, and retire here, leaving you all to your own devices and our government's tender mercies. My reincarnation allowed me a broader perspective, and thus my current machinations. You still haven't told me anything about the man you really are right now, have you, Sosuke? I thought I showed you plenty after we arrived in Hueco Mundo. I want to know more. I want to see more. I want to taste the blade of a worthy opponent again. It has been too long. Retsu moaned at that, her eyes lidded with desire, for blood, for sex, for combat. I wasn't sure, perhaps all of the above and more. And you'll have it once I've recovered. It will be much more fun that way, and less hazardous for my continued survival. What if I don't feel like waiting? Retsu grabbed the sides of my face, and our lips crashed in a hungry kiss. A moment later, she was biting my lower lip hard enough to draw blood, which she proceeded to lick with a content look in her shinning eyes. Note to self, don't ever make her a hollow hybrid if I could get away with. Even the Soul King wouldn't know what I would be unleashing if something like that happened. Da. Part 6. Da, las noches. Hueco Mundo. Masaki eventually left the bathtub, took a shower and wrapped herself in a fluffy white tower before making her way to the bedroom, where she found a young-looking girl waiting for her. Mrs. Kurosaki, I'm Momo Hinamori, Captain Aizen's lieutenant. The Shinigami introduced herself, pride evident in the way she declared her title. That immediately made Masaki reassess the girl's apparent age. Looks notwithstanding, Hinamori likely was older than her late grandmother. Hi, I'm Masaki Kurosaki, as you obviously know. Is there a reason why I find you in my bedroom? I brought you some more clothes. They're all like the Arancars, I'm afraid. Hinamori waved at the bed behind her, where there were indeed two small piles of neatly folded white outfits. Thank you, it's certainly better than what I had before. Masaki smiled kindly. Shinigami and Hollows working together, how did something like that came to be? It's complicated. Hinamori grimaced. Someone tried to assassinate Captain Aizen, and while they failed, the shock caused him to remember his previous life. Then things escalated out of control. We had to round up all the Ryoka invading Soul Society. Then Captain Aizen had one of them heal Captain Ukitake. She's in fact here, recovering. Then there was a captain's meeting at the 1st Division, and Hinamori sighed. You've had a tough time lately, hadn't you? Masaki waved at the bed. Do sit and tell me what you can, please. I find myself very much behind the times. Those Ryoka you mentioned, would it happen that an orange-haired boy was among them? Can you tell me about them and him in particular? Well, all right. Captain Aizen did request that I look after you and Ms. Orihime. Hinamori shrugged, sat down and began to eagerly vent at her captain's antics and their superior's foolishness. Masaki listened to the story while pride, worry, and burning fury racing through her veins. Oh, how her little boy had grown. It was sweet and commendable that he wanted to rescue his friend, especially after that girl, Rukia Kuchiki, saved all of Masaki's children from a hollow a few months ago. Yet, to go to such lengths, to invade Soul Society while apparently being none the wiser about what exactly he would be facing. Oh, Ichigo. Listening to that sordid tale, Masaki figured out she really owed to Aizen for not only bringing her back, but going out of his way to make sure he captured Ichigo and his friends without actually hurting them. She knew that most people in the man's position wouldn't be so considerate towards people who invaded their home, no matter if they were children or not. Her anger raced like liquid fire just below her skin, making Masaki feel uneasy and restless. She felt like hitting, even tearing into something to vent, and she barely kept that desire in check while she continued to listen to Hinamori's tale. Was this a side effect of her resurrection, or perhaps it was older, related to whatever happened that tore her powers away, just as the Grand Fisher attacked her and Ichigo? She didn't know, neither was she about to ask the Shinigami. If they weren't aware that she was, or at least used to be, a Quincy, given the history between their people, she wasn't about to admit to her origins, even though Aizen might not hold a grudge, if the way he saved her little cousin was anything to go by. Day. 4th Division Barracks, Soul Society. There was one good consequence of Captain Unohana not being around. Byakuya Kuchiki decided it made releasing oneself from the clutches of the 4th Division healers much easier proposition than otherwise, much less hazardous to one's health as well. His wounds were patched up well enough, more than enough, to allow him to move around if not fight at his best. That good enough, Kuchiki decided. He had enough time while under the healer's tender care to think about everything that happened, and he reached a simple, inescapable conclusion. He left his pride blind him, allowed people to use it and his duty against him, his clan and, more importantly, against his little sister, who he vowed to protect until his dying breath. A vow he utterly failed at. Byakuya left the 4th Division in barely restrained fury, not trusting himself to get anywhere near the dead man, walking otherwise known as Kisuke Urahara, and headed back to his own division. First, he was going to get his lieutenant out of detention, where he put him for having the temerity to loose a fight against someone who apparently fought and won against Zaraki Kenpachi. Then Kuchiki would discuss the feelings and intentions Renji Abarai had towards his little sister. By the time that was done, and he was hopefully in a better mental state, he was going to be ready to face Rukia, hopefully. At least he knew that she was now at the 4th, for a checkup and any necessary treatment. It was all thanks to Sosuke Aizen. If that man hadn't lied and taken the blame for the execution orders, Rukia's head might still be heading for the chopping block, or if what he heard was true, losing her Shinigami powers for good. Byakuya didn't know how to feel about Aizen at that point. He owed the man more than he could possibly repay for doing what Kuchiki himself couldn't bring himself to do until now, for going out of his way to keep his little sister safe. Yet Aizen went rogue, tremendously complicating things, not to mention he was responsible for Byakuya's stay at the 4th. That black coffin was a supremely unpleasant thing to experience, and if it wasn't for Senbon Zakura's Shikai, Kuchiki might have died then and there, which would have been partially his own fault. The truths revealed during that bastardized interrogation nearly broke him with the realization what he allowed people to do to his little sister while he was too self-absorbed in his pride and duty. 24th, Chapter 9, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 9, Sadar, Part 1. Orde, Aizen's quarters, Las Noches, Hueco Mundo. The rest of the day passed more or less calmly, Retsu's eccentricity notwithstanding. She apparently couldn't decide on if she should be indulging her BDSM tendencies, with yours truly as the target, or if it would be better to first figure me out and then decide if she should be returning to Soul Society with as much juicy data as she could gather. Right now, my money were on both. I had the nagging feeling that for the time being, there was no one who interested Yachiru more than me. Perhaps Ukitake now that he was hale. Granted, the sex was incredible, however the way Retsu looked at me from time to time like she would love nothing more than to bathe in my blood and then fuck my brains out, not necessary in that order, well, that was disturbing. I might have been on board as a Sith, However, now that the dark side wasn't around to whisper sweet nothings in the back of my head, well, I was fucked, wasn't I? Thus, my newest scheme was to keep on Retsu's good side and try and avoid her Yachiru side, at least until I could get myself high-speed regeneration, or an equivalent, to go along with the strongest hero Hueco Mundo has ever seen. Self-preservation for the win. In that regard, I did invite Retsu to dinner tonight, though I prudently decided that we would need a number of chaperones. Hinamori got an invitation as well as our older human guest. When I had the table set up, complete with the best drinks and foods that could be found in Hueco Mundo, which sadly wasn't saying much, I drew my Zanpakuto and unsealed her carefully. My control turned out to be good enough not to break the room, though I prudently stepped outside for the Bankai. My second release scarred the crap out of some Arankar who were still busy clustering in small groups to discuss my speech. They tore away terrified in all directions when they sensed me unleashing my Reiatsu. Colors of all stripes danced around me before condensing into the forms of Arya and Yuriko. Both of them wore frilly dresses in deep forest green that I vaguely recalled from one function or another I had to attend a long time ago. This time on Coruscant, I think, when I fought for the Republic during the Clone Wars, though I wasn't too sure. There were a lot of those in the months after I became a general in the GAR. Arya, Yuriko, how do you like the real world? The Hogyoku looked around and scrunched her nose cutely at all the sand she saw. I don't like it. It needs trees and grass and flowers. Yuriko nodded before turning her back to me with a huff. Don't look at me, master. I wasn't particularly fond of your inner world before this little angel right here redecorated. Arya cheerfully announced and picked up her brand new daughter. I shook my head in bemusement, trying not to think how one day this particular stunt was going to bite me in the ass. This way, ladies, you're about to meet a couple of, hopefully, friends in the flesh. I led them back to my quarters, playing the role of the perfect gentleman, drawing both from Aizen's memories and mine own as an officer. On the way, we picked up Momo, who smiled in fond confusion as she noticed Arya, and more importantly Yuriko, who as it turned out was gleeful that there was someone new to babble at. That of course was a step of my plan to raise up the Hogyoku, having decentish morals, so one day she wouldn't decide to try and erase everyone from existence or something. At the same time, ideally she would continue to aid me in my other schemes, though I had the nagging suspicion that briberies and diplomacy might be involved in the future. Possibly a lot of them. Momo's eyes darted between the three of us, obvious question held in her gaze. I'll explain when Mrs. Kurosaki and Captain Unohana join us. I promised and led the three females into my quarters, offering them seats. Arya predictably planted herself to my right and kept Yuriko in her lap, while Momo chose a seat across the table from us. The next few minutes had passed, divided between Hinamori, giving me a short briefing about the time she spent with our newest guest, and Arya trying to keep Yuriko from grabbing at the food and trying everything. Soon enough, our other guests arrived, together as expected. Retsu did insist on regular checkups on Masaki until we could ship her to the human world, which would be one of the things we would discuss over dinner. I greeted the rest of my guests, set them up and returned to my seat at the head of the smallish table. Unsurprisingly, Mrs. Kurosaki lightened up when she saw Yuriko. Retsu, on the other hand, stared at me with a look that simply demanded answers, now or else. Official introductions are in order, I recon. This is Arya, my Zanpakuto spirit. This little treasure here, I paused to ruff the Hogyoku's hair, which made her squirm with a pout, is Yuriko, the other spirit taking residence in my inner world. I continued until everyone knew who the others were, by name at least. I prudently kept Yuriko's true nature under wraps for the time being. You've been holding up on me, Sosuke. Retsu stared me with a beaming smile, which let a bit of Yachiru shine through. Not good at all. It's not the first time a Shinigami has more than one Zanpakuto spirit, though that is usually the case with dual wielders. I recall Kyoraku mentioning that his spirits took the form of children as well. The implication was clear. She wasn't particularly surprised when two of the four most powerful Shinigami in Gotei 13, before I revealed my true capabilities, were dual wielders. I didn't think it was simple or easy to have your Zanpakuto spirits out and about. Masaki as much stated as she asked. It isn't. Retsu nodded happily. It takes a great amount of spiritual power and skill to manifest them this way, however I'm sure that Sosuke here is cheating. Indeed, an ability of my Bankai allows me to manifest them much easier. I allowed. The small talk continued for a few more minutes and was about to become quite awkward, before we finally dug into the food and shifted the topic to more present issues. Captain Aizen, do you have any idea when can I go home? Masaki asked. I'm eager to see my children. Curiously, she didn't mention her husband, however I was pretty sure she had a reason or 10 to want to kick him into the balls after not saying anything to Ichigo. I'm sure Grands should be able to cobble up something together over the next few days, which incidentally will allow me to make further arrangements to keep you and your family safer. How so? Masaki perked up, right along with Hinamori. How much do you know about your husband's Shinigami family? I'm reasonably sure that one of my Espada ate a close relative of his, perhaps the man's wife as well. When I've rested up a bit, I'll try to bring them back as well. The three of you would be a bit safer if you go to the world of the living together, and I'm sure Captain Shiba would be glad for such a grand family reunion. I would like that, true. Masaki nodded after thinking things through for a few moments. That's good. It took Momo a bit longer to connect the dots, and she gasped. You believe you can bring back Lieutenant Shiba and third seat Miyako? That's the general idea. It remains to be seen if it pans out. That said, I must admit that I do have some ulterior motives to bring you all here tonight. However, before going into them, I must tell you a few things about myself, I began. Early last night, I was attacked in my office back at 5th Division in Soul Society. While the attack failed, the infiltrators' attempt to steal both my memories and Reiatsu, likely in order to replace me briefly, shook my soul to the core and broke loose the memories of my previous life, which, needless to say, had an effect on me. To be blunt, both Soul Society and Hueco Mundo left a lot to be desired as places you had to work at, and were much worse for someone accustomed to modern conveniences, commonplace in a galactic civilization that has been around longer than Soul Society has been anything more than a bunch of warring noble clans. In fact, as a place to live, generally the living world would beat them in almost most regards, something I intended to change in the long run. The Shibas and Kurosakis might be key in beginning to implement that particular scheme, as well as perhaps my best option to clean up the misunderstanding I had with Gote, 13 and Company. Part 2. D.A. Aizen's quarters, Hueco Mundo. It was time for some creative interpretation of the truth. I wasn't sure if Star Wars was a thing in the world of the living, neither did I have time to check, so that was another reason to be vague. At any rate, I didn't need to tell my guests my life story, just some cliff notes so they knew where I was coming from. That would hopefully help me reassure Retsu that I wasn't up to nefarious plots, at least not in the way Gote 13 might suspect. As you all now know, last night I remembered my previous life, all of it. I began, choosing my words carefully. The charisma inherited by my previous self worked its magic, and everyone hung up on my words, the previous awkwardness forgotten. I'm not sure how exactly it is possible, however the world, or should I say the galaxy I remember, was very different from what I know currently exist in either the world of the living, Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. Your past self is from a long time ago, Captain Aizen, Hinamori inquired. In a matter of speaking, my name was Delcatar Vale, and I was born roughly 4,000 years before my final death and eventual reincarnation as the man you knew as Sosuke Aizen. I dropped the bombshell and calmly sipped my teal, all the while trying to keep my amusement off my face. What I said was true, technically. Let them draw their own conclusions about how long I actually lived the last time around. I did spend 60 years serving the Sith Empire, earned myself a place on the Dark Council, and even as we were about to finally achieve a clear military victory against the Republic, I got caught in the wake of a superweapon above Korriban, only to end thousands of years in the future, right in the middle of a very different war, but that was story for another time. That's impressive claim, Sosuke, especially the fact that I can't say if you're telling the truth or not. Retsu raised her own teacup in a deft salute before demurely taking a sip. Everything I just told you is the truth as I know it. I smiled disarmingly. Why lie when the truth could do the trick? I remember traversing a whole galaxy, seeing miracles and horrors that makes Hueco Mundo pale in comparison. I fought in 2 galaxy-wide wars, Retsu. Those memories, they reshaped my world-view. In comparison to what is in here, I tapped my right temple, all 3 dimensions appear as small, nearly insignificant things. I've been to hundreds of worlds that make both the court of pure souls and the best part of the living world appear as the farthest, most primitive and dedicated part of the Rikogai. I've fought in battles where more people died as either direct military casualties or collateral damage than there are Su in existence. I let my frustration show. I intended to help bring Soul Society, the world of the living, and even what's salvageable of Hueco Mundo into the future. Instead, I'm now forced to deal with obstinate little people with a sense of importance rivaling that of those infinitely their greater. At the end, I let out some of the frustration my old self felt all the time, dealing with Gote 13 and Central 46. Once done with my little rant, I let the women digest my words and focused on my meal, while keeping an eye on them. Hinamori stared at me wide-eyed, obviously trying to wrap her head around what I just said. Masaki, not entirely surprisingly, due to her life in the real world, had a bit better grasp of the implications of my words. She looked a bit pale, too. I'll have to ask Retsu if Mrs. Kurosaki's latest checkup turned up all right. Speaking about Retsu, her face was most curious. First, her eyes shined, possibly at the thought of the incomprehensible carnage that was a galaxy-wide war. Really, no one in Gote 13 had a frame of reference. Armies numbering in the millions, sometimes billions, fighting for their lives as whole worlds burned around them, fleets sometimes numbering in the thousands tearing each other to scrap throughout whole star systems. It was a glorious mayhem. Yet remembering it all almost made me puke out my guts. The worst of all? Under the right or, say, wrong circumstances, I would do it all over again. Something that didn't say good things for me. Well, Hueco Mundo isn't as bad as I expected. Masaki broke the silence following my near outburst. Mrs. Kurosaki, this is the only somewhat civilized place in this whole dimension, and it was a damn mess when I dethroned the previous self-proclaimed king of Hueco Mundo. Soul Society is a stagnant place, mostly stuck in the Middle Ages, and that's the best parts of it. The court of pure souls. The rest of what passes for heaven around here is a disgrace. Any decent country on Earth has much better standards of living on average, many even for their down-rotten. I wisely didn't mention how countless people scrapped a living on the lower levels of Coruscant and many other heavily developed planets. The truth was that considering automation and efficiency of production, there were many worlds where there was simply not work for a large chunk of the population. Those people were guaranteed air, water, a small place to live, restricted access to the planetary data net in the better areas, and 3 square meals a day, which were edible. If anyone wanted anything better, they had to either find work or turn to crime, with the former being the only choice for all too many people. The thing is, even those poor bastards had it better than the souls left to rot in the outer reaches of the Rikogai. That was out heaven, ladies and gentlemen. I suddenly didn't need to wonder how I ended up reincarnated here. Hell was out. No one would risk letting a Sith take over. Hueco Mundo was out too, due to the same reasons, though I still took over, which left heaven, with my earliest memories as Aizen being stuck in the Rikogai and the place being terrible to behold. That's fascinating, really. I would like to hear more, but first tell me, Sosuke, what do you intend to do now that you're no longer bound by Gote 13's rules and Central 46's authority? Retsu asked next. I already told you, Retsu, I intend to bring these 3 dimensions into the future. Well, mostly the world of the living and soul society after our current issues are resolved. I used to have a few engineering degrees, which I remember, hopefully well enough to be of use. There is some theoretical knowledge in here as well, which could be valuable as well. I tapped my temple again. First, however, I'll need to figure out if all I now remember is going to be feasible, either here or in the world of the living. Mrs. Kurosaki, once you're back home, how do you feel about going into the investment as well as research and development business? At the very least, doing so is going to easily pay for the best education for your children. The 12th will either love or hate you with unrestrained passion. I haven't made up my mind yet, Captain Aizen, Hinamori muttered. Well, they do have some competent researchers in there who could come in useful. I nodded in agreement. Captain Kurotsuchi is, however, too busy torturing harmless souls and experimenting on cuddly, fluffy animals to care for creating proper equipment for Gote 13. That was uncalled for, Sosuke. Need I remind you that the primary difference between the two of you is that he got officially recognized sanction and isn't currently a rogue? Retsu chided me. You wound me, Retsu, I theatrically exclaimed. Not only I'm smarter and better looking, I'm also simply irresistible, while Kurotsuchi is a clown. Literally, most of you have seen him. I waved a hand and a lifelike illusion of the 12th's captain appeared behind me in all his painted glory. Ah, creepy old man, Yuriko exclaimed with a shrill scream and pointed at the illusion. The air between her small index finger and Kurotsuchi's image warped. The illusion dissolved like a mirage, and so did the wall behind it. You, my dear, are a good judge of character. I smiled fondly at the Hogyoku, while Arya chided her gently. Kurotsuchi is old, and he is most definitely creepy. You aren't helping, Arya hissed at me. 25th, Chapter 9, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 9, Dea, Part 3, Obada, Las Noches, Hueco Mundo. Too much success can cause its own brand of chaos and thus trouble. If less people of my division had defected, if Retsu wasn't stalking through my most certainly not properly secured fortress, then I would have had my life much easier in the short term at least. Instead, when I should have been resting, regaining my control, and making sure my abilities were up to my previous self-level, I had to scramble in order to keep my hastily constructed narrative from imploding upon itself. One such instance came too close to comfort, because in the scramble to get out of Soul Society and the interesting times that followed, it slipped my mind that we had one more guest that I hadn't paid attention to. In that regard, I had to put an illusion around both Retsu and Rangiku Matsumoto and hope the former didn't notice, when the latter awoke and went to explore for a way out with murder in her eyes. It looked like it worked, with the two women passing by each other while the 10th Division Lieutenant suppressed her Reiatsu as much as possible in order to remain undetected. Hopefully it was enough for the ambience of Las Noches to hide it from anyone not accustomed to the area and its feeling. If it wasn't for the grand performance I played earlier, merely keeping Matsumoto as a prisoner without any regard for other considerations would have been the simplest thing. For all her potential, she had spent a long time wasting it, and I had more than enough people who could keep her in check. However, keeping her prisoner in Las Noches while playing my chosen role could prove problematic. I didn't need her getting away in the most unfortunate moment and challenging my narrative. That simply wouldn't do. Yet she was the only lever I had in order to control Gin if he survived and healed anyway. That brought the question, could I turn her to my cause, and if so, how? I followed her stealthily while Matsumoto crept through the empty corridors of Las Noches and pondered the problem she represented. Considering who her captain was in the past and who I had as a guest right now, perhaps there was an angle I could use that had little to nothing to do with my stunts back in Soul Society. Lieutenant Matsumoto, I exclaimed cheerfully after dropping the illusion concealing me. Rangiku gasped and whirled around, bringing her Zanpakuto up. Note to self, have words with Zomari about properly securing prisoners and making sure command was reminded about them when orders about their handling weren't forthcoming in a timely manner. Captain Aizen, the lieutenant warily frowned at me. What are you doing here? Where are we? My base of operations, Las Noches. We're currently in Hueco Mundo. Unsurprisingly, my words weren't particularly reassuring or believable for that matter. Are you joking, sir? Not at all. Walk with me, Lieutenant. I need to fill you up on recent events and the reason why I felt compelled to forcibly secure your presence. Your former captain is very much alive and currently squatting in the world of the living. In fact, certain parties manipulated his son and said son's friends in invading Soul Society so they could use the children as a distraction. Which was the only thing that made sense, unless Urahara was precisely the kind of bastard I did my best to paint him as, which frankly wasn't out of the question. But that might just be my lack in humanity, And now Shinigami as well, speaking. Captain Ishin. Yes, he somehow lost his powers, met a nice woman, get married and had children back in the human world. His son and eldest, Ichigo, was the one conned into leading the Ryoka invasion. It's a long story, including people being eaten by hollows and then resurrected by yours truly. I led a wary and wide-eyed Matsumoto towards Masaki's suite, while filling her in on a carefully redacted version of recent events. I couldn't blame Rangiku for the incredulous looks she threw my way when I reached a particularly juicy part of my story. Let me see if I got it straight, Rangiku mumbled. You've been doing Central 46's dirty work for centuries now, and have your hands dirty that orders or no, many in Gotei 13 would likely want you stuck in the lowest level of the maggot's nest for the rest of eternity anyway. Something I have no intention of doing, obviously. I did my best imitation of Hitsugaya's exasperated tone, the one reserved specially for Matsumoto here. My plans for the future don't include imprisonment for following orders, thank you very much. Besides, the 12th and our exalted noble clans do similar if not worse things, as a matter of course. The only real difference is that their efforts usually stray from directly involving high-placed Gotei 13 members. However, that rule isn't written in stone, as Toshiro can attest. What? Rangiku halted and turned to glare at me. Oh, he hasn't confided into you. Back in the day, Toshiro and his best friend found out that they shared a Zanpakuto. Central 46 ordered that they should fight to the death for him. Obviously, Toshiro won. I explained. It was a very good thing that our government, its previous iterations and bearing a miracle, the future ones, would make both the Republic's Senate and the Sith Empire government look like paragons of competence and honesty in comparison. Well, that might be a bit of a stretch, however the core of the sentiment was true, I was sure of it. Because of that, I had a lot of truths I could use to shatter people's belief in Central 46. It was just that, for the older captains and Shinigami who knew it and obeyed anyway, that angle wouldn't work. Again, there was a silver lining, that being Kaname and the reason he was my man, and someone I should be having heart-to-heart conversation with soon, however one problem at a time. Are you trying to distract me, Captain Aizen? Matsumoto asked through pursed lips. I'm merely offering context. You were saying, Lieutenant. Wait a minute. Are you still a captain? To the best of my knowledge, no one has gotten around to officially stripping me off my rank and office. Besides, I like the ring of Captain Aizen better than the title of King of Hueco Mundo. It pisses off Baragan, the previous king, something fierce, I admitted. Let's not go there. Matsumoto's face twitched and took on a sour expression at the reminder where we were. So you went rogue, staged an attack on Soul Society to get out, got half of your division to defect, and what I find hardest to believe, you've got Captain Unohana of all people skulking around. You just missed her while staging your great escape. I can call her if you wish. Matsumoto looked unsure at that. It was plain to see that she was struggling with my version of events and was half convinced that I was bullshitting her. In that case, if Retsu was indeed on my side, then meeting the woman would be among the last things Rangiku would want to happen. I'll pass for now, perhaps later, Matsumoto asked in a small voice. Perhaps, I agreed. Do you really want me to believe you brought back Ishin's wife who had been eaten by a hollow? I don't know that woman. I didn't know that my captain was alive, much less married. For all I know, I'm going to meet an imposter. Rangiku demonstrated that despite her usual behavior, she did have a good head on her shoulders. True enough. Perhaps you'll be a witness when I try to bring back Lieutenant Kyan in a couple of days. I have the hollow that ate him in my employ, and now I know I can extract a soul intact from a hollow. For a second time tonight, Rangiku ground to a halt and stared at me, though the gaping mouth was new. That's impossible, Matsumoto spluttered. Merely improbable. Besides, I have the best help I could ask for. I must have said something right, because I could feel Yuriko beaming within my inner world, warming it up. Part 4. Las noches, Hueco Mundo. I found Tosen sipping tea in his quarters, as if he had no care in the world. You come at last, Kaname stated blandly, without turning, and nodded towards the free chairs surrounding the table he sat at. It has been very interesting couple of days. Indeed, I allowed in a tone identical to his. Instead of sitting at the table, I went to one of the large windows overlooking the interior of Las Noches. As far as sights went, black and white buildings, along with sand dunes strewn all around the place, left a lot to be desired. If I had to keep this as my primary base, some redecoration might be in order in the future. Tosen continued to sip his tea, and I was sure he was busy examining me closely through his senses. Meanwhile, I simply stared at grandest structure in this dimension and found it lacking in all respects. Perhaps my hollows had eaten a few competent architects and engineers who could be put to a good use if we could retrieve their souls. That was another thing to aid in my growing goals to achieve list. Naturally, the top of said list remained unchanged. Get myself in proper shape again, figure out what Gote 13 would do about my stunts and counter them, while crafting a faction which could deal with Soul Society's nobles for me. Kyan and the rest of the Shibas should prove amiable allies in that regard. If not, then it would be time for certain contingencies I would prefer not to use. Because really, as vital as the balance was, I had better things to do with my time than safeguard it as my primary responsibility. Something which would change if I had to take over the Court of Pure Souls. Then there was the obvious fact that something like that might cause interference from higher authority and the other branches of Soul Society as a whole. Those were less than desirable outcomes. "For how long have you been lying to me, Aizen?" Kaname eventually asked. There was no anger in his voice, no sense of betrayal, it was merely void of any emotion, which was curious. "Depending on your point of view, either from the very beginning or never." I kept a very Aizen smirk off my face just in case. "Speak plainly, please." A hint of emotion appeared in his voice and was gone faster than I could properly place it. "For once. I promised you justice, a path of lesser bloodshed." I turned to face him, even if the gesture was mostly lost on the blind man. "That hasn't changed. You know the true nature of Central 46 now, along with that of the noble clans who form our so-called government. There is no justice there." Finally, a hint of anger appeared in his voice. "Of course not. Central 46, Soul Society as a whole, even the Gote 13 we served for centuries, they aren't about justice, neither are they about doing the right thing. There are only two things they care about, and only one is commendable. Yet a simple common sense," I explained patiently. Really, Kaname wasn't a fool. He knew those truths deep down. It was why he followed my old self despite what was required of him. It was another question if he ever fully faced said truths and their implications. The balance, if not maintained, everyone dies. That's why they have us, Gote 13. And there it was, a hint of well-masked loathing. Why was he bothering to play this game here and now? I would never know. The balance and protecting our high and mighty nobles from any outside interference. What they do to each other and to anyone else they could get their hands on, they see it as their right. The only thing that sometimes gives them pause is openly acting against members of Gote 13, for we were their military. However, that never stopped them from seeing us as dangerous pawns to use in their games and expend when it serves their interests. We were toy soldiers fighting for a cause that was never ours. Something that I had a lot of experience in. "The Espada, the Arrancar, taking over Hueco Mundo?" Tosen asked. "It all began as orders by Central 46. They have always been uncomfortable with the power Gote 13 had, and while I know that they have contingencies to use against us, a few more would never go amiss. Unfortunately for thee, by the time they gave those orders, I had begun to dream of my past life. In the aftermath of the original holification experiments, Central 46 expected me to take the blame. I was no one, expendable compared to 12th Division prodigy, and Urahara had the backing of his good friend, Yorichi Shihoin, the heir of one of the oldest and most powerful noble clans. Yet we got away with it. That wasn't a question, merely a statement. There was no justice in what we did, in what Central 46 allowed to happen. All I heard in his voice was resignation. "Number, there is no justice there." I threw his words back in him. Neither Soul Society as a whole, nor our part, the Court of Pure Souls and Gote 13, were ever about justice, or about what is best for the majority of Shinigami and ordinary plus souls rotting in the Rogue Kngight, the drifting spirit town, this reality's sorry excuse for a heaven. And people like Kaname knew precisely whose fault it was. The nobles. Oh, how much loathing he put into that single word. His control of his emotions was fraying at the seams. The government. And us. We did enable them. We followed their orders like the good little soldiers we were supposed to be. I smiled. Or did we? How long have you been planning this? How long did you intend to go rogue, Aizen? For as long as I knew the true face of Soul Society, it was even the truth. It was just that the context and reasons were different, but no one needed to know that. I trained myself, I built my power base, I bid my time, I gathered the few like-minded people I met to my side, I even kept a snake close where I could watch him all the time. And then, one bright day, Central 46 ordered me to build them an army, which was a priceless opportunity. I snatched and never looked back. I watched Tosen, waiting for his next question while running scenarios through my head. Ichimaru. During one of my first assignments, Form Central 46, I took something precious from him, I think. They have been using him as a dagger pointed at my throat ever since. It was an elegant solution, one of my closest confidant and allies being a contingency meant to remove me if I ever became uppity again or simply outlived my usefulness. You could have spoken with him, turned him to our side, couldn't you? There was a chance. I allowed. However, he does have a one-track mind. I did do the deed, no matter who ordered it. I chose one precious to him, when I could have chosen another. He might have even suspected, and that contributed to Gin having no qualms in slaughtering Central 46 with you. About that, what you said during the interrogation, Kaname trailed off. That was your vengeance and Gin's alone. It was you two who did the deed. However, in all fairness, until the very end, I wasn't convinced that I could fully trust even you. You did see me aid. You take them out, however anyone else watching would have seen just two of you committing treason. Your Zanpakuto, it has such a twisted ability, no matter how useful, Aizen. I could hear the silent question loud and clear. Just like you. She is a very lovely and useful Zanpakuto, my Kuoka Suigetsu. She and Yuriko were the only people I could really trust as well. I'll hold you to that, Aizen. We will have justice. Sometimes, if there is to be justice, it has to be forced, because it is not in the interests of anyone in power to give it to you. Fortunately for us, we do have the power to make it so. To force justice? Kaname slowly turned his head in my general direction. Is that truly possible? Sometimes that is the only way to get justice done, my friend. 26. Chapter 9. Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 9. D.A. Part 5. Shaka's Day, Hueco Mundo. With all the immediate concerns dealt with, I finally made my way deep into the desert, where I could both meditate in peace and, most importantly, let loose to test how much my control has improved in practice. Besides, my brief absence should embolden various dissenters like Baragon, and hopefully they would act sooner rather than later, giving me an excuse to clean up house. Really, it would have been simply if my bullshit didn't work as well as it did, because unless I wanted it all to be for nothing, I did have to back up my words with actions. Either way, getting my control back was priority. I settled myself on top of a tall sand dune after making sure that there was nothing and no one of consequence around and closed my eyes, concentrating all my attention upon my spiritual power. Unless suppressed, it was rippling and chaotic, something to be expected when a person was under tremendous stress, in combat or gravely wounded. Extreme mental stress could account for it as well. Stress like remembering a previous life and your Zanpakuto ensuring that the personality that would emerge would be your reincarnated self, not the one she had to suffer for the past few centuries. That was less than ideal, really. Back in the day, such a level of stress was normal and one way to feed the dark side and generally help keep it off my case, or so I kept telling myself. Here and now, it was counterproductive. The good news was that I no longer had the dark side trying to mess with my mind all day long every day. So that was one source of stress out. On the other hand, I had an army of generally untrustworthy Arrancar to manage, perhaps bringing in some Mandalorian or Sith teachings to give them a binding cause and make my life easier in the long run might be in order as far as they were concerned. Then there was Soul Society in general, and Gotei 13 in particular, the bloody noble clans and higher authority who I did have to worry about for the time being, and everything I didn't know about that might bite me in the backside. So no pressure, right? Right. Keep the stress down and don't think what Retsu might decide will do for an exciting foreplay. Perhaps find a way to sick her on Yukitake, because she might find him very interesting as well, now that Orihime healed him. A frustrated sigh escaped my lips as my concentration wavered before I mustered it back up and went to test the various Shinigami and Sith meditation techniques I was familiar with, trying to figure out which ones would work best for my new self. Getting my control back was going to be easier said than done, and that wasn't a good thing. Day. Kasumi Oji Clan Compound. Soul Society. Representatives from many noble clans quietly gathered within a secluded room, lined up with Kido seals that would ensure no one would overhear their conversations. Notably, there were members from the great noble clans, respectively representing the secretive Tsunaya Shiro, along with the disgraced Kuchiki and Shihoin. Beside them, on a long table, sat representatives of the majority of the noble houses within Soul Society, more notably the Ukitake, Kyoraku, Ise, Kira, Omaeda, and Fon clans. These were the houses the nobility chose the serving members of Central 46 from to control and direct their society. In the same way, they would choose some of their best and most difficult-to-control members to join the Gotei 13 to gain a foothold within that organization, so that should confrontation with the military ever come, some of the Gotei's forces would be loyal to them instead of the captain-commander. It was a well-concealed secret that the noble houses feared, and in some cases outright loathed Gotei 13. Its very existence was a constant proof that the likes of Yamamoto forced the existing status quo upon them at Zanpakuto Point. Thus, from the very beginning, the noble houses have been plotting to diminish the military's authority and power. In some regards, it was easy. For all his faults, Yamamoto usually was a reasonable man and wouldn't push the clans in outright opposition if he had a choice. After all, it was long known that such a conflict would be disastrous for everyone involved, no matter who emerged victorious. That uneasy existence lasted centuries and might have persisted for much longer if it wasn't for recent events. Central 46 was annihilated, and we only learned of it weeks later. The Tsunaya Shiro stated coldly the moment everyone was seated. He didn't bother with the usual long-winded introductions and ego-stroking that those entailed. My master is displeased. If this was an act aimed directly at us, we wouldn't have noticed before we had a blade stuck between our ribs. I need 2 questions answered before we go any further. First, did Aizen work for Central 46? Is capacity similar to that of our hosts? And second, does anyone has credible information about that man's goals? Over 24 men and women looked warily at each other before confirming that to the best of their knowledge, Sosuke Aizen didn't have a closer relationship with Central 46 than the average Gotei 13 captain. There were as many theories about Aizen's goals and agenda as there were people present. Everything from the man being an idealist to a ruthless bastard who might fit right in among themselves, who used any opportunity to better his station. Not unexpectedly, there was no consensus about his goals, much less hard evidence what he was up to. What little they did know, combined with the man's claims on the other hand. He's no friend of ours. The murder of so many of our compatriots is proof enough, Lin Omaeda stated. She was a thin, willowy woman who had very little in common with her nephew, who served as the lieutenant of 2nd Division. Further, Aizen, she spat the name as expected. After all, one of her sons died during the massacre. Has the gall to use us as a distraction. He has built himself an army of hollows, one he's blaming on Central 46 and by extension, all of us and our clans. Lady Omaeda is right. Something like this can't go unpunished. Tsunayashiro was among the first to agree aloud. While we will use our influence to push Gotei 13 to deal with their rogue captains, we can't necessarily trust them to get the job done. In fact, from what we've seen, Aizen is trying to use them against us instead. Well, he is right about one thing. Their host spoke for the first time since greeting them on arrival. We do have various contingencies to deal with Gote 13 if we have to. In that regard, do I have permission to ensure that my clan won't stray from the fold? The elderly Gyokaku Kumoi asked. Some of you are aware that our current clan heir has views unbecoming someone of her station and a member of a noble clan. If left unchecked, well, he trailed off with a nonchalant shrug. We'll take it under advisement. The Tsunayashiro representative allowed. I recommend that the Kasumi Oji clan increases their contribution to our continued survival, along with everyone else, covering one or more of our contingencies. Naturally, Clan Tsunayashiro will do the same. DA. Part 6. DA. Aizen's quarters. Las noches. Hueco Mundo. As a vasto lord turned Arrancar, an Espada at that, and thus one of the most powerful beings in any dimensions, Ulquiorra Sifa suffered by the blessed assumption that there was no one and nothing left that would ever again make him feel like prey. The Shinigami sitting on the other side of a low glass table, smiling gently at him, shattered that particular preconception without even trying. I must congratulate you, Ulquiorra. You're the first and only Arrancar to unlock the full potential of your kind, and thus reach a level playing field with the Shinigami captains. A second resurrections against Bankai, a fascinating development. The monster smiled kindly at him. Ulquiorra had the nagging suspicion that this smile was actually a genuine one. However, that didn't fill him with confidence, not at all. In fact, it made him feel like a young hollow having the misfortune of stumbling upon something much older, more powerful, and most importantly, hungry. He still didn't know how Aizen knew about his trump card, and that didn't help his peace of mind. And to think that until recently, Cypher believed himself to be beyond such uncouth things like regular emotions. I merely wanted to reach my full potential. Ulquiorra eventually answered, choosing his words very carefully. That's the spirit. Aizen nodded in approval. In that regard, I do have a few ideas. First, as an Espada, and thus one of my most valued commanders. The monster's lips twitched at that, probably implying that some Espada were anything but trusted and valued right now. Your next task will be to help your fellow Arrancar unlock their second resurrections. Second, I do have a request to ask of you. Aizen trailed off and stared intently at Ulquiorra. Cypher had to fight his own body not to squirm under the intense scrutiny. Even Murcellano felt something from that unnatural stare. I'll do as you command, my lord. That's the spirit. As I said, I do have a side project for you. One of our new guests has an invaluable ability, and I'll be most unhappy if anything happens to Ms. Oriheim Inoue. It will be your job to act as her guide and protector while she remains our guest. Anyone tries to mess with her, you have my permission to annihilate them. I'll see to her well-being then. Ulquiorra was sure that besides anything else, this was a test, both of capability and character. Obviously, failure would not be an option. On the bright side, having permission to deal with certain vexing elements for being their irritating selves was a good thing no matter how you looked at it. Good. Now to the next point. Right now, we're little more than a bunch of monsters bound together primary out of fear from the biggest, nastiest monster in Hueco Mundo. Yours truly, Aizen continued. Cypher said nothing. That was an obvious truth, even though at least a few Espada and other assorted Arrancar did follow the Shinigami at least in part because of the power he gave them. However, Ulquiorra had no illusions. This man's power was the primary reason why he was wildly acknowledged as the current king of Hueco Mundo. Besides, no matter the details, they were all hollows. Monsters who respected strength and usually cared for precious little else. If we are to have future, if we're to not only survive against Soul Society in the long run, but transcendent our natures and shatter our limits, we need to be more than mere monsters, Aizen said. We need something to unite us beyond our mutual enmity with Seiraitai. We need a cause to gather behind, because merely a mutual hatred against a common enemy. That's a fragile thing indeed. With those words, Aizen did get Ulquiorra's undivided attention. Not only this wasn't like the man he had been familiar with, but the very idea and issue he just raised were interesting to say at least. I haven't looked at it from this angle, Cypher admitted. It's not something that comes natural to hollows, no matter the stripe, Aizen offered. We need a culture of our own. Ulquiorra couldn't really help himself and stared at Aizen. There was a hollow culture, kind of. It was very bare bones and not conducive to what the monster aimed at. Battle, conflict, it's in our nature. For survival, for power, for fun. Aizen continued, and Ulquiorra didn't miss the hour in that statement. For us to thrive in the future, we need to use this fact as a foundation, yet we need more. That's a fascinating idea, my lord. However, I believe it would be a hard thing to do. Cypher wasn't sure what to think about this. The idea itself of a culture, identity, of becoming something more, it was both enticing and revolting, struggling with his essence of despair. Then we will have to drag the rest of our people into a new era, kicking and screaming. Aizen appeared unconcerned by the prospect of the monumental task he put before them. Then again, if anyone could get all hollows to either follow him or ensure they died, he was the one for the job. Conflict is in our nature. We change, evolve, better ourselves through it. Yet left unrestrained, if we indulge that desire at every opportunity, we will destroy ourselves as a people and become little more than the beast who roamed these deserts of ours alone, as individuals of no real consequence, no matter our individual power. Cypher bristled internally at the jab at where Aizen found not only him, but every single one of his fellow Espada, with the obvious exception of the former king of Hueco Mundo, who had been content of ruling upon a Las Noches which was little more than an empty husk. Nothing like the palace they sat within. It didn't escape Ulquiorra's attention that the point was well made, despite the fact that Aizen hasn't been one of those prowling through the desert without a direction. Obviously, we can't just put aside our ambitions and desire for conflict. We not only can't stop, we should not. Because to do so would mean to stagnate, fossilize and die when challenged. What we need is a structure, a creed and a culture to channel our desire for conflict, to put it to good use, for not only our own good, but for a higher purpose. This sounds good in theory, however I have trouble seeing how it might work out in practice, my lord. Still, it was good that Aizen didn't have delusions of radically changing the nature of hollows. Otherwise, Cypher was afraid of what the man might wrought over them. He did have the raw power to destroy anyone opposing him after all. I have no illusions about my vision of the future being something easy to achieve. The challenge is going to be magnificent, and a success worth it in the end, I believe. First, we need something more than merely being a hollow, a Shinigami or a hybrid between the two to define us. I do have in mind 6 tenets I wish to discuss, which when refined will become the foundations for a new society and the future we will build. At that, Ulquiorra leaned forward, intrigued. First, we need something to distinguish us as a people from the regular hollows roaming Hueco Mundo and the Shinigami loyal to Seirete. A uniform, perhaps an armor for the weaker hollow and Shinigami, along with those whose hierro isn't all that good. Ulquiorra glanced down at his own uniform and nodded in agreement. That much made sense, and it was an obvious first step, an easy one too, which wasn't likely to face any meaningful opposition. After all, almost everyone already wore a uniform to distinguish their allegiance to Aizen. I'm glad you agree. Second, we need our own language. Aizen trailed off and chuckled at Cypher's shock. The Espada stared wide-eyed at the Shinigami, any pretense of composure shattered. The reason why everyone in Las Noches went out of their way to speak Japanese was obvious. It was the man smiling at him who took over the place and exclusively used his own native language. Small wonder that everyone emulated him. If you're wondering, I do not intend to enforce Japanese as our language, so no worries there, Ulquiorra. Chero, hierro, sonido. Our own form of Spanish would do, I believe, and when we have the time, it might be worth investigating our roots and how those terms came to be. It might be the obvious, or perhaps like the ruins we built today's Las Noches upon. It's a sign that there is more to Hueco Mundo than it meets the eye. Some of our members will like the idea, while others not so much, Ulquiorra eventually said. Our origin is hardly contained to either Japan or Spain in the human world. Unless I try to invent my own language and force it down the throats of everyone, it can't be helped. Aizen shrugged. Carrying on, we will be building from the fractions the Espada have, and the Shinigami who decided to follow me against Soul Society, and turning them into our own clans, the founding blocks of our future society. We will be channeling our desire for conflict primary in defending and bettering said clans and through them, advancing and protecting our society. Again, it was a logical evolution, and Ulquiorra wondered if Aizen had been planting the seeds for this since day one, and until now merely giving time for the basic ideas to take root and become something natural. He frowned. "My Lord Aizen, will I need to get a fraction, a clan as well?" "Obviously, you can use your new charge as a trial run. Keep her safe, Ulquiorra." "I will not fail, my lord." "See to it that you do not." The next tenet would be another logical evolution, seeing to the well-being of your clan and its betterment. That shouldn't be too hard or onerous. Number 5, and certainly not negotiable, will be rallying to the call of the leader of our society, me. Aizen's kind smile didn't waver, however Ulquiorra felt chills spreading up and down his spine. Yes, following Aizen's orders wasn't optional, and it was only a matter of time before the monster made a proper example form either Baragon or one of his like-minded acquaintances. Sensible. That was all Cypher said, because really, what else was there to be said on either of those 2 points? And finally, raising the members of your clan and any children if you can have them in our ways. Simple, sensible rules, aren't they? Do you think we can convince our people to follow them? Was that a trick question? Ulquiorra wondered, while nodding rapidly. 27th, Chapter 10, Parts 1 and 2. Chapter 10. Wajeda, Part 1. Wada, Las Noches, Hueco Mundo. Time was a curious thing. You either tend to have a lot of it, and then it could feel slow and ponderous, especially when you had to wait for something. Or you could never have enough of it, with every second being a precious, priceless even commodity. In Hueco Mundo, time passed much faster than in either the world of the living or soul society. That by itself was a priceless gift, which gave me time to recuperate, begin putting my house in order, and most importantly, time to sit down, analyze my situation, and begin to properly plan for the future. Between my fragmented memories of what should have been a fictional world, my experience as a soldier, later a Dark Lord of a Sith, and more recently, my existence as Aizen, and all the baggage it brought, I had a lot of data to digest, ponder, and figure out how to use. My first impulse was to stall for even more time before showing my hand outside of my realm. Seirete was still in a damage control mode. Some of their most powerful fighters were either out of commission or mentally compromised, and that would offer me a gift of time. I already had a lot of issues on my plate, and I hadn't really begun implementing changes. Once those were underway, I would be even busier. For example, once I ensured I could reasonably trust my people and was done making examples out of dissenters, I would be properly briefing and preparing them to face Gote 13 in case my desired future didn't pan out and it came to open conflict. I would be busy for a long time, properly reshaping my hollows from individual warriors in proper soldiers, and then those soldiers into the best army any known dimension has ever seen. That by itself was a task which would take months, perhaps a year or longer, depending on the temperament of my future troopers, and that was likely a very optimistic assessment on my part. I would have to spend a lot of that time personally training people too, both as all kinds of NCOs and proper officers. A full-time job that, enough said. At the same time, I would be using the military training program to aid building up a proper society, culture, eventually industry, which would be another full-time job and a much longer one too. Then there were the outside actors I would have to deal with, some sooner rather than later. Seirete and Gote 13 were on the forefront. Their next government and the noble clans would be likely competing to see who could cause me more headaches. I would be hands-on when trying to solve this particular thorny issue, because for the foreseeable future, I wouldn't trust most of my hollows not to fuck it up by either dying wastefully or killing someone they really shouldn't. Related to those issues came Ichigo Kurosaki, who had the potential to be one of my peers in the fullness of time, and so I needed to either shape him into a proper ally or remove him from the board. The Shiba clan, which was obviously related to Ichigo, and the political boon they might be able to offer. Handling them properly would likely turn out to be yet another full-time job. The trend was obvious, and I was still scratching the surface as far as things that I needed to do, threats, present and future, I had to either prepare for, neutralize, or subvert into useful assets. I needed staff, proper allies I could trust, and unfortunately, my Zanpakuto, while incredibly useful, wasn't a good solution. Having her out and helping did drain my spiritual power at a decent clip. That combined with all the projects I would need the fuel, well, it was less than ideal, even with the Yuriko providing refueling options. While in the fullness of time, I would have more power to work with. I would have a lot more projects to work on as well, however that was an issue for future consideration. For the time being, I still had a few more people to resurrect, and that was going to weaken me temporarily, which wasn't ideal. Potentially healing Nell, if Oriheim doesn't recover soon, would be another drain on my Reiatsu I could do without. I paused my racing thoughts and looked around. In my wandering, I've reached the top of Las Noches and could see the unfamiliar starry sky, which brought a logical question to my mind. Was this merely a contained realm taking some traits from the human world, or were we upon a different world with this dimension being a whole universe of its own with all that entails? That was something to look at in the future. Up here was quiet and peaceful, and I really shouldn't have been surprised to find Stark laying lazily not too far from one of the few stairways leading outside. My Primera Espada merely glanced my way, nodded slowly, then returned to his stargazing. I not only wanted him on my side, but Coyote Stark was also someone I needed to work eagerly to bring forth my vision. I had to find a proper way to motivate him, one that wouldn't foster any hostile feelings. Some of the ideas that immediately raced through my mind were typical Sith ones, and to my utter lack of surprise, they were among those Aizen would have seriously considered as decent ideas, which told me that one of the reasons he went on the deep end might have been subconscious influence from my past as a Sith. I had to look for that too then, even if the dark side wasn't around to fuck with my head anymore. While subtle and not so subtle threats and blackmail had their place, and were often useful as well, naturally, this wasn't one of those cases. I once again revisited my mental list of things to do, while enjoying the peace and quiet. Go over everything I knew about Stark, find a way to bring him fully on board. As a bonus, doing so successfully meant that outside of heavy combat, it was a case of getting 2 allies instead of 1. Eliminate the dissent in the ranks, something I'll be using Nell's return to facilitate. Deal with all kinds of outside political actors, and there things became complicated from the very beginning. There was a lot to be said about hammering the steel while it was still hot, and perhaps it would be for the best to continue acting and thus keeping everyone flat-footed. The obvious downside here was that a misstep could lead to a confrontation I didn't desire. I shuffled some items on my mental list and focused on Stark. Have words with him, then escort Masaki Kurosaki home to see the fallout of bringing Ichigo back. Have words with Isshin Shiba about my obvious next step, bringing his relatives back as well. That was something that might be better left for later. Judging by Masaki, even if I brought Kaien back properly, he would need time, probably a lot of time to fully recover his powers, and it would be a waste to let him go before he could take care of himself. I wouldn't be going to all this trouble so someone could easily slit his throat or something. Then, depending on how things turn out, either handle Nell and clean up house, or continue sounding out and trying to bring more Espada fully on board. In that regard, Tyr would be someone to talk with when she comes back. With a rough plan in place and a note to speak about it with my Kuoka, I focused my attention on Stark and began going through everything I knew about him. Back in the day, such a conversation would have been much easier to handle. While I lacked Aizen's charisma then, cheating with the Force and finding the right words to say to twist someone to my desires was a great substitute. Da. Part 2. Da. Las noches, Hueco Mundo. This is going to be such a drag, Stark mumbled when I approached him. He didn't move or otherwise acknowledge my presence. Instead, the Primera continued to stargaze. I sat beside him, looking at the star in silence for a few minutes, and when it became clear he wouldn't talk, I snorted aloud. You know, for someone professing they want friends and companionship, you certainly don't act that way. Being lazy, I can understand, seeking solitude, peace, and quiet if you prefer your own company and want to avoid people. That's natural as well. For you to do it, on the other hand, it brings up questions. Does it? Stark idly inquired in a disinterested tone. We're at war, Stark, one I tried to avoid and would do my best to derail. However, there is no guarantee I'll succeed. As things stand, if we face Gote 13 tomorrow, most of us will die and the rest will have to run, to be hunted down like animals. Even if you and Lilynette make it through, you'll be alone again. Stark twitched at that and shifted to look at me. We could have delivered a crippling blow to Soul Society and greatly increased our odds of victory in the long run, yet you had us hold back. We're in war because of you, Aizen. Otherwise Soul Society would still be none the wiser about our existence. He stared at me with a small frown. If you don't want to win this war, why should I bother? I didn't want this war in the first place, and if we win it, we will be exhausted, crippled, and facing 2 more wars against arguably even stronger opponents. If my plans to de-escalate the situation and eventually bring forth peace don't pan out, it's going to be a long and bloody affair. Many of our comrades will die avoidable deaths. This is a problem of your own making, Aizen. Why don't you fix it yourself? That's what I'm doing, however, considering the time we likely have, I can't do it alone, Stark. We need to become a proper army, one that can survive and win this war if it comes to it. And if there is to be peace, if we're to avoid the butcher's bill and have a different future, we need to change who we are. We need to be more than mere monsters, and that's going to be an even harder challenge. You're my Primera Espada, Coyote Stark, one of the strongest beings in existence, one of the scariest monsters in Hueco Mundo. I need you to lead our people into a new age, right beside me. This sounds like too much work. I'll pass. Then you'll watch our comrades die one by one, or in job lots, some when they refuse to change and embrace the future, thus turning into obstacles, others when the war comes and they aren't ready because they refuse to become what they needed in order to survive the coming storm. You're going to make examples, aren't you? Stark sighed. Nell didn't cripple herself, and I can no longer tolerate such stunts. She's alive? The Primera perked up. Crippled but alive. Tyr should bring her home to be healed soon. That's good. And just like that, any spark of life and interest went out of Stark. This was like talking to a bloody rock, and likely as useful, damn it. Plan B, it was then, figure out how to properly motivate Lilynette and sick her at Stark, then watch the fireworks. Day. In hindsight, I probably should have gone to Lilynette Gingerbuck first. Thinking about it, their personalities in particular, and the fact that those two were 2 parts of the same soul, it should have been obvious where all the motivation and drive went. Sadly, it wasn't my Primera. I found Lilynette skulking around Kurosaki's suite, trying to sneakily observe the woman and plotting mischief. Didn't I order not to mess up with our guests? I materialized behind the young-looking Arrancar. Lilynette jumped up with an eep and turned around to stare at me, wide-eyed and in no small amount of fear. You haven't done anything you're going to regret later, have you? I raised an eyebrow. Gingerbuck stood at a semblance of attention and hurriedly shook her head in the negative. That's good. Now walk with me. I waved at her and pointedly headed away from the guest suites. The 2 of us have a common issue. I need Coyote Stark motivated and acting like the Primera he's supposed to be, and I'm sure you would be happy if he stops lazing around all the time. Lilynette perked up at that and grinned widely, all fear seemingly forgotten. So you do, I continued. How do we make that happen? You can have my blessing and free hand within reason. Really? The slim girl grinned in a way that once upon a time I would have found disturbing. Really, Stark needs to get up and begin doing his job. I nodded seriously. That's going to be a tall order. She nodded solemnly. I'll do my best. I'm sure. What do you usually use to motivate him? Everything, and usually it's not really working, Lilynette pouted. Stark's such a lazy ass, it's not even funny. Unless I'm constantly on his case, all he'll ever do is sleep. Ah! She waved her slim hands in frustration. I've noticed that much, I confirmed, while Gingerbuck continued to vent now that someone was willing to listen. To say that she was frustrated with the other part of her soul would be a charming understatement. While watching Lilynette's antics was certainly amusing, it was also a testament to my failure to motivate and get Stark moving by myself. A direct order might do it, however. I needed him eager and on board, not lazily half-arsing it while showing to everyone paying attention that he wasn't really on board with the program. 28th Chapter 10, Parts 3 and 4. Chapter 10, Kuoka, Part 3. Os die. Las noches, Hueco Mundo. Plans often don't survive the first contact with the enemy, friendly forces, or reality in general. It was a well-known feature. For all its differences from the normal world, that maxim was very much true in Hueco Mundo. My revisited plan to go visit the Kurosakis, bringing gifts, ended up delayed shortly after I put it close to the top of my to-do list. At least this time it wasn't due to an unforeseen disaster, though the day was still young. Tyr came back, bringing company. I glanced at the blonde Espada, her companions, and re-evaluated that statement. A pissed-off Haribel returned, carrying a child-sized Arrancar who had an uncanny resemblance with the Nell I remembered. She had two odd Arrancar in tow, too. Those two I remembered, usually after suffering under Aizen's most certainly not tender mercies. Hollows ended up as more conventionally looking Arrancar. Not those two clowns, though on the other hand, their presence acted as an additional confirmation that Tyr did indeed bring Nell back. A Nell who was child-sized, as expected, and was now hugging Tyr's midsection and bawling her eyes out, to my Espada's obvious distress and displeasure. Tyr held her old friend awkwardly with one hand while clutching her blade in death grip with the other. You can blame Neutra for this. I waved at the amusing picture and got an angry growl in response, one that hopefully meant even more interesting times for a certain obstructionist. Follow me. It's time for some science, I ordered, and headed for Granz's facility. My presence kept the clowns quiet. That was a good thing because Tyr already looked ready to vaporize something or someone. I preferred my palace without any additional holes, thank you very much. My resident crazy scientist, who despite his best effort failed to be as creepy and unsettling as Zash at her best behavior, perked up at our arrival. My Lord Aizen, Gran smiled gleefully at me in a rather disturbing manner. I've been working constantly to produce better scanning equipment. He continued happily. I'm certain that in the future we'll glean even more useful information from these procedures. The way he looked, Grans was almost ready to begin bouncing on his heels in anticipation. He had a group of his minions, all new from the look of it, approach carrying all kinds of hastily clobbered together equipment. Those are prototypes. Grans gave me an apologetic look. Not as good as properly crafted equipment, however they should do until my damn minions could produce proper equipment. This explanation sent my mind into plotting mode. I looked speculatively at Grans and wondered how fast he and his minions could build me a respectable industrial base. I'll be questioning him at length on that once we deal with Nell, preferably before Tyr lost what little was left of her patience and made a mess. Set them up. I looked around and noticed a nearby desk, which was covered only by stacks of files, so nothing volatile, and pointed at it. Tyr put Nell over there. My Espada looked uncomfortable at the child-sized Arrancar holding her midriff like a vice and still crying into her side. Now, how to play this? A Kaido overpowered to hell and back by Yuriko. That might work. Thinking about the newest spirit residing in my head was enough to get her attention, and she materialized in a shower of Reishin. Not only that, she got Kuoka out as well, without me calling out my Bankai. Nevertheless, I did feel the Reiatsu drain of sustaining them both. My Zanpakuto looked around from where she sat on the ground with Yuriko held in her lap and raised a questioning eyebrow at me. Blame your daughter for this. I nodded at Yuriko. Speaking about you, little one, I do need your help for a moment. I waved a hand at Nell, who finally stopped crying and looked at my spirits with huge eyes. Fine. Yuriko nodded seriously. I slowly walked towards Nell with my best pleasant smile plastered all over my face. Meanwhile, my mind went through the various Kaido spells I knew, wondering which one would be best to use. They all had one thing in common. First, the healing arts restored the patient's spiritual power to help stabilize them, and then use it as a fuel along with that of the healer to heal. The primary issue here was I had no intention of fully restoring Nellie's spiritual power. I needed as much of mine available as practical just in case. That in turn ensured that this exercise was going to be more complicated than it should have been. Unfortunately, Oriheim was still out and thus unavailable, and I wanted this particular issue handled now so I could concentrate on my other plots. Besides, with Neliel more or less restored, Tyr would be available to make an object example or 10. Speaking about Neliel, she fingered on the edge of the desk, and it was only Tyr's firm grip that held her in place when I approached. She struggled harder, to no avail, when I stood above her and placed my right palm over the scar on her forehead and her shattered mask. I concentrated, muttering the necessary incantations, and felt my spiritual power transform into healing energy, which I poured straight into the old wound. I could sense Yuriko's help, more and more power humming through me and shifting in ways I honestly couldn't fully comprehend. The emerald glow enveloping my arm became blinding in intensity, and I could feel the scar tissue under my hand slowly vanish, leaving behind smooth, soft skin. I poured more and more power into the Kaido, really everything Yuriko was providing and transforming. It was a weird sensation, being mostly a channel and vessel for the power instead of the one fully shaping and directing it. At any rate, it was working, and that was the important part. I could sense Neliel's mask begin to reform. It was a slow and arduous process. On that was anything but pleasant for the child-shaped Arrancar. Neliel struggled for all she was worth, though Tyr thankfully kept her in place while the rest of us did our magic trick. Eventually she froze and a soft "ah" came from the blinding glow obscuring her. I could sense Neliel's mask fully reform, and then she began shaking and expelling a tremendous amount of Reiatsu. For a moment I wondered if I criffed up by the numbers. I relaxed a heartbeat later when I could feel Neliel slowly begin to grow. Within a couple of minutes, she was the size of a tall young woman, who had her modesty barely concealed by the rags of her childish outfit. I let the Kaido go, and the blinding healing energy quickly dissipated, letting me see Neliel in all her glory. Her rags did very little to cover her. The restored Arrancar looked around in confusion until her eyes fell upon Tyr. At that point, they shone in recognition and glee. A blink of an eye later, Neliel was glomping my Espada for all she was worth. "I'm leaving Neliel in your capable hands, Tyr. You'll be making an example of Noitra tomorrow in public," I said, and put a mark against one of my goals in my mental to-do list. It was time for a bit of rest, then tomorrow morning I would be cleaning up house in earnest. Part 4. Day. Las noches, Hueco Mundo. Tonight was supposed to be my first night of proper relaxation. All defense systems and spells were online and updated. My more or less reliable minions kept the less than reliable ones were under observation. Not to mention that most in the latter category were too scared to do something particularly stupid, and Unohana wasn't trying to kill me for good through wild sex. Kuoka and the Hogyoku were safe in my inner world, so hopefully there would be no trouble from that corner. That meant I could finally crash in my rarely used bed, situated deep within the obscenely protected inner chambers of my apartment. And I could get some sorely needed peaceful sleep for the first time since awakening in Soul Society. It didn't last long. I felt like just closing my eyes and dozing off when the world shook. Piercing alarms fit to raise the dead got me on my feet, standing in a defensive position. All my senses went on overdrive, seeking the source of danger. I could feel spiritual power spiking from multiple familiar sources, the two largest being Tyr and Noitra. So much for my minions keeping the peace until tomorrow. I flash-stepped away and soon reached the courtyard where the confrontation took place. My pristine villain fortress of doom now had several brand new holes. I could sense low-ranked Arrancar and the odd regular hollow running for cover. Tyr and Noitra clashed with each other all over the courtyard. The buzz of sonido and the distinct echo of metal slamming into metal soon drowned all other sounds. While I couldn't see Tyr's face due to her uniform and the bone mask below it, her posture, her every movement radiated pure fury. She also had a shallow bleeding wound slicing through her left temple. It bled profusely, marring her blonde hair and staining her pristine white uniform. Noitra either pulled another sneak attack or Tyr baited him into it. Either way, I would need to make a proper example of him when she finished with the fool. Perhaps I would need to discipline my third Espada as well if she went out seeking trouble tonight despite my orders. Either way, I was going to let Tyr vent first and enjoy the show. It was immediately obvious she outclassed Noitra both in speed and strength. The fact that his Zanpakuto was relatively large and rather unwieldy did him no favors. While he could dodge and parry some of her strikes, every third or fourth connected. Only Noitra's enhanced Hiero and the fact that despite appearances he wasn't a complete imbecile kept him from dying from thousands of wounds. He kept channeling Reiatsu and thus further strengthening his iron skin, not to mention using it as a kind of ablative armor to protect himself. Nevertheless, Tyr made him bleed. Here and there, her attacks broke through everything Noitra could throw at them, and soon he was covered in bleeding gashes. His wounds sizzled as his high-speed regeneration kicked in. Tyr's wound was healing much slower than it should have. That was yet another thing to investigate. By now, the show had gathered an auspicious audience. All Espada save for my crazy scientist had assembled around the courtyard to watch the duel. Parts of their fractions soon joined them too. Kaname and Unohana Flash stepped to flank me. The Shinigami from my squad, on the other hand, had the good sense to bunker down in their designated quarters. They were aware they had no business getting involved in such a clash of titans. "Trouble in paradise?" the former Kenpachi murmured, just loud enough for me to hear her over the clash of steel. A bit of sorely needed housekeeping. I could feel her Reiatsu pulse with excitement. Tyr appeared above Noitra and delivered a two-handed slash aimed at his head. If it connected, it might have been just enough to split his head in two. He did manage to parry with his double crescent-shaped weapon, however, the strength of the blow was still enough to drive him into the ground. The impact drove up a huge cloud of sand and briefly obscured them from view. My third Espada jumped up, and her Zanpakuto lit up the area with a golden glow. I could clearly feel her spiritual power condense. It was sharp, furious, and enticing. A heartbeat later, she unleashed it at Noitra just as he dug himself out of the sand. The resulting explosion and shockwave messed up the courtyard even further. Noitra's Reiatsu spiked in fury. It tingled with pain and mindless anger. A moment later, we could see him. He stood within a smoking crater. The fifth Espada had blocked the attack with his weapon, yet his right hand was a charred mess. I could clearly see blackened bone and cooked muscle. Tyr went after him again, and at that point, Noitra made his largest mistake to date. The spike of spiritual power that surrounded him led to only one conclusion. He was about to release his resurrection, a big no-no within my bloody palace. I began chanting in my head while Tyr went on the offensive, determined to keep Noitra from releasing his Zanpakuto. She unleashed multiple Keros and Balas on her way down, while her blade glowed with even more condensed power. Noitra responded in kind, and some of the audience had to either run for cover or use their power to negate the third Espada's wild attacks. Meanwhile, I kept chanting, "Those two already wrecked enough of my palace. Thank you very much." Before Tyr could reach Noitra, she unleashed her Ola Azul, then used Sonido to get out of the way. My treacherous Espada bit through his tongue even as his power spiked to unacceptable levels and unleashed a Grand Ray Cero. The gargantuan energy beam swallowed Tyr's latest attacks and kept on going. It sliced through the ceiling, shattering a large portion of it. The mere after effects shook the whole palace. "Pray, Santa Teresa," Noitra roared in triumph. At the same time, I unleashed my binding spell, Bakudo 79, 9 Sunlight Trap. This Bakudo had a misleading name. It produced no light. It didn't unleash the fury of a star, or perhaps it did, depending on how you look at it. 8 black ravenous spheres formed around my arm and flew at Noitra. They arrived to surround him just in time for his resurrection to kick in. A 9th singularity formed in the center of his chest, completing the binding. They pulsed with darkness, swallowing all light and as much of the Espada's exploding spiritual power as they could. This Bakudo used pseudo-singularities to bind the target in place. They did it not only by exerting their localized gravitational forces, which were enough to shred most Shinigami and Hollows alike. The black holes also ravenously devoured all the spiritual power leaked by the target, which was the point of the exercise. Without this binding spell, Neutra's release would have fully wrecked this part of my palace. At this point, Tears Reiatsu spiked up in a most delicious of ways, which was unfortunately not something I could allow to proceed any further. I flash-stepped in front of her and firmly grabbed her sword arm and shook my head at her. Her green eyes widened at my sudden appearance. "That's quite enough, Tear. We'll be having words about your conduct tonight. However, first I need to make an example." I shoved Tear in the general direction of her fraction and Neliel. It was a bit easier than it should have been due to her surprise. After that, I flash-stepped to appear in front of Neutra. He was in his released form, complete with 4 arms covered by a milky white carapace. Each hand held a huge scythe-like blade. Frankly, he looked utterly ridiculous, even though in this form he was one of the more powerful beings in existence. "Neutra, I wish I could say I'm disappointed by this." I shook my head while speaking in a chiding tone, "Yet this is precisely the foolish display I expected from someone like you." The Bakudo still held, pinning him like an insect on display. "What am I to do with you, What do you think you deserve for disregarding my orders?" I smiled at him, using Aizen's #1 smile. 29th, Chapter 10, Parts 5 and 6. Chapter 10. Da. Part 5. Nisdi. Las noches, Hueco Mundo. Fuck. This wasn't supposed to happen. Nope. Never like this. It made no sense. Fuck. What was wrong with Aizen? When Neutra broke that stuck-up bitch's skull, the bastard merely shared a conspiratorial smirk with him, and that was it. Everything that happened afterward all but proved they shared an understanding. Fuck. Neutra's body did its best to shake with terror, yet those black shits kept him immobile, ate up his spiritual power, and tried their best to squash him. This wasn't right. He could barely hear Aizen speak, and whatever this shit was, it distorted the bastard's words. However, Neutra could clearly see that smile on the Shinigami's face, despite the black tentacles whipping out of the middle of his chest. This was the malicious smile that meant hell for someone. Fuck. What did he do wrong? He saw Aizen during the meeting, read the signs, and didn't buy all that shit about them being all nice now. Aizen was a monster. No, he was the monster to rule Hueco Mundo with all that entailed. Besides, it wasn't like Neutra could let those two bitches get together, much less leave them with enough time to plan some shit or another. He did it once before, it should have worked again. He could recall the delectable look of shock and despair on the green-haired woman's face when he bashed her skull in. That alone had him in high spirits for months, the thought of doing the same to the blonde bitch. H had to show Harabelle her place, on her knees in front of him. Well, that was irresistible, especially when the other one came back and ran to her friend for protection. He was sure Aizen wouldn't mind. He certainly didn't care the last time around, so why would he give a damn now? Speaking about the devil, Aizen pointed a finger at him. The monster still had that damned smile on his face. Pale lighting lanced from the 2 extended digits, and it effortlessly sliced through Neutra's right arms. His super-strong Hiero didn't even slow down the attack. Fuck, this was going to suck. More pale lighting surged from the Shinigami, and Neutra screamed in his mind when his other arms joined the rest on the sand. This wasn't right. That shit in the throne room was just for show, right? Neutra saw Aizen's expression back then. It was the same when the Shinigami looked at him after he dealt with the first bitch that dared call herself Espada. That shit was supposed to be for the other Shinigami's benefit, a performance, nothing more. A weird sensation broke Neutra's trail of thoughts. While his high-speed regeneration kicked in and began healing his wounds, there was something odd happening at his stumps. Neutra blanched when he comprehended what was happening. Those black fucks around him were sucking not only his spiritual power, but now his blood too. He tried to force more power into his regeneration. However, the more he tried to use speed it up, the faster the suction became. His cut arms couldn't heal, whatever that shit around him wouldn't allow it. And it kept sucking his blood too. Neutra paled at that. He wasn't going to die this way. He was a warrior. If he was to ever die, it would be in combat. Against a worthy opponent, not this way. He tried to tear himself away from the spell, surged his power as much as he could, only for the Shinigami horror to ravenously eat it, leaving him stuck in place. No, it was worse. While he couldn't see it, he could feel the suction seeking purchase in his wounds and tearing bits of flesh along with the blood. There was no steel skin to protect his stumps. At that point, Noitra's mind blanked, and he went into a berserk rage, trying his best to get away. I watched with sick fascination how the singularities affected Noitra. I could feel his reiatsu spiking wildly. I could also taste his terror in it. A better man would have put him out of his misery then and there. Me, on the other hand? A part of me was rightfully disgusted with what I was doing. Nevertheless, this paled in comparison with many of the horrors I've wreaked either as Aizen, or as the Dark Lord of the Sith for that matter. Another part of me observed the torture, because this was nothing less, with curious detachment. This wasn't a way I had tortured someone before. It wasn't a way I had seen someone tortured either for information or fun. I knew how the Bakudo was supposed to work, and I also knew that if used on someone not strong enough, it would have torn them apart in short order. If the target was strong enough, it would properly bind them, unless they could overwhelm the energies creating the spell in short order. Noitra simply lacked the impulse power to shatter the Bakudo. I was pretty sure that those above him in the Espada would be able to do so unless they were crippled first, especially Stark and the sneaky bat. At any rate, it was example time, so I did my best to keep on Aizen's creepiest smile. I knew Hollows well enough. Until I had enough time to influence my minions in different ways, probably after that too, I would still need to demonstrate I was the strongest, scariest monster in Hueco Mundo. Otherwise, my authority would melt like snow during high noon in the desert. 2 more silent and overpowered near-to-failure spells removed Noitra's legs at the knees and hastened the process of blood loss. Soon he would be unconscious, and at that point I would be trampling over what little of my conscience came back in the absence of the dark side. It was necessary, I told myself, otherwise I would have to fight a 2-front war. If I was to be honest with myself, what disturbed me more at that moment wasn't the torture, but how easily I found it to justify it to myself and feel better. I needed tons of therapy, and I knew very well I wouldn't be getting it anytime soon, if ever. As if that wasn't bad enough, I could feel the excitement rolling in waves from Unohana, and I was pretty sure she found it hard not to fidget in place. I really didn't want to think about what might be going through that woman's mind right now. The former king of Hueco Mundo watched Aizen demonstrate his power impassively. Outwardly, his face was a frozen sculpture which displayed no hint of emotion. Inside, it was a different matter. He had felt a surge of hope when Aizen returned from Soul Society. The man had changed. He was letting weak emotions influence him, something that Baragon might be able to exploit in the future. He allowed himself to believe so anyway. Tonight, the second Espada had to rethink his previous conclusions. He didn't like the change of direction. He loathed that even more. Cursed Shinigami crawled all over his domain. However, now he was much less eager to test the New World Order. Because whatever had changed within Aizen, he was still powerful. He was still a monster. When Noitra was near death and fell out of his resurrection, Aizen kept the spell going. The 5th Espada became little more than shivered mummy, as if Baragon himself had done a number of him. Only then did Aizen dispel his magic and let the mutilated Arrancar fall to the ground. Tia, would you kindly drag this to Granz? I'm sure he would find your former colleague invaluable in his regeneration research. Aizen spoke in a light, happy tone. The 3rd Espada bowed deeply and vanished in sonido. A swirl of sand was the only trace left from Noitra after her passage. That was a fate much worse than mere death. It was a fitting message. Baragon was sure almost all the whispers about Aizen would stop now. No one would dare test the Shinigami again anytime soon. He would have to carefully and quietly bide his time if he was to ever reclaim his position as king. Baragon ground his teeth and kept his impassive facade, not daring to show any hint of emotion. Part 6. Las noches Hueco Mundo. There's no rest for the wicked, or for warlords who actually want to get things done. Tonight, the objective was quite simple: keep ahead of a particularly amorous Unohana. All because, for some odd reason, without the dark side, I wasn't exactly all right with a night of rough sex, right after I tortured someone to the edge of death and then condemned the bastard to the not-existent mercies of a mad scientist. Go figure. That's why, instead of finally getting a night of peaceful sleep, I ended up skulking around the endless corridors of my palace while masking my presence to the best of my ability. Unohana did nothing to hide herself. If anything, the spikes of reiatsu I could feel coming from her at irregular intervals told me that she was particularly excited by the chase. That in turn convinced me that it would be for the best I don't get caught before she tired of this game. What I noticed that night was both exhilarating and disheartening. On one hand, there was nothing like the feeling of powerful beings cowering at the mere mention of your name, the fear and reverence they spoke of me, the hushed whispers and awe. That was something else indeed. On the other hand, those were supposed to be my people, and I wasn't exactly happy that they were downright terrified of me. I had to keep repeating to myself that they were hollows and this was for the best. I wasn't really sure what to think of the fact that I had no trouble believing myself. After so long under the influence of the dark side, it was apparently very easy to lie to myself when I wanted. It was practically a second nature by this point. Joy. For a short while I wasn't paying much attention where I was going. I only kept track of Unohana's current location and my legs carried me silently in the opposite direction. That's how I nearly ran over Hinamori. I found my lieutenant walking down a well-lit corridor with a dazzled expression on her face and a glazed, faraway look in her eyes. That was enough to get me out of my funk. I narrowed my eyes at Hinamori, wondering who I needed to eviscerate. "Momo, what seems to be the issue?" I asked as I fell in step beside her and engulfed the two of us in a cloaking spell. "Captain Aizen," Hinamori squeaked and jumped up at my sudden appearance. I placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and felt her shiver at the touch. She blushed too, and I had to fight a twitch that tried to contort my face into a grimace. Oh yes. I could recall it clearly now. Aizen had her properly mind-whammied without the help of Kuoka or any spells. His raw charisma and nice guy act were enough for the girl to fall head over heels for him. Then he had to squash her potential by not training her properly because she was a genuinely nice girl, and thus of no real use to him beyond a pawn. That made her another item on my very long list of fuck-ups to fix. It was a very good thing at the time here ran much faster than it did both in the real world and Soul Society. "Yes, Hinamori, it's me. Relax, I'm not biting," I said in a humorous tone, "unless you ask nicely." Hinamori squeaked at that, and she would have jumped again if it wasn't for my hand still gently holding her shoulder. Her face turned cherry red as well, and she refused to look at me. I suppressed another grimace. I honestly wasn't sure how to deal with my lieutenant and all her issues. I already had an overly amorous captain on my case, one who wanted to kill me through sex, only to resurrect me for another performance. There was the funny vibe I was getting from Tyr as of late, and now this. It was a recipe for an outright disaster. A long vacation sounded like exactly what the doctor prescribed. It was too bad I wouldn't be getting one anytime soon. "Are you all right, Hinamori?" Even if I knew better, my voice came out like honey by its own volition, especially when I spoke her name. The sound made her shiver with pleasure, exactly what I didn't want to happen. "I'm all right, Captain Aizen," and now she was squeaking like a flustered schoolgirl or a first-year academy student. Bloody hell, I needed a drink, and perhaps a chance to redo tonight. Scratch that, the Hogyoku might get ideas, and the last thing I wanted was to risk playing with time. That could get particularly messy. "Momo, I just wanted to tell you that I appreciate what you did. I'm grateful that you chose to believe in me and follow me here." For once, I wasn't bullshitting her. "Of course, Captain Aizen." She finally turned to look at me. "I'll follow you to hell and back," Hinamori declared earnestly, and there was steel in her shining eyes when she looked up at me. And to think that my former self discarded her as a mere distraction. That was disappointing. "Thank you." I offered her a sincere bow. "Captain, you don't have to. It's not proper." "Oh, but I do. I never properly told you how much I appreciate your work and effort, Lieutenant Hinamori." I told her kindly, and she beamed at me as if starstruck. I was digging myself a deeper hole, wasn't I? Hinamori, I began in a serious tone. Despite my best efforts, this isn't the safest of places. I looked sadly at her while she hung upon my every word. Further, it would be some time before either of us could go back home safely. Perhaps a long time. We'll need to train to become even better in order to protect those precious to us from the storm we're facing. I'll do my best, Captain. Hinamori's voice rang with conviction. Good. That's why we're going to be unlocking your Bankai as soon as possible. And that would be merely the beginning if I had anything to say about it. Hinamori was loyal, perhaps the most loyal person to me in the whole of Hueco Mundo. The very least I could do was to give her the training and power she would need to survive my past self's stunts. I could feel a sense of distant approval from Yuriko. Good. Both on the approval part and the fact that she was resting and not getting ideas about helping. Meanwhile, Hinamori practically bounced with happiness at my announcement.